In 2020, portals began to open across the globe, unleashing a tide of monsters that swiftly overran everything. In response, celestial sponsors selected humans to receive extraordinary powers. And that is how hunters came into existence. Among them was one known as the Demon King, a figure with an immortal army. He alone possessed the ability to evolve by hunting monsters. Fearing the Demon King's potential for growth, 12 hunters who dubbed themselves gods conspired to erase him from history. After proclaiming their divinity, they established Eden. This marked the dawn of a new era for hunters, where those without powers were relegated to the status of slaves. A century slipped by in this harsh reality. In a remote village, a young boy dedicated himself to rigorous training. His mentor believed in his potential and recognized the goodness in his heart, hoping to attract the attention of a sponsor who could change the boy's fate. The man possesses the rare ability to open an inventory, an ability exclusive to hunters. His master once revealed that the boy's parents were slain by these very hunters. In a poignant gesture, his master gifted him the book they used to read together when he was just a baby, a book filled with tales of the horrors inflicted by hunters. Now he is determined to change this grim narrative. He's been training for years under the guidance of his bald master, yet nothing seems to change. Doubts creep in, and he wonders if only the chosen ones can truly become hunters. Just then, his master delivers a sharp slap, insisting that he will become a hunter no matter what. The bald master then inquires about a certain book, and the young man quickly reassures him that he hasn't lost it. After all, it's not just a book, it's his only connection to his parents, and the autobiography of the Demon King. The world would be a better place if he were still alive. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, watching them intently. "I've found what I was looking for," the stranger declared, launching an attack without hesitation. The bald master sensed the impending danger, realizing that the strike would endanger both of them. The master shoved the boy, sending him crashing into a tree, where he took the impact head-on. As the woman descended to the ground, her gaze fell upon the boy, confusion flickering in her eyes. What was a hunter doing here? Without hesitation, she commanded him to kneel, and to his dismay, he found he couldn't resist. Just then, a blur darted through the trees, and suddenly, several hunters emerged, surrounding them. All of them salute the ruler of Eden, Lady Athena, one of the realm's most powerful figures. What could bring one of the 12 founders of Eden to this place? The order is clear. They must find the bald man, and they all set off in pursuit. Lady Athena has been searching for him for quite some time. But who is this mysterious figure he's speaking with? She couldn't detect even a hint of mana from him. Panic surged through the boy as he feared she might uncover the Demon King's autobiography hidden in his pocket. Just as she called him a mere worm and turned to leave, a wave of relief washed over him. He thought he was safe. But then he noticed the girl standing directly in front of him, radiating a powerful aura. She notices a faint trace of mana emanating from his jacket pocket. Beyond that, his heart races, and he struggles to catch his breath. Is this overwhelming fear rooted in her discovering his secret? With a commanding divine word, she orders him to reveal it, and his body complies without hesitation. Reluctantly, he pulls out the object and says, "It's just a book." The girl takes the book, unaware of the impending doom that awaits her village. "Why are you doing this? Why are you bullying me?" she questions, confusion and fear mingling in her voice. Suddenly, the book ignites in flames and hurtles toward her. Yet, Athena's barrier holds firm, absorbing the impact. As the smoke clears, the true nature of the book is revealed, and she realizes with a shock that it is the Demon King's autobiography. Though she doesn't understand why a slave possesses it, she lunges to seize the item. Just as her fingers brush against it, someone shouts her name and collides with her. It's Xianggu, seemingly unscathed. With that impact, he sends Athena sprawling and snatches the book for himself. The moment the boy lays eyes on him, tears stream down his face. Xianggu, puzzled, asks, "Why is a grown man crying?" Even now, Xianggu praises the boy for holding out as long as he did, but the boy, still confused, can only ask who Xianggu really is and how he managed to strike Athena, one of the 12 so-called gods. Xiang shakes his head, urgency in his voice. There's no time for explanations. He never anticipated that Athena would find him so quickly. Handing the book back, he looks the boy in the eye and asks, "Do you truly want to change the world?" He reveals that hunters are slaying gods and dominating humanity. Those without power, like the boy, exist like livestock. With a piercing gaze, he asks, "If you had the power to change the world, power equal to that of the 12 sovereigns, would you truly use it?" Just then, Athena strikes again. Infuriated by her humiliation, she lunges forward with all her might, screaming for vengeance. Sangu turns to the boy, urgency in his voice. You must choose now. I can't hold Athena off much longer. Confronted with this imminent danger, the boy finally speaks from the depths of his heart. Yes, I want to change the world, if I can. A faint smile crosses Sangu's face at those words, but in a shocking twist, he drives his sword into the boy's chest. The boy stares in shock as Sangu says, "If you meet me there, be nice to me. After all, I just stabbed you in the heart." Suddenly, both the sword and the boy begin to glow. His body starts to disintegrate, and he cries out, "Handle!" just as he's teleported away. In an instant, everything fades to white, and a message materializes before him. The contract will be executed. It continues. According to its terms, the Sky of Apocalypse will sponsor you. Suddenly, the scene shifts. The boy finds himself on a rocky mountainside, completely unharmed. Despite having been stabbed, there isn't a single wound on his chest, leaving him bewildered and questioning how this is even possible. He feels different, stronger. The strange voice had promised to sponsor him, leaving him to wonder if he has truly become a hunter. As he surveys his surroundings, he realizes the air is thick with the same magical energy now coursing through his veins. The sound of footsteps jolts him from his thoughts, making him suspect he's indeed inside a gate dungeon. He quickly ducks behind a rock to see what's approaching. To his surprise, it's a goblin. That settles it. He really is in a gate dungeon. While goblins may be considered the weakest of monsters, they can still be deadly. They're often referred to as beginner hunter-killers, thanks to their keen sense of smell and hearing, and their tendency to hunt in packs. Realizing he can't take one down easily, the boy hides, praying it will pass him by. Unfortunately, luck isn't on his side. The goblin catches his scent and begins to track him. Now he faces a dire choice. Fight or die. He recalls the lessons from Sangu, questioning whether those techniques will truly save him. Determined to take action, he picks up a stone and hurls it at the goblin. The impact catches the creature off guard for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward, seizing the goblin's weapon-bearing hand, and swiftly delivers a decisive chop that severs its head. As the head tumbles away, the boy stands frozen in shock, realizing he had only intended to strike and disarm, not to kill. This revelation leaves him questioning his newfound power. Has he truly become a hunter? Just then, another message flashes before him. The Sky of Apocalypse pays attention to you. He jolts at the sight, realizing that the Sky of Apocalypse is the very entity that once sponsored the Demon King. Before he can process this, a horde of goblins emerges, armed and armored, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust as they charge toward him. The sight before him is enough to leave him shaken. At the back of the chamber stands the goblin chieftain, the formidable dungeon boss. Overwhelmed, he mutters that it's all over. He has just awakened, and there's no way he can defeat such a foe. But just as despair begins to take hold, a flicker of memory ignites within him. He recalls the town where Athena had attacked him, along with the promise he made to Shangyu and the future his mentor had entrusted to him. This memory ignites a fierce determination within him to survive. Grinding his teeth, he vows to himself that he cannot die here, not before he has the chance to change this rotten world. Steeling his resolve, he steadies himself and assumes his stance. The Sky of Apocalypse looms overhead, observing intently as he faces his one chance to prove himself worthy of a sponsor. Suddenly a message flashes before him. The Sky of Apocalypse is stirred by his indomitable spirit. With renewed determination, he charges into the fray, cutting down goblins one after another. They swarm around him from all sides, but he remains undeterred. His skill with the blade slices through his foes with incredible speed. Before long, he levels up, recalling Shangyu's words of praise, calling him a genius. The battle intensifies, and he levels up again and again. Even when badly injured, he stands firm, refusing to back down. At last, only the goblin chieftain remains. The boss shows no mercy. Before he can finish speaking, the monster lunges, and he barely blocks the attack. Though it's just a goblin, it's still a powerful boss monster. Typically, hunters need to be at least C rank to face it, yet here he is, a newly awakened hunter struggling at F rank, maybe E rank at best. He questions whether he can truly win this way. Just as his resolve begins to waver, something catches his eye a spear. Seizing it, he declares that he's betting his life on this choice. His determination resonates with his sponsor, and new messages flood in. The Sky of Apocalypse applauds. The Sky of Apocalypse supports your decision. Then another surge of power follows. The apocalyptic sky grants him dominion over fire. His strength swells once more. The spear, the weapon of the Demon King, is also the one he wields with the greatest mastery. With this newfound authority, his fear begins to dissipate. Flames dance along the spear's tip as he propels himself toward the boss, unleashing everything he has. The goblin chieftain charges forward, but the boy delivers a precise strike, creating a massive hole in its body. The victory grants him another level up, though his spear shatters in the process. Breathing heavily, he gasps in triumph. "I did it!" But just moments later, the weight of exhaustion pulls him down, and he collapses. Later, a group of hunters arrives in the area, stunned by the sight of a mountain of goblin corpses, including that of a goblin chieftain. They exchange bewildered glances, questioning who could have slain so many. As they explore the dungeon, they stumble upon the boy, barely clinging to life. Just as they rush to his aid, another ominous message appears. "The sky of apocalypse pays attention to you." The scene shifts back to the hospital, where the boy finally awakens, his body tethered to a ventilator and IVs filled with healing potions. The reality of his situation sinks in. This was no dream. He truly had been attacked by Athena, stabbed by Zhang Yu, and cast into a gate dungeon, where he battled through a relentless goblin army and its formidable boss. He suddenly sits up, a surge of confusion washing over him. Had hunters rescued him after clearing the gate? A nurse rushes to his side, urging him not to move just yet. She gently inquires about his condition, explaining that hunters from the Lee Guild found him and brought him to the hospital. Without their timely intervention, he wouldn't have made it. Yet one detail leaves him unsettled. Lee Guild, the nurse confirms, noting that his injuries were quite serious. She advises him to rest, mentioning that someone from the association will visit him soon. As she turns to leave, a sense of unease washes over him. He calls out to her just before she reaches the door. "Wait, can I ask one more thing? What year is it now?" The nurse, sensing his confusion, answers him plainly, assuming his memory is still muddled. It's 2022. The revelation leaves him in shock. 2022, 100 years before his birth. To him, 2020 marked the emergence of the gates, and 2022 was the dawn of the special hunters, the age of heroes. He recalls his last conversation with Sidong Gu, who warned that hunters would come to see themselves as gods, treating ordinary humans like cattle. To him, this is an opportunity. In a sudden burst of determination, he tears the machines from his body and rises from the bed. This era is unlike any other. In the past, becoming a hunter required Eden's selection, but now, sponsors are the driving force, actively creating new players in the game. Despite the nurse's insistence that he shouldn't move, he confidently replies that he feels fine and inquires about the location of the bathroom. Taken aback, she gestures in the direction and he strides inside. It's there that he comes to a startling realization. He's in a different body. He's much taller now, with a more muscular physique. While some of his old features linger, he can't shake the feeling that he looks like a completely different person. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him from behind. It's Kim Soo-jung from the association, here to ask some pressing questions. They take a seat together, and Kim begins, stating that he needs to clarify the events that transpired. He inquires about the boy's condition. After the boy was brought in, the association conducted a thorough search for information, but since he doesn't belong to this timeline, there are no records of him whatsoever. He admits that his memory is hazy, a claim that feels credible given what the nurse has already shared. He reveals just two details. He is 23 years old, and his name is Lee Jong-young. Although it isn't his true name, it's the one that surfaced in his mind. It seems the name of the Demon King has intertwined with his own, and he's left wondering why. He claims he remembers nothing else, so Kim asks what happened. Lee Jong-young replies that the only thing he recalls hearing inside the gate is, "I will sponsor you." This revelation shocks Kim. He speculates that Lee Jong-young has likely awakened as a hunter and inquires about what he knows regarding them. Lee Jong-young explains that hunters are unique individuals selected by transcendent beings. Kim expresses his gratitude for the cooperation, assuring him that the association will reach out again. As he prepares to leave, Kim bows respectfully, acknowledging the confusion Lee must feel. He emphasizes that Lee is now an important figure in this world and requests his assistance in the future if possible. After Kim departs, Lee Jong-young observes him from the hospital room, reflecting that he seems like a genuinely good person. Once he is alone, he opens his status window. He explains that this was the Demon King's greatest trait, the very reason the 12 heroes feared him, and why he surpassed other hunters in strength. It's also why they sought to erase every trace of him from Eden. The Demon King was no ordinary hunter. He was a player, someone who gained strength by wielding his own power in the hunt. Now, Lee Jong-young declares, "I'm a player too." Later, the same nurse congratulates him on his transformation into a hunter. Grateful yet curious, he asks, "Is it really such a big deal?" She responds with a smile, "Of course it is. Becoming a hunter is akin to winning the lottery. Even low-rank hunters can earn more than most people ever could, and their roles extend beyond battling monsters. They can work as blacksmiths, forge powerful weapons, or serve as bodyguards for the wealthy." Lee Jong-young understands this all too well, aware that those who weren't chosen often lose even the few rights they once had. He puts on a somber expression and asks if there's truly that much to celebrate. The nurse hands him a bag that Kim left behind, as his old clothes were beyond saving. She congratulates him on his discharge and he steps outside. As he gazes over the city, he reflects, so this is the age of heroes. In his previous life, a powerless person like Kim wouldn't have even been allowed in this place. The city now exudes a sense of peace and vibrancy. Just then, Kim Soo-young approaches from behind and calls out to him. "Lee Jong-young, we need to get you registered at the association," he says. "Since you don't have any memories, it's important to do this properly. We can also arrange a place for you to stay." Kim pauses for a moment, then adds with a hint of warmth, "Cases like yours are extremely rare. Congratulations on this new beginning." Lee Jong-young has achieved a C rank, a rare accomplishment for anyone starting their hunter journey in Korea. Kim motions for him to get into the car, promising to explain everything after registration. With a nod of agreement, Lee Jong-young climbs in, and they drive to the Hunter Association. Most awakened hunters are typically ranked E or F, but those who score higher are seen as promising and receive closer management. Among them is Lee Jong-young. After completing the necessary paperwork, he is escorted to his assigned lodging. Kim leads him to the door and opens it, revealing the space inside. Lee Jong-young is taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. He quickly expresses his gratitude, exclaiming that he loves it. For Lee Jong-young, today is monumental. His long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived, granting him the chance to become a hunter. It feels akin to owning a home for the very first time. Just then, Kim interrupts, mentioning that someone wishes to meet him. A chill runs down Lee's spine. He has no connections in this world. Grabbing Kim, he urgently asks who it is. Startled by his intensity, Kim reveals it's the man who saved him, the guildmaster of the Lee Guild. Kim mentions that the guildmaster is eager to meet him, but assures Lee Jong-young that he can decline if he wishes. Without hesitation, Lee Jong-young agrees. Shortly after, he finds himself face-to-face with the guildmaster, only to discover that it is none other than Seong-gu himself. Caught off guard, Lee Jong-young can't help but stare at his bald head. However, the true surprise lies in encountering him so soon in this new life. He never anticipated encountering someone who genuinely valued him. Jeong-go inquires if they've met before, noting that Lee Jong-young's face seems strangely familiar. To maintain the ruse, Lee Jong-young claims he can't recall, explaining that he lost his memories upon awakening. He then bows deeply, expressing his gratitude to Jeong-gu for saving his life. But Jeong-gu is no ordinary man. He is the hero destined to close countless gates and save countless lives, a hero thought to be dead in Lee Jong-young's original timeline. That night, Lee Jong-young lies in bed, adjusting to his new body. This is real, he thinks. Yet, something feels off. Despite the significant changes, the body still bears the same marks in the same places as before. He opens his status window and reads it once more. Forgotten hero, the strongest and most unique hunter, the Demon King. A player. How did I acquire this ability, he wonders. A player is a power bestowed by the sky of apocalypse. Now that he has become the chosen one, what fate awaits the true Demon King? Lee Jong-young finds himself at a loss for answers. He understands so little about the situation he's in. All he knows is that he has returned to the past and acquired an extraordinary ability. I have gained power, he declares. The power to change the world. Just a few days later, the Hunter Association organizes a tutorial class for newly awakened hunters. In the corner, Lee Jong-young is sound asleep. Suddenly, a man in a sharp black suit strides in, introducing himself as Bae Sang-soo. He announces that he will be leading the tutorial, and the classroom erupts in excitement. As a B-rank hunter, Bae Sang-soo's presence raises eyebrows. Everyone is left wondering why someone of his caliber is teaching a beginner class. Whispers circulate among the group, suggesting that the association has its eyes on a particular rookie, Lee Jong-young. However, the others quickly convince themselves that they might be the one in the spotlight. This could be their golden opportunity to shine and catch the attention of a major guild, or even the association itself. As excitement builds, Bei Sang-soo steps forward to clarify the schedule. First, there was a seminar on hunters, followed by a combat test where each beginner selected a weapon. The instructor began by asking how hunters are created. One rookie confidently replied that hunters are born when they receive sponsorship from a transcendent being. Bei Sang-soo nodded in approval, praising the answer. He elaborated that a hunter's special trait is determined at the moment of awakening and cannot be altered. However, he emphasized that hunters can continue to grow stronger over time. He inquires about how that works. A female hunter rises to explain that they can acquire powerful items or skills from their sponsors, either by closing gates or by earning their favor through their actions. Bei Sang-soo nods in approval, complimenting her knowledge. However, his expression shifts as he poses the crucial question: what do the sponsors truly desire? This time, silence envelops the room. Bei Sang-soo isn't surprised. Every hunter is left wondering, yet the truth remains elusive. His gaze drifts to a figure in the corner, Lee Jong-young, who seems utterly unfazed, casually staring out the window. With a hint of challenge in his voice, Bei Sang-soo calls out to him, asking for his guess. He states that there's no definitive answer. He simply wants Lee Jong-young's honest opinion. When asked, Lee Jong-young responds with a single word: entertainment. This revelation shocks the entire class, including Bei Sang-soo, who prompts him to elaborate. Lee Jong-young explains that sponsors select their characters, send them out to hunt monsters, and observe as they grow stronger, much like a video game. Bei Sang-soo was taken aback by the notion. However, for Lee Jong-young, this isn't mere speculation. It's the Demon King's own theory. This revelation could very well be the sponsor's greatest secret, especially since the Demon King was defeated despite his immense power. As the seminar progresses, they eventually transition to the combat test. A female hunter steps forward, sword in hand, ready to showcase her skills. The battle begins as the monster is unleashed, instantly spiraling into a frenzy. The girl charges forward, swinging her weapon with all her might, but the goblin evades her strike with astonishing speed and counters, landing a solid blow. She falls to one knee, pain coursing through her, but just as the goblin prepares to strike again, she steels herself. Even Bei Sang-soo can't help but feel a twinge of concern, but she remains resolute, refusing to back down. Even from that position, she catches the goblin off guard and secures her victory. Though she emerges worn out and injured, observing her determination, Bei Sang-soo praises her efforts, declaring that she has passed and sends her on to the next round. Now, the final test taker steps forward, Lee Jong-young, who enters confidently, spear in one hand and shield in the other. Even Bei Sang-soo finds the choice of weapon intriguing. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-young reminds himself that he must pass to qualify for tomorrow's graduation exam. If he performs well, his rewards will increase as well. He prepares himself, but Bei Sang-soo delivers some disappointing news. All the goblins are already dead. Naturally, that means the exam will have to feature a different monster. Bei Sang-soo reassures Lee Jong-young, insisting that he doesn't need to go all out. He'll assess the outcome himself. He explains that the monster has been brainwashed and won't inflict any fatal damage. As a B-rank hunter, he assures Lee that everything will remain under control. Turning to Lee, he asks if he's ready. Although a bit hesitant, Lee nods in agreement, reasoning that it's likely just a kobold, somewhere around goblin level. He couldn't be more mistaken. As the duel commences, Bei Sang-soo turns to Lee Jong-young, acknowledging his intriguing thoughts on the sponsors and expressing his hope not to let him down. Just then, Lee Jong-young's opponent emerges a towering orc. This massive green behemoth strides forward, a sight that typically sends shivers down the spines of hunters. After all, only those ranked C or higher dare to face such a creature, given its overwhelming strength and astonishing endurance. As the orc strides into the arena, the trainees watching from the back erupt into a panic. An orc appearing during a tutorial test is simply unheard of. However, Bei Sang-soo interjects, clarifying that this isn't entirely unprecedented. He recalls a similar case from the past, a hunter who awakened at B rank and faced an orc during training. That individual soared to greatness, becoming one of the strongest hunters in the world. Lee Jong-young, a C-rank hunter, gains recognition after defeating a goblin chieftain in a D-rank gate, drawing the association's attention. Bei Sang-soo leans in, intrigued. Suddenly, a message appears. The sky of apocalypse pays attention to you. Lee Jong-young's expression shifts as he realizes the stakes have escalated dramatically. As the orc powers up, it charges at Li head-on, but Li strikes first, thrusting his spear swiftly and precisely into the orc's shoulder. Watching the hit land, Li Zhongyang feels a surge of confidence. He thinks to himself that the brainwashing must have dulled the orc's instincts, making this fight easier than he anticipated. As Li Zhongyang struggles to pull the spear free, the monster refuses to relent. Instead, it grips the weapon tightly and begins to unleash a flurry of punches with its free hand. Despite the overwhelming force behind each blow, Li Zhongyang stands firm, using his shield to block the relentless attacks, each impact sending a jolt through his body. Meanwhile, the other trainees watch in growing panic, convinced that the exam should be halted. Bei Sang-su shares their concern, his thoughts mirroring theirs. Li Zhongyang's first strike was precise and forceful, yet he was still facing a formidable monster. Bei Sang-su sensed the danger. Zhongyang had let his guard down. Just as he prepared to intervene, something caught his eye. In that critical moment, Li Zhongyang released the spear and deftly evaded the orc's powerful punches. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zhongyang unleashes a swift hook kick to the orc's head, sending it staggering backward. Those precious seconds allow him to act decisively. Channeling his mastery over fire, he charges forward once more. With his shield ablaze, he delivers a powerful blow to the orc's skull, shattering it in a single strike. The onlookers are left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the ferocity of his attack. Was that really a rookie hunter? The onlookers struggle to comprehend what they just witnessed. By defeating an orc during training, Li Zhongyang instantly commands their respect. Meanwhile, in the arena, Bei Sang-su is equally astonished. Was that a skill? He wonders. It's almost unheard of for a hunter to learn one so soon after awakening. To make matters even more intriguing, Li Zhongyang fought without using a single hand, leading Bei Sang-su to suspect it might be a high-ranking skill. He had never witnessed anything like it before. Meanwhile, Li's shield crumbled under the weight of the authority, just as his spear had against the goblin chieftain. As he retrieved his spear, a series of messages flashed before him. You have leveled up. Your skill in ruling over fire has now reached level 2. Recognizing this, Bei Sang-su realizes he can't let this opportunity slip away. He must bring Li Zhongyang to the association. Stepping forward, he praises Lu Nyang, declaring that he passed with flying colors. Li Zhongyang offers a simple thank you, but his thoughts are consumed by his newfound power. The ability to rule over fire is a fundamental strength of the Demon King, intricately linked to the player trait. It isn't a skill, it's an authority, he explains. Unlike skills, authorities can develop through sponsorship and personal training. However, no matter how powerful it is, it becomes useless if the weapon can't withstand it. Determined, he sets out to find a metal weapon strong enough to harness that power. That night after the exam, Li Zhongyang welcomed Zhanggu and Kim to his room for a small housewarming party. He had invited the only two people he felt close to in this new place. Bai Shanggu hesitated, feeling a bit awkward about visiting the association housing, but Li Zhongyang reassured him, saying it was perfectly fine, they were just here to celebrate. The three of them gather around, enjoying delivery food as they dive into conversation. They discuss the tutorial and the upcoming final exam, and then reveal to Li Zhongyang that Kim has officially been assigned as his agent, at least for now. To his surprise, they also share that Kim is actually a girl. As their discussion continues, Shango leans in, urging Li Zhongyang to reconsider his offer. He can't shake the feeling that letting him go would be a grave mistake. As Kim listens intently, she notes that this is a golden opportunity for hunter Li Zhongyang. However, Li Zhongyang remains resolute in his refusal. This clearly frustrates Shango, who can't help but question his friend's decision. Why not? He asks, bewildered. Li Zhongyang simply replies that he isn't interested in joining any group at the moment, but assures Zhongyang that he's willing to help him whenever he needs it. In truth, Li Zhongyang harbors another motive. To execute his vision for a better world, he must tread carefully. Getting too close to Xianggu at this stage could spell trouble. Understanding this, Xianggu decides to let it slide, assuring Li that he'll keep it in mind. The two then share a warm, friendly moment, leaving Kim in a state of confusion. He can't help but wonder how a novice hunter could possibly assist the renowned A-rank guildmaster of the Li Guild. Now we arrive at the pivotal moment, the tutorial graduation exam. All those who have passed must venture into a gate dungeon. Before the test begins, Bai Sang-su steps forward to clarify what lies ahead. He explains that the exam will unfold within the gate, but reassures the group that they need not fear, as a B-rank hunter will accompany them. With a steady voice, he adds, "I'll be entering too." To ease their nerves, he releases a portion of his aura, sending a chill through the crowd and demonstrating that they are indeed in capable hands. The sheer power radiating from Bei Sang-soo is nothing short of terrifying. Lee Jong-young, taken aback by the overwhelming pressure, realizes that Bei's magical prowess dwarfs that of everyone else in the room. Bei Sang-soo calmly announces that they will begin once the soldiers finish gathering supplies. Moments later, the beginners step into their first dungeon. As they cross the threshold, Lee Jong-yang's instincts kick in. He immediately senses something amiss and remarks that the air feels foul. Bei Sang-soo explains that the air inside dungeons is thick with dense magic particles. Once everyone is gathered, he initiates the test, instructing the rookies to follow his commands if any monsters appear. They venture deeper into the shadows of the dungeon, and before long, they encounter a group of goblins that quickly spot their presence. Bei Sang-soo commands a counterattack, sending in 2 beginners first. They quickly demonstrate their skills, taking down the goblins with surprising efficiency. Encouraged by their success, he calls in 2 more, who also slice through their targets effortlessly. Finally, he summons Lee Jong-yang, who leaps forward with astonishing speed. The others watch in awe, exclaiming how incredibly fast he is. Lee Jong-yang lunges forward, swiftly dispatching several goblins with precise fluid strikes. It feels just like the dungeon he conquered before. One by one, the bodies crumple to the ground, and within moments, he has wiped out the entire group, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Whispers ripple through the other participants as they question whether Lee Jong-yang is truly a newly awakened hunter and wonder how someone with his skills ended up in the tutorial. Bei Sang-soo remarks on Lee Jong-yang's impressive weapon skills, noting they rival those of a B-rank hunter like himself. He can't help but regret that Inov allowed such a talent to slip away, and now he's determined to bring Lee Jong-yang to his side, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-yang levels up once more. As the battle concludes, the group presses deeper into the dungeon, soon arriving at the ominous boss room. Before entering, Bei Sang-soo cautions them that what lies ahead will be far more perilous than battling goblins. He urges them to stay alert and proceed with caution. Until the boss makes an appearance, they should take the time to regroup, drink their potions, and inspect their weapons and armor. The group nods in agreement and prepares accordingly. As everyone busies themselves with preparations, Lee Jong-yang stands still, lost in thought about the Demon King and his unique trait, Player. Before the Demon King could fully harness that power, he was vanquished by the 12 heroes. Lee Jong-yang reflects on how different things might have been if the Demon King had grown stronger, faster than his foes. With those thoughts swirling in his mind, his resolve begins to solidify. He vows to harness all his knowledge and surpass Eden's 12 heroes faster than anyone else. As this determination fills his mind, he glances at his mastery over fire authority, quickly concealing it before anyone can catch a glimpse. Moments later, the new hunters stand ready to enter the boss room. Bei Sang-soo takes the lead, urging everyone to stay close. As soon as they step inside, an unsettling sensation washes over them. A powerful wave of magic surges through the air, instilling fear and panic in every heart. Realizing their lives are at stake, Bei Sang-soo shouts for everyone to retreat and rush back to the gate. But lurking there is a monstrous presence, determined to block their escape. Still shrouded in darkness, the creature unleashes a barrage of rapid-fire biles toward the fleeing hunters. Bei Sang-soo finds himself directly in the line of fire, with the rookies trailing behind him. The attack is imminent, and if he dodges, the inexperienced hunters will bear the brunt of it. In that critical moment, Bei Sang-soo demonstrates exactly why he's regarded as one of the association's elite hunters. He plants his feet firmly and unleashes his signature skill, Viper's Fangs. With precision, he deflects the incoming attack, shielding both himself and the hunters behind him. As the smoke dissipates, Bei Sang-soo remains standing, daggers drawn. He concedes that the blast was so powerful that even he couldn't fully block it. He turns to check on the others and feels a wave of relief wash over him as he sees Lee Jong-young successfully blocking the remaining attacks that slipped past him. Bei Sang-soo offers praise, but Lee Jong-young humbly replies that it was only possible because Bei Sang-soo had already intercepted most of them. Just then, a new message materializes. The Sky of Apocalypse requests you to eliminate the Goblin Archmage. A goblin sorcerer materializes, hovering ominously in the air, its eyes glowing a menacing blood red. Panic erupts among the rookies. They've heard tales of archmages said to rival B-rank hunters in power. The realization hits them hard. This encounter was never meant to happen, and the gate must have been miscalculated. With no other choice, they decide to flee. Bei Sang-soo nods in agreement. Even for a seasoned B-rank hunter like him, facing a monster of this caliber would be no easy feat. He instructs everyone to leave and contact the association. However, Lee Jong-young suddenly steps forward, declaring that he wants to face the challenge alone. This revelation stuns everyone once more. Even Bei attempts to intervene, cautioning him not to let his bravado get the better of him. While he acknowledges that Lee Jong-young has defeated goblins and even an orc, this situation is entirely different. The Archmage wields powerful magic, capable of unleashing spells that rival those of B-rank hunters. Lee Jong-young is well aware of the monster's every detail, its skills, abilities, and power level. This knowledge gives him the confidence to confront it head-on. He asserts that the monsters in the tutorial are meant for novice hunters and requests the opportunity to face it himself. Bei Sang-soo, though hesitant and puzzled by Jong-young's unwavering confidence, reluctantly agrees to let him take on the challenge. Lee Jong-young steps forward, and the battle commences. In an instant, the Archmage unleashes a flurry of fireballs aimed at him. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lee Jong-young effortlessly evades them. The onlookers are baffled. How could a rookie withstand such fierce attacks? Bei Sang-soo clarifies, he didn't block them. He simply dodged. He absorbed their attacks, leaving him even more bewildered. Meanwhile, in the heat of battle, Lee Jong-young charges forward, determined to close the distance. But the Archmage proves to be a formidable obstacle. Just as Lee approaches, a massive wall of fire erupts, severing his path entirely. The onlookers murmur in despair, convinced that there's no way for Lee Jong-young to reach his target. They suspect the goblin is maintaining its distance with long-range magic, but it's the Archmage who is underestimating him. With a cruel grin, the monster observes from afar as Lee Jong-young harnesses the power of fire, commanding the flames to split apart. In an instant, the wall reveals a new path. Bei Sang-soo can hardly believe his eyes. As everyone watches in stunned silence, Lee Jong-young steps forward to deliver the final blow. Harnessing his mastery over fire, he closes the distance with determination. The Archmage, however, refuses to yield easily. In a desperate attempt to defend itself, it conjures a barrier, but it proves futile. With a surge of power, Lee Jong-young shatters the barrier effortlessly. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, swiftly taking down the Archmage. The battle concludes, leaving the others in stunned silence. Did he really accomplish that? They exchange bewildered glances before finally accepting the reality. With a mix of awe and disbelief, they dub him a super rookie as the fight draws to a close. Moments later, another message materializes. The Sky of Apocalypse is impressed by your performance. As Lee Jong-young clears his mission, the Sky of the Apocalypse unexpectedly sponsors him. This revelation takes him by surprise. A message appears, informing him that he now has the opportunity to summon an avatar. Finally able to exhale, Lee Jong-young realizes he has unlocked the other power that enabled the Demon King to grow so formidable. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Bei Sang-soo meets with the president, an elderly man sporting an eye patch. The president inquires if the meeting is regarding the unusual incident involving Bei Sang-soo. Bei Sang-soo affirms this, adding that Lee Jong-young may even surpass Chi-woo in talent. The president, taken aback by such high praise for a rookie, begins to grasp the boy's exceptional potential and asks just how far Lee Jong-young can go. Bei Sang-soo muses that perhaps this boy could assist the president in reaching his goals, a thought that clearly delights him. He gazes up at the moon, expressing a desire to meet him soon. Earlier that day, as Lee Jong-young and his companions exit the dungeon, they encounter Song-gu and Kim. Kim, visibly concerned, remarks that she was worried when the gate suddenly escalated from E rank to B rank. Yet Lee Jong-young appears completely unfazed. Sun inquires if Lee Jong-young received a recruitment offer from the association. Lee Jong-young simply nods in response. A flashback reveals the moment inside the dungeon when Bei Sang-soo had extended the invitation to join the association. The other rookies were taken aback by the offer. However, Lee Jong-young politely declined, stating that he has no intention of joining any group at this time. Bei Sang-soo feels a wave of confusion wash over him, yet he ultimately accepts the explanation. In his thoughts, Lee Jong-young elaborates on the reasoning. Aligning with Bei Sang-soo could accelerate his own growth, but it would also jeopardize the secrecy he desperately needs to maintain. Moreover, there's a dangerous individual lurking within the association, someone he knows he must avoid at all costs. Meeting that person is simply not an option. Suddenly, an image of the president flashes through Lee Jong-young's mind. Back in the present, Sion inquires about his favorite food. Caught off guard, Lee Jong-young blurts out cup ramen, but Sanwo quickly follows up, asking if he prefers meat instead. At the mention of meat, Lee Jong-young's eyes light up, and he eagerly nods in agreement. With that, he's swept away for a celebratory feast of delicious grilled meat. Later that night, Lee Jong-young returns to his room and steps into a long, soothing shower, allowing the warm water to wash away the day's events. As he stands there, he reflects on everything that has transpired, reminding himself that he is indeed growing stronger faster than he ever anticipated. With a sense of accomplishment, he opens his status window and is pleasantly surprised to find that he has already reached level 11. Additionally, the Sky of Apocalypse has granted him the ability to sponsor one avatar. Unlike regular hunters, who cannot summon avatars, only a select few among the 12 heroes have ever possessed this power. Thanks to the Demon King's influence, Lee Jong-young can summon formidable monsters like the Bone Dragon, Balrog, and Cerberus. He can't help but wonder if his summons will mirror those of the former Demon King, especially since everything else is aligned so closely so far. Determined, he swiftly calls upon his avatar, and the system prompts him for confirmation once more. It reminds him that the Sky of Apocalypse has granted him a single chance, and inquires if he will seize it. But Lee Jong-young has already made up his mind. Summon, he declares, and a brilliant blue light envelops him, his eyes glowing a fierce red. The following morning, a visitor arrives to see Lee Jong-young. Kim approaches with a bright smile, eager to congratulate him. She presents a news article highlighting a remarkable new super rookie, a C rank, who bravely entered a B rank gate and single-handedly defeated the boss. As Lee Jong-young reads the article, a wave of unease washes over him. Though his name is concealed, he knows the guild and the association's higher-ups are likely already aware of his identity. Kim suddenly asks why Lee Jong-yang never mentioned it to her or Xionggu. Hunters have become more prominent than celebrities, yet Lee Jong-yang remains unfazed. He brushes off the question and shifts the conversation, asking his agent for a favor. He expresses his desire to start participating in dungeon raids. Moments later, Lee Jong-yang finds himself back in a dungeon, effortlessly cutting down goblins with his skillful strikes. At this point, he's practically bullying the goblins. Even the boss goblins that appear are no match for him. He dispatches them effortlessly, racking up levels in the process. He clears the dungeon, yet Lee Jong-yang remains visibly dissatisfied. Despite defeating the boss and unlocking the gate, nothing changes. Frustrated, he shouts, demanding to know how he's supposed to make use of this. At last, the summoned entity comes into view, a soul-collecting skeleton. However, it remains dormant, lacking a soul for revival. Lee Jong-yang explains that while avatars can wield formidable and unique powers, they are devoid of souls. He had assumed that acquiring a monster's soul would suffice, but the reality is far more complicated. Frustrated by his failure to achieve his goal, he exits the gate, where Qin awaits him. Qin congratulates Lee Jong-yang on completing his 4th dungeon raid and inquires if he has any drops or items to sell. If so, Qin is more than willing to handle the transaction. With the nod, Lee Jong-yang retrieves several swords from his inventory. Qin assures him that the money will be handed over as soon as they make the sale. Lee Jong-yang inquires if Qin has secured another dungeon, but Qin shakes his head, revealing that there are no good options available at the moment. He explains that one guild has been expanding rapidly, booking over 20 low-ranked dungeons simultaneously, which has led to the current shortage. Lee Jong-yang's eyes widen in disbelief as Qin continues, noting that the association typically wouldn't permit such a move. However, this time they made an exception since the gates had already been cleared. Suddenly, realization dawns on Lee Jong-yang as he seizes Qin by the arm. "Is the guildmaster Qi Yang's son?" he demands. Qin nods, confirming the truth. "He runs the North Army Guild and was once the super rookie before you took that title." A chill runs down Lee Jong-yang's spine. He understands the implications all too well. This young man is destined to rise under the 12 heroes, transforming into a ruthless killer and tyrant. The War King, Gunter, stares blankly ahead as he declares that the moment of their meeting has finally arrived. A flashback unfolds on a rainy day where Gunter looms over a crowd protesting for their rights, his annoyance palpable. One of his men warns that the protest is turning violent, but Gunter remains unfazed. To him, the ordinary people, those who aren't hunters, are nothing more than ants, easily displaced once he seizes their homes. He questions why anyone should care about such insignificant ants. In his mind, they should be grateful. He even allows them to exist. Gathering power into his sword, he channels lightning magic and summons a storm that obliterates the protesters. Now, in the present, Lee Jong-yang recalls how that incident halved his village's population. Haunted by the memory, he continues through the city when a cry for help pierces the air. He rushes toward the sound and discovers 2 young thugs tormenting an elderly man. As the man pleads for assistance, the thugs relentlessly harass him, kicking over his cart in cruel amusement. Without hesitation, Lee Jong-yang steps in to intervene. The thugs, noticing him, sneer and demand he leave, unleashing a menacing aura in an attempt to intimidate him. Li Zhongyang stands his ground, releasing his own aura to assert that he too is a hunter. He inquires about the situation, and the assailants claim the old man struck them with his cart, merely seeking compensation. However, the old man counters their story, insisting that they were the ones who kicked his cart and threatened him first. Li Zhongyang questions their motives, but the thugs remain unyielding. One of them, with a smug grin, declares that as a hunter, he views anyone who disrupts his peace as an enemy. He boasts about breaking the old man's cart and ominously warns Li Zhongyang that he might just decide to label him an attacker as well. It's clear they're itching for a fight. Li Zhongyang stands his ground unafraid. "This has gone on long enough," he declares, his voice steady. "Leave now, and I'll let it slide. You haven't harmed the old man directly, yet." He tries to exert pressure, but his words only escalate the situation. One thug charges forward, sneering, "Who do you think you are to give orders?" In a swift motion, Li Zhongyang drops him to the ground, silencing the challenge with ease. Suddenly, the other thug lunges forward with a dagger, attempting to stab him. He boasts that he's superior to Li Yong, but he quickly learns he's no match for the super rookie. In a matter of moments, both thugs are on the ground, and the chaos comes to an abrupt end. Later, Li Zhongyang contacts Kim to report the incident and has the thugs arrested. Kim commends him for making the right choice, praising his handling of the situation. He responds that it's only natural. Harming a civilian is a serious offense for a hunter. Despite this, Li Zhongyang can't shake his concern for the old man, fearing that those punks or their group might seek revenge. Kim reassures him, saying the association will keep a watchful eye on the old man to ensure his safety. Li Zhongyang inquires about the guild affiliation of the men and discovers they belong to the North Army Guild. This revelation reignites his disdain for the North Army, leading him to suspect that the guild must have connections to the association, especially since they can reserve 20 dungeons simultaneously. 2 days later, Li Zhongyang finds himself summoned by the association, just as he anticipated, facing accusations of being the attacker. A few days after the incident, the old man Li Zhongyang had saved altered his statement. Suddenly, the real attackers were portrayed as the victims, leaving Li Zhongyang as the accused. As he makes his way to the association with Kim, he begins to grasp the old man's motivations for this sudden change. However, Kim reassures him, insisting that the association isn't that corrupt, at least, not yet. Despite the circumstances, Li Zhongyang, hailing from the future, possesses a deeper understanding of the situation. The association has been corrupt from the very beginning. Nevertheless, they make their way to headquarters, where Li Zhongyang encounters a man dressed in a sleek black suit. The man begins to scrutinize the case, questioning whether Lu Zhongyang had coerced the elderly Li Mun-su into falsely claiming that the North Army hunters were the aggressors. Li Zhongyang firmly counters, asserting that the accusation is unfounded. He was the one protecting the old man, yet the man remained unconvinced and insisted on a cross-examination. They summoned Li Mun-su, the very old man whom Li Zhongyang had saved. Upon his arrival, Li Mun-su couldn't even meet Li Zhongyang's gaze. Noticing his discomfort, Li Zhongyang encouraged him to speak honestly. With a heavy heart, the old man finally spoke the words that would change everything. Li Zhongyang had threatened him. After delivering his statement, the man turns to leave, but Lun Yang catches a glimpse of the sorrow etched on his face. Tears well in the man's eyes, a reflection of his helplessness as he grapples with the betrayal of the very person who once saved him. The man in the suit glances back at Li Zhongyang, seeking a response, but Li Zhongyang remains silent, simply tossing his phone onto the table with a heavy thud. The video evidence reveals the truth. He had recorded the fight. This crucial proof secures his release, but as he steps outside, a chilling realization washes over him. He knows this will only lead to harsher consequences for the old man. Frustration boils within him. He curses himself, grinding his teeth in anger, haunted by the thought that he still isn't strong enough. As he storms out of the office, seething with anger at those responsible, he spots Xianggu and Kim waiting for him. Just then, the old man unexpectedly appears, dropping to his knees before Lin Yang. With a trembling voice, he apologizes, explaining that those men had threatened his granddaughter, leaving him powerless to resist. Kim, unable to contain his frustration, snaps back, demanding to know why the old man waited until now to reveal the truth. The old man insists that he had no choice. His granddaughter was in danger, yet guilt gnaws at him, prompting him to seek forgiveness. Xianggu reassures him, urging him not to worry. He promises, as guildmaster, to protect the young woman. Meanwhile, Lun Yang stands by, seething with anger. Recording the fight had become a habit for him, a way to cope with the unfair treatment he often faced. Suddenly, he felt a powerful surge of magic and turned to investigate. To his surprise, he found someone significant, Choi Yong-sung, the leader of the North Army Guild. As he approached, Choi remarked with a hint of curiosity, "I didn't realize the Lai Guildmaster was so close with the super rookie." Kim is taken aback, her mind racing with the possibility that the association has leaked Li Zhongyang's personal information. Meanwhile, Choi extends a handshake to Xianggu, greeting him warmly. Xianggu smiles and accepts the gesture, but the atmosphere shifts abruptly. With a serious tone, Xianggu issues a warning. If Choi wishes to avoid making enemies of both him and the super rookie, he should refrain from drawing attention to himself. Xianggu tightens his grip, the pressure forcing Choi to retract his hand immediately. But Xianggu isn't finished yet. He scoffs, declaring that Choi isn't even worthy of being called an enemy. "You'd better behave if you want to survive," he warns. A few days later, Kim and Li Yongyang find themselves at a coffee shop named Starcats, ready to discuss matters that could change everything. Kim's fury is palpable as he demands to know how a hunter can harm an ordinary civilian and face nothing more than a fine. To Lu Zhongyang, however, this is just another day in a world where hunters rarely face consequences for their actions. Still, he can't help but inquire about the fate of the old man. Kim responds, his tone grave, explaining that providing false testimony against a hunter is a serious offense. Despite Lu Zhongyang's mercy, the old man received only a warning. She mentions that the North Army Guild acknowledged their fault after the video surfaced, which helped mitigate the consequences. Li Zhongyang suspects that Xianggu might have orchestrated this outcome and inquires about the North Army Guild's response. So far, they've remained silent, but Li Zhongyang knows this isn't the end of the matter. He knows Gunter's future, the cold, cunning butcher, destined to become the war king. Gunter is notorious for settling scores, and Li Yongyang senses that retaliation is imminent. He turns to Kim, asking her to keep a close watch on the North Army Guild, and she readily agrees. Unlike her, however, Li Zhongyang is anything but calm. He insists that repaying debts is his rule as well. Later, Li Zhongyang approaches Xiangguo for assistance, surprising him with a request to join a raid. Li Zhongyang explains that the gate they'll be facing is of high rank, and he's eager to fight alongside him. Grateful for the invitation, Xiangguo expresses his thanks in return. Soon after, the rest of the team arrives, and Li Zhongyang's eyes light up with recognition. Xianggu steps forward, introducing Choi Cho-young and Li Hangsu, the very ones who rescued him upon his arrival in this timeline. After all this time, the reunion feels bittersweet. Li Zhongyang introduces himself warmly, and they exchange greetings filled with camaraderie. As they prepare to step through the gate, Li Zhongyang scans the crowd, only to realize he doesn't recognize anyone else present. That makes sense. Heimdall and the Li Guild were wiped from history alongside the Demon King. Soon, Xiangguo announces the commencement of the C-rank raid, and everyone eagerly lines up. Meanwhile, at the North Army Guild headquarters, Vice Guildmaster Choi Young-soo seethes with anger. He confronts Gunter, questioning whether they will truly allow Xiangguo and Li Zhongyang's blatant disrespect to go unpunished. He warns that this could tarnish their image just as their expansion efforts are gaining momentum. However, the other Vice Guild Master, Zhang Min-chung, disagrees. He argues that they should address the issues within the guild first, pointing out that this situation arose from their inability to manage their own members. Yang Su, however, refuses to listen. He insists that their members did nothing wrong, declaring that ordinary people are merely insects, feeding off hunters like parasites. "So why should we bow and apologize to trash like that?" he scoffs. Min Chang bristles at Yang Su's words, demanding to know what he means. At least one sane person has arrived amidst this pack of lunatics. But Yang Su interprets the challenge in Min Chang's tone and stands up, prepared for a fight. Min Chang rises as well, and the two lock eyes, tension crackling between them. Just as it seems a confrontation is imminent, Gunter steps in, commanding them to stop. To make matters worse, he aligns himself with Yang Zhu, insisting that Li Yongyang must face the consequences for obstructing their guild. Yet there's a flicker of curiosity in his eyes regarding Li Zhongyang. Gunter announces that he will soon set the stage for their confrontation, urging the North Army Guild to prepare, hone their skills, and not falter. Min Zhong stands there, speechless and bewildered by the unfolding events. "Perhaps, Mr. Knight, you've chosen the wrong guild. You might want to reconsider your allegiance." Meanwhile, at the C-rank gate, Xiangguo and his team skillfully navigate the traps and press forward. Soon after, they encounter a horde of monsters, prompting the Li Guild to spring into action. As he watches the seasoned fighters in action, Li Zhongyang is captivated, realizing just how much he can absorb from their every move. In the end, Xiango concludes the battle with a single powerful slash, earning high praise from Li Zhongyang. Grateful for Xiango's assistance with his requests, Li Zhongyang acknowledges his skill. However, Xiango is aware that Li Zhongyang's true desire was simply to witness him and his guild in action. Just then, Choi Chol-yong interjects, expressing their eagerness to see the super rookie fight as well. Li Zhongyang nods in agreement, clearly intrigued. No longer needing to conceal his true power from Xianggu, he taps into his strength and prepares for the approaching orcs. As he unleashes his authority over fire, Cholyong and Hung Su are left in awe. The super rookie wields a high-level skill effortlessly, invoking it without uttering a single word. They struggle to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyang cuts through the enemy ranks with relentless precision. As he fights, Xianggo quickly realizes the truth. Burning shield and spear aren't just skills. They're a manifestation of authority. With a final blow, the boss collapses, and a message flashes on the screen. You have cleared the Goblin Mage Gate. But that's not all. Another notification appears. Sky of Apocalypse sponsors you. As his stats improve slightly, the raid comes to an end, and the team steps out of the gate. Outside, Chu Yong and Hung Su shower praise on the super rookie, even suggesting he might already be nearing the level of the guild leaders. Meanwhile, some members approach Xianggu, voicing their frustration about his failure to recruit such a talented player. Xianggu merely smirks, reaffirming that his offer still stands. He turns to Li Zhongyang, emphasizing that his guild is strong and can help him grow even further. He also offers a warning. The road ahead will be fraught with danger, and having a powerful guild by his side would be invaluable. Li Zhongyang thinks Xianggu has hit the nail on the head. For a moment, he wonders if his savior has somehow discerned his true intentions. But from what he knows of the future, Hamdal lacks the ability to see what lies ahead. Xianggu continues, emphasizing that the North Army Guild won't remain silent for long. They will come after Li Zhongyong, but if he joins the Li Guild, he'll be untouchable. In a bold move, Xianggu raises the stakes, extending his hand and inviting Li Zhongyong to join the Li Guild. He even offers him the position of Vice Guild Master. The other members gasp in disbelief, and Li Zhongyong is taken aback. Though he feels a deep sense of gratitude, he ultimately declines the offer. He appears apologetic, unable to meet Xianggu's gaze, but Xianggu cuts him off, insisting he shouldn't feel that way. He already knows Li Zhongyong is after something much larger. Just then, Li Zhongyong receives a message. He glances at his phone and sees it's from the association, urgently requesting support. They need 100 hunters stationed outside the North Army Guild. As Xianggu takes in the vast scale of the gathering, he realizes that other guilds must be joining the North Army as well. This revelation prompts Li Zhongyong to wonder if Yongsu has already infiltrated the association and begun manipulating events from within. That night, Yin Xiang sits at the guild headquarters, frustration boiling over. He slams his fist onto the table, grappling with the question of when everything began to unravel. He reflects on the moment his childhood friend Choi Yongsu and his brother Choi Yongsung Gunter began to change. He remembers it clearly. It all started after they met that man. Yongsu, once rough around the edges yet kind-hearted, has transformed into someone who views ordinary people as mere cattle. Meanwhile, Gunter carries himself with an air of superiority, believing everyone, hunter or not, is beneath him. Their descent into darkness has culminated in murder, as they now seek to eliminate Li Zhongyong simply for daring to stand up to the North Army Guild. To him, no sane person would behave that way. He believes the North Army Guild is crumbling, yet he can't abandon his friends. Just then, a mobilization alert arrives, compelling him to confront a difficult question: justice or friendship. Deep down, he knows his choice. In an empty warehouse, he picks up the phone and calls Li Zhongyong, requesting a private meeting. Li Zhongyong nods in agreement. As he introduces himself, Yin Yang remains silent, choosing not to share his own name. What truly captures attention is Li Zhongyong's audacity. He's ventured here alone, fully aware that no one else is around. Li Zhongyong affirms this, stating he's indeed on his own and that there are no traps in sight. Without wasting any time, Yin Cheng cuts to the chase, advising him not to respond to the mobilization call. Li Zhongyang furrows his brow, questioning why. Yin Xiang replies, "My guild is involved in this operation. As a new hunter, you might not be aware, but many hunters can be violent and ruthless. Gunter, in particular, is one of the worst. Encountering him on the street is already perilous, but facing him inside a gate, that's a whole different level of danger. So, if you understand all of this, why do you choose to stay in a guild like this?" Lee Jong-yong doesn't take warnings lightly. Is he really expected to skip the raid just because Gunther might strike? Echoing Ying Xiang's words, he questions whether the North Army Guild is a chaos guild. While most sponsors are benevolent, some are downright malevolent. The missions they assign can range from assassination to mass slaughter. Guilds formed by hunters serving these dark entities are known as chaos guilds. Yin Xiang attempts to deny the accusations, but his efforts fall flat. Lee Jong-yong counters, asserting that if it weren't true, Yin Xiang wouldn't feel compelled to warn him. Given the unjust treatment he has received from the guild, Lee Jong-yong is convinced that Yin Xiang can't genuinely refute the claims. After enduring repeated insults directed at his guild, Yin Xiang finally snaps, drawing his weapon with a fierce glare. He warns Lee Jong-yong to refrain from mocking the guild any further. Lee Jong-yong responds by drawing his weapon, declaring, Yin Xing knows better than anyone that the North Army Guild has been corrupt ever since Choi Yong-soo and Yong-sung took charge. Then, he poses the real question. Who is that man? Yin Xiang is taken aback by this. As he exits the warehouse, he reflects on how quickly Lee Jong-yong has matured. Just a month after his awakening, the young man had already reached the level of an A-rank hunter. Yin Xiang believed he understood everything about Lee Jong-yong, yet it seemed Lee Jong-yong possessed knowledge that surpassed his own. He even knew about that mysterious figure. This left Yin Xiang pondering, who exactly is Lee Jong-yong? In the future, Yin Xiang would earn the titles of Dragon Slayer and Siegfried. However, the name that would resonate most with people would be Immortal Siegfried. Lee Jong-yong claimed to have slain the Demon King's avatar and the fearsome Bone Dragon. As a reward, the sponsors bestowed upon him an extraordinary power, immortality. However, during the impending war against the Demon King, while under the command of Choi Yong-sung, he faced betrayal from his childhood friend, Yong-soo. Now, in the present, Lee Jong-yong is determined to win Yin Xiang to his side, no matter the cost. Partly due to his strength, but even more so because of his unwavering heart. Lee Jong-yong stands as the glue holding his crumbling guild together. The following day, he returns to his routine raids, bravely clearing the land of the undead. However, by the end of the battle, his spear shatters, disintegrating into dust in his grasp. This troubling occurrence has become increasingly frequent ever since his authority leveled up. Normal weapons simply can't withstand his power. Before the mobilization begins, he has one last task: to acquire a new weapon. He makes his way into the city and enters a blacksmith shop that feels like a portal to the Middle Ages. Inside, he discovers a young smith with striking red hair, completely absorbed in his craft. The boy instructs him to wait until he's finished. As Lee Jong-yong watches him hammer the metal, he can't help but feel a sense of awe. He never anticipated meeting this man so soon. This is Park Jae-hyun, one of the hunters who transformed into a dwarf, destined to become the greatest blacksmith of all time. After 4 long hours, the future legend finally completes his work. He notices his visitor and inquires about his identity. Lee Jong-yong, slightly taken aback, explains that he has come to commission a weapon. He then asks if Park works alone in this forge. This question raises Park's suspicions. Why would someone seek out a seemingly insignificant smith like him for a weapon? And why inquire if he is the only blacksmith here? Lee Jong-yong gestures toward a different hammer hanging on the wall, realizing that another blacksmith must share the workshop. Park admires his keen observation and confirms that someone else does indeed use the space, though he insists it's nothing significant. Then, with a curious look, he poses the real question: why has Lee Jong-yong come to him? Lee Jong-yong replies simply, "My sponsor sent me." Park is taken aback. A sponsor led him here directly. He can hardly wrap his mind around it. But Lee Jong-yong knows he must accept it. For according to the Demon King's autobiography, Park is also under the direct guidance of his own sponsor. The text reveals that Park Jae-hyun once forged weapons for the Demon King himself. However, when the 12 heroes chose their allegiances, Park made a pivotal decision to break away and began crafting weapons for them instead. The book suggested that if Park had remained with the Demon King until the end, history itself could have taken a different turn. With that in mind, Park finds it reasonable to trust Lee Jong-yong. After all, sponsors can be quite peculiar. Yet, despite this newfound perspective, he still declines the job. Lee Jong-yong inquires about his reasoning. Park replies simply, "I'm unhappy with the fire in this workshop. Because of that, I haven't accepted any clients." Upon hearing this, Lee Jong-yong smirks. Having anticipated Park's skepticism, he extends his hand, confidently asserting that he can conjure the fire he needs, subtly showcasing his mastery over the flames. However, Park remains unconvinced. A mere flicker of fire in Lee's palm holds no weight for him, and he retorts, "I've seen tricks like that before." He even claims he can create a flame that small himself, but then he freezes in awe. Li Zhongyong pushes his power to new heights, conjuring a blue flame so intense it could alter everything. Stunned, Park asks how he accomplished such a feat. Li Zhongyong replies confidently, "I don't just use fire, I rule it absolutely. That settles it." Park eagerly accepts the challenge, and a week later, the weapon is complete. When Li Zhongyong returns, he is met with a massive, foreboding spear that seems fit for a demon king. Even he can't help but be awed by its imposing presence. Park explains that while he couldn't craft the shield Li Zhongyong desired on his own, he did forge the spear, imbuing it with the fire-based abilities Li Zhongyong had requested to the best of his skill. He adds that this is the extent of his abilities for now. Yet, even this limit surpasses what ordinary hunters can achieve. As Li Zhongyong examines the status card, he discovers it's a unique rank weapon. Typically, monsters drop only normal to rare gear, and even renowned blacksmiths rarely produce anything beyond super rare. Attaining a unique item is nearly impossible unless it's given directly by a sponsor. Moreover, this spear has the ability to grow stronger, suggesting that he may never need another weapon again. Just when it seems perfect, Park reveals that it's still not complete. His usual partner is absent, so he asks Li Zhongyong to return later. If Li brings the weapon in periodically, Park can continue enhancing its power. Grateful, Li Zhongyong bows, eager to collaborate again in the future. Park then notices something else, the soul-collecting avatar. He asks Li Zhongyong if he received that from his sponsor as well, remarking that the sponsor clearly isn't ordinary. Park adds that the avatar gives off an unsettling vibe, suggesting that Li Zhongyong is likely using it incorrectly. This prompts Li Zhongyong to check his bracelet. He admits he had a hunch all along, and if Park is correct, he realizes he likely won't be able to summon his avatar until the gate mobilization concludes. Yet he's gained something even better than he anticipated, a unique new weapon. As he retrieves it from his inventory, he begins to contemplate his chances of winning this entire ordeal. He understands that if Chang joins him, his chances of success will significantly increase, but that moment hasn't arrived yet. However, if the autobiography is to be believed, Chang will eventually become his ally. With 2 weeks remaining before the gate mobilization, he resolves to train harder than ever. Strength is his only focus. Just then, a pack of monsters charges at him, interrupting his thoughts. Li Zhongyong races back, fully aware that hunting monsters is the key to his strength. However, 2 weeks is hardly sufficient time, leaving him no room for sleep. Before he knows it, those 2 weeks vanish in the blink of an eye. At the North Army Guild headquarters, Gundar stands before his people, a sense of urgency in the air. As a message materializes, the ruler of Riverside directs his attention to them, ready to deliver his address. He declares that everything is in place, and after today, the North Army Guild will ascend. From this moment, they will make their name known not just across Korea, but throughout the entire world. To ignite the spirits of his comrades, Gundar unleashes his aura, feeling its intensity. Chang observes the sheer power radiating from him, and realizes that Gundar has finally reached the pinnacle of A rank. On the other hand, Kuyangsu is equally impressed. He observes that everything is unfolding precisely as that individual had planned. Moreover, it appears they have met the criteria to become heroes. Meanwhile, after demonstrating his power, Gundar bellows that today the world will tremble at the name of the North Army Guild. The crowd erupts in excitement, yet they are enveloped in a blue glow, giving them an eerily vacant appearance. As the crowd cheers for their leader, Gundar's thoughts betray him what he truly desires is the title of king. Though I may not be fond of him, there's no denying he makes for a formidable villain. Meanwhile, Kim drives Li Zhongyong to their meeting spot. During the ride, she glances at him, concern etched on her face. "Are you really going through with this?" she asks. "You know you could die, right? The North Army is far worse than you realize." She recalls a recent incident where a guild that had entered a gate alongside the North Army was completely wiped out. Naturally, since everyone perished inside, there's no tangible evidence. Yet the truth is unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongyong expresses his certainty that they were responsible. Suddenly, Kim slams on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt. She turns to him, her voice rising in anger. Even with all this in mind, he still intends to go. She insists that the association values Li Zhongyong too much to punish him if he decides to back out. "Nothing matters more than your life," she pleads, desperation lacing her voice. Seeing her in such distress, Li Zhongyong can't help but offer a faint smirk. He tells Kim that he understands the importance of survival. He didn't enter the situation lightly. He has a plan, and he intends to show those men the true value of a human life. As their conversation wraps up, they arrive at the location where the other hunters have already gathered. The press is there as well, eager to capture a sensational story for their YouTube channels. But that's not all. Song-gu is also present. Spotting him, Lee Jung-young approaches to chat. He inquires why Song-gu decided to show up, especially since the Lee Guild had already been turned down for the raid. Song-gu replies with conviction, stating that he has declared the North Army Guild his enemy and the super rookie his friend, so he can't just sit this one out. Then he catches sight of Gunder, who flashes a wicked grin before striding away. Song-gu attempts to stop Lee Jung-young, fully aware that his efforts are futile. He warns him that Gunder is much stronger than most realize. Although the association lists him as B ranks, he has actually reached A rank status. But Lee Jung-young is already well aware of that. Song-gu finds himself at a loss for what to do. He admires Lee Jung's growth and takes a seat on a nearby bench, declaring, "I want to keep watching you grow. I'll wait here until you come back out." To Lee Jung-young, however, this sounds like a colossal waste of time. He questions Song-gu, asking why he would do that. Song-gu replies matter-of-factly, "If you don't come out, I'm not letting the North Army Guild walk away. You've got to hand it to the bald guy. He's undeniably badass." Even Lee Jung-gant hid his surprise at Song-gu's audacity in claiming he could take out an entire guild on his own. Just then, an announcement echoes through the air, signaling that the raid is about to commence. Everyone is urged to make their final preparations and gather together. With that, Lee Jung-young bids farewell to Song-gu and joins the line, ready for what lies ahead. As the hunters begin to pass through the gate, Lee Jung-young reflects on the tales surrounding this place. The Lin River Gate, where Choi Yang-sung rose to heroism and where Gundyr and countless hunters met their demise. But this time, history will not repeat itself. It will be rewritten. With unwavering determination, Lee Jung-young steps forward, declaring that the glory of this place will belong to him. But as soon as everyone steps inside, chaos erupts. A strange beam of light materializes near the gate, and Gundyr's face twists into a wide, unsettling grin. "It's starting," he declares. Suddenly, a message flashes before them. Due to the gate's unique properties, its magical value is fluctuating. Panic spreads among the hunters. No one had foreseen this. Meanwhile, the man monitoring the gate's energy suddenly begins to shout. He announces that the gate's difficulty has escalated from B class to B+. To me, that doesn't sound too alarming, but the hunters around me understand the gravity of the situation. Remarkably, Lee Jung-young remains composed, as if he anticipated this change. Just then, a flurry of messages appears, signaling that the gate's special trait is activating. The gate's exit has been sealed, just as the message foretold, its color shifting ominously as it locks shut. Panic spreads among the hunters, their fears escalating as they realize they might be trapped inside. Suddenly, more messages flash before them. Countless incarnations have gathered in one place, and the sponsor is watching closely. The magical density is on the rise, and with it, the hunters experience an overwhelming surge of power, as if their very bodies are ablaze. But the intensity only escalates. Countless incarnations flood through the gate, capturing the sponsor's keen interest. As the magical energy swells, the man tasked with measuring it nearly collapses under the pressure. He watches as the number suddenly escalates. "The gate is A class," he says, his voice betraying his shock. The revelation leaves everyone else speechless. It's common knowledge that clearing an A-class gate requires a hero-class hunter, and despair quickly washes over the group as they realize their grim fate. Yet, amidst the chaos, Lee Jung-young remains composed, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the panic surrounding him. He understands that this reaction is only natural. This place is about to become their graveyard. Harsh but true. He observes Gunder, Yang-so, and In-chang, noting their calm demeanor. It confirms Lee Jung-young's suspicion they had anticipated this outcome. It's not surprising considering this stage was designed for them. Finally, a message appears announcing that the wave will begin shortly. Gunder steps forward, urging everyone to calm down. "I understand your confusion," he says, his voice steady, though internally he feels shaken by the sudden spike in difficulty. Yet, he knows he must maintain composure. "Gates have always been unpredictable," he continues. "Accidents can happen at any moment, but the key is not to give in to despair. We must focus on survival." I, Choi Young-soon of the North Army Guild, will clear this gate with you, he declares. Suddenly, an ominous message flashes before them. The ruler of the riverside is attempting to dominate the area. Instantly, the hunters' eyes glow blue, their expressions turning vacant. Yet, despite their dull gazes, they begin to shout in fervent support of Gundar's hollow speech. Survival comes first, they chant, rallying themselves as they prepare for the impending attack. All of this stems from Gundar's authority over Riverside. With his rule, his leadership and incitement become 3 times more potent in that area, making his forces more likely to obey his commands. However, an unexpected twist occurs. The influence of the Sky of Apocalypse resists Gundar's forced manipulation. Thanks to this celestial phenomenon, Lee Jong-young maintains a clear mind, while everyone else succumbs to Gundar's control. Despite everything, it's his first encounter with such authority, and he's taken aback by how effortlessly Gundar can rally so many people at once. As Gundar and his trusted men remain mounted, Yang-su inquires whether they should join the fray. Gundar shakes his head, recalling the warning from his mysterious ally. The waves from this gate will persist for quite some time. They must conserve the North Army Guild's strength for the battles ahead. Even Yang-su is taken aback by his brother's words. Gundar presses on, insisting they stick to the plan. They will safeguard the guild's true strength while allowing the fools who join the raid to be sacrificed. This revelation leaves Yang-su feeling uneasy. Is his brother truly willing to let them all perish? Not quite. Gundar insists on the need for survivors to share their story once they escape. He reiterates his command. The entire North Army Guild must conserve its strength until he gives further notice. However, Yang-su remains skeptical. He argues that Gundar's influence won't deceive people indefinitely. If the North Army Guild continues to hold back and never takes the lead, the other hunters will quickly catch on. Gundar explains that's precisely why he emphasized being as discreet as possible. He intends to send the weakest members ahead as a shield, just enough to deflect any suspicion. Yang-su can hardly believe what he's hearing. Suddenly, Gundar catches Lee Jong-young's piercing gaze fixed on him. In that moment, Gundar realizes that Lee Jong-yong has already unraveled his plan, and he knows he must eliminate him swiftly. He beckons to Chang, his loyal companion. Gundar has never revealed the full extent of his plans to Chang, knowing that his soft-hearted nature would make it difficult for him to accept. Yet, Chang's unwavering loyalty and exceptional skills remain invaluable. Gundar instructs him to keep a close watch on Lee Jong-yong, and when the opportunity arises, to eliminate him. Chang is taken aback, but Gundar firmly insists that this decision is for the greater good of the North Army Guild. After a moment of hesitation, Chang reluctantly agrees. As the wave begins, the hunters prepare themselves for the impending battle. Suddenly, fish-like monsters known as mermen emerge from the river, causing the hunters to ease their tension just a bit. Mermen aren't typically regarded as high-ranked monsters, so the group believes this will be an easy victory. They charge in recklessly, prompting immediate concern from Lee Jong-young. He cautions them that even seemingly weak monsters can pose a serious threat if one acts carelessly. The battle unfolds by the riverside, and that location holds significant importance in this encounter. A moment later, the mermen unleash powerful jets of water from their mouths, slicing through the front line. Lee Jong-yong shouts for the wounded to be pulled back and urges his troops to hold their ground. Yet, he hesitates to join the fray. He knows he must assess the battlefield first. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolds before him. Gundar commands his men to charge, intent on annihilating the enemy. The North Army advances, leaving Lee Jong-yong bewildered by Gundar's decision to deploy his own guild members so soon. With Gundar's invigorating leadership, the North Army presses forward, and the other hunters rally behind them. Yet, even against the low-ranked mermen, they find themselves becoming increasingly overwhelmed. A single blow is enough to severely injure the North Army hunters, forcing them to retreat for treatment. Observing from a distance, Lee Jong-yong quickly grasps Gundar's strategy. Gundar has deliberately sent in the guild's weakest fighters, using them as sacrificial lambs to placate the others. Despite his concerns, Lee Jong-yong believes this situation is preferable to his worst fears. He unsheathes his weapon, steeling himself for the impending battle. Meanwhile, Chang observes Lee Jong-yong's determined stance and recalls their last conversation. He realizes that Lee Jong-yong was right all along. The North Army Guild is corrupt to its core. Chang understands that if things continue down this path, countless hunters and guild members will pay the ultimate price. He recalls Gunder's order and the trust placed in his loyalty, causing him to hesitate once more. Perhaps the guildmaster has a larger plan in mind. Just as he begins to sort through his thoughts, a commotion erupts on the battlefield. The other hunters watch in astonishment as Li Zhongyong steps forward, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the monsters. His blade slices through the mermen one after another, and bodies begin to fall at an alarming rate. In mere moments, he decimates countless foes, bringing a wave of relief to the hunters who now have such a formidable ally by their side. Most of them remain unaware of his identity, as he is still relatively unknown. Even Chang is taken aback by the spectacle before him. Just 10 days ago, he believed Li Zhongyong was only at his level. Has he truly surpassed his limits? Before long, notifications flash across the screen, announcing that the wave has come to an end for now. A rest period begins. While some sponsors bestow blessings upon their hunters, others lend their support to the enemy. However, Li Zhongyong receives a different message entirely. The Sky of Apocalypse is exceedingly pleased with his performance. His stats triple. He gains numerous levels, and he unlocks the title of Merman Hunter. But that's not all despite his exhaustion. He notices even more sponsors taking a keen interest in him. The Guardian of the Long Lance and the Symbol of the Spherical both wish to support him, yet the King of the Drenched radiates hostility. Li Zhongyong is taken aback, pondering whether he could attract multiple sponsors like the mightiest heroes. However, the ominous Sky of Apocalypse swiftly dispels that notion, driving the others away and shattering Li Zhongyong's hopes in an instant. The other hunters rush over, eager to learn his identity, the guild he represents, and where he hails from. Yet he remains shrouded in mystery, simply stating that this encounter is far from over, with many waves still to come. He warns them that, given this is an A-rank gate, they must remain vigilant if they hope to survive. The hunters nod in understanding, using the brief respite to recuperate as much as possible. As they return to their respective groups, Li Zhongyong glances back at Gunter, who is glaring at him with unbridled fury. A small grin spreads across Li Zhongyong's face. He anticipated this reaction. Gunter was attempting to win over the hunters by intervening at just the right moment. But Li Zhongyong has other plans. He intends to dismantle Gunter's scheme, ensuring that the hunters choose him instead. He checks his status and discovers he has already reached level 24. Despite the perilous environment of the gate, a sense of satisfaction washes over him. He believes this could propel him to level 30, laying a solid foundation for his growth. If he plays his cards right, he might even attract the attention of other hunters. As the waves of monsters begin to surge once more, the hunters rally together, and by the fourth wave, they finally manage to clear it. Yet, even Li Zhongyong appears visibly exhausted by that point. The others are in dire straits as well, and this time, 4 lives are lost. It leaves everyone questioning whether any of them will make it out alive. Li Zhongyong is furious. He had hoped for 0 casualties, but that was never a realistic expectation. Frustration boils over as he directs his anger toward Gunter and the North Army Guild, demanding to know why they still aren't fighting with the seriousness the situation requires. The main force remains in the back, conserving their energy, and the hunters are far from foolish. The others rally around him, noting that not a single member of the North Army has fallen or even sustained an injury. Li Zhongyong confronts Gunter, urging him to either engage in the fight or admit he's content to let others sacrifice themselves for him. Gunter's fury boils over as he realizes his entire plan is unraveling before his eyes. His plan to use disposable members to clear the waves has been laid bare. Even the low-ranked guild members have caught on to the fact that they were merely used as bait, and their restlessness is palpable. Fueled by anger, Gunter feels that this opportunity, meant for him, is being snatched away by this bastard. Yet, he resolves to hold his ground for the moment, determined to see how the situation unfolds. Despite everything he's witnessed, he still feels a significant gap between himself and Li Zhongyong. It seems Li has been shouldering the burden of battle all along, wearing himself thin in the process. Just as the 5th wave begins, a new threat emerges from the depths, a colossal water golem. The hunters stare in disbelief, unsure of how to confront such a formidable foe. The water golem unleashes its first attack, launching a massive water cannon. Dodge! Li Zhongyong shouts, and the team narrowly escapes as the blast creates a deep crater. The sheer force of the attack sends ripples of panic through the hunters. Despite their fear, they muster the courage to fight back. The ranged hunters release a volley of arrows, but to their dismay, the arrows simply pass through the water golem, leaving no mark. the frontliners find themselves at a loss. Their attacks seem futile against the creature that disregards physical blows. Anxiety ripples through the group as they ponder how to defeat a monster that seems invulnerable. Just then, Li Jiangyang steps forward, spear in hand and determination in his eyes. With a powerful leap, he strikes the golem squarely in the face. To everyone's astonishment, it actually takes damage. The hunters watch in disbelief, realizing that he can inflict harm on a foe they couldn't even scratch. Curiosity begins to swirl among them as they ponder his true identity. Li Jiangyang, however, remains composed as he unveils the secret behind the gate. It's brimming with magic power, he explains. Instead of holding back, we should channel that energy into our weapons. One archer hesitates, recalling that low-ranked hunters typically lack this ability. But determination sparks within her, and she decides to give it a try anyway. To her surprise, she quickly masters her aim and looses an arrow at the water golem. This time, it strikes true, inflicting damage, and the others begin to feel a surge of confidence. With their attacks finally effective, they charge in once more. Meanwhile, Li Jiangyang observes the golem steadily taking damage, but he understands that these efforts alone won't be enough to bring down a high-ranked monster like this. He has one final move left. Channeling flames into his spear, he takes aim at the golem's chest. To defeat it, he must shatter the magic core within, but the timing isn't quite right. He bides his time, waiting for the perfect opening. Then, it arrives. The water golem readies another water cannon, while everyone else frantically scrambles to evade its attack. For Li Jiangyang, this was the perfect opportunity. The golem's core lay exposed, and he knew this was his moment. With all his strength, he hurled his spear, watching it fly through the air and strike the monster before it could react. The spear pierced its chest, shattering the core in a brilliant explosion of energy. Li Jiangyang emerged victorious, and in an instant, messages began flooding in. He defeated the mid-boss, drawing the attention of several sponsors. Some were amazed, while others fixated on a particular incarnation. With a swift motion, Li Jiangyang called back his spear, which soared into his hand like a boomerang. "It's a skill called Return," he explained, "gained when my must-spell spear leveled up." He casually remarks that it's useful, leaving the other hunters in stunned silence. Then, one of them recalls a rumor they heard on the news, a mysterious hunter who wields a long spear and shield. That hunter, known as the monstrous newbie dubbed the Super Rookie, is standing right before them. The crowd erupts in excitement. Some believe Li Jiangyang is at least A ranks, while others speculate he might already be at hero class. For the first time, a sense of relief washes over them as they become convinced that this super rookie can lead them to victory and ensure their escape. Meanwhile, Li Jiangyang continues to check his messages, his focus unwavering. He leveled up once more, reaping rewards for defeating the golem, including a rare water gem, and earning the achievement, One Who Defeated the Water Golem. To top it off, the Sky of Apocalypse smiled upon him, further enhancing his stats. With newfound attention from other sponsors, Li Jiangyang felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the possibility of becoming multi-sponsored like the other legendary heroes. Once again, the Sky of Apocalypse reveals its displeasure, causing everyone to retreat. It seems jealousy is in the air. This infuriates Li Jiangyang, who declares that he would abandon his current sponsor if it weren't for the overwhelming power of his special player trait. Then a thought strikes him. Demon King 2 also rejected multiple sponsors until the very end. This realization hits hard just how incredibly strong the Demon King became under the same constraints. This only deepens Gunter's respect for the Demon King. Meanwhile, he finds himself pushed to his limits as he observes Li Jiangyang. Gunter struggles to comprehend how Li Jiangyang has grown so powerful in such a short time. He had believed Li Jiangyang was merely B tier, but now he appears to be on the brink of A rank. This realization drives Gunter to the edge, and in a fit of frustration, he shouts Li Jiangyang's name. Just then, Enchang approaches from behind, urging him to move quickly. He realizes this wasn't part of Gunter's plan and insists he can't just stand by while more lives are lost. Gunter whirls around, fury etched on his face, but Enchang stands his ground. If the plan has failed, he urges, then they need to devise a new one and take action. He also tells Gunter to let go of his obsession. Gunter understands the implication. It's time to abandon the pursuit of Li Jiangyang. His face flushes with rage as he declares, "That's nonsense. I won't be outdone by some rookie." He stands tall, proud of the North Army he has built, determined to become a hunter who will support the world. With a fierce resolve, he summons his weapon and commands his guild to unleash their full power to clear the gate. Under Gunter's authority, the guild members rally with fervor, and he boldly declares that a king's pride never bends. But then, he turns to witness something he never anticipated. Enchang has stepped away from his side and discarded his helmet. A flashback reveals the significance of that helmet. Gunter had gifted it to him himself. When Enchang was appointed vice guild leader, Gunter worried that his gentle demeanor might be a liability among the more hardened members, so he presented him with the helmet as a symbol of strength and protection. Since that moment, it had symbolized Enchang's unwavering loyalty to Gunter. But now, Gunter misinterprets the dog's actions as a bite, and in a fit of anger, he crushes the helmet beneath his foot. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield, he watches his men march bravely toward their impending doom. Meanwhile, the North Army hunters finally prepare to unleash their strength amidst the chaos of war. They charge in fiercely, quickly beginning to cut down the mermen, eager to flaunt their strength. Yet standing next to Li Jiangyang, their efforts seem almost insignificant. In the shadow of the super rookie, their attacks appear minuscule. Even they recognize that Li Jiangyang operates on an entirely different level. The other hunters breathe a sigh of relief, grateful to have him on their side, confidently declaring that with the rookie here, this wave should be a breeze. Despite the chaos of battle, Li Jiangyang remains relentless in his rampage. Just then, another message flashes before him. He's leveled up once more. A smile spreads across his face as he explains that, although it may seem like he's exhausting his stamina, he's actually recovering and growing stronger with each level gained. Out of nowhere, a merman attempts to ambush him from behind, but a timely warning alerts him just in time. Li Jiangyang swiftly takes down his opponent, only to be approached by a white-haired girl who warns him to watch his back. With a hint of sarcasm, he responds, but then the truth hits him. This girl is none other than the notorious A-rank hunter, Zhang Hyojin. Realizing who she is, he quickly distances himself from Enchang and dives back into the fray, ready to continue the battle. Enchang's heart sinks as she fears that Li Jiangyang is disappointed in her. Yet, she refuses to linger in despair. Determined to prove herself, she declares that she'll do whatever it takes and leaps into the fray, eager to show Li Jiangyang that her departure from the guild was driven by a desire to save others. As the ninth wave finally comes to an end, the aftermath reveals a devastating toll. The scene is chaotic, filled with the cries of the wounded and the desperate pleas for potions and healers. People clutch their injured friends, their faces etched with fear and despair. Even Li Jiangyang is visibly shaken by the horror unfolding before him. "This is hell," he mutters, reflecting on the grim reality that they entered with over 100 people, and now more than half lie dead. Just then, Enchang approaches from behind, concern in his voice as he asks if Li Jiangyang is all right. "I'm fine," he replies, though the weight of the moment lingers heavily in the air. Suddenly, members of the North Army burst in, hurling accusations at Enchang, branding her a traitor and worse. They threaten her, ominously declaring they'll see if she makes it through the raid alive. Enchang lowers her head, visibly wounded by their words. Li Jiangyang watches in disbelief, shocked that they would treat her so cruelly, especially considering her former position as vice guildmaster. This guild, devoid of morals and quick to kill without hesitation, had always viewed Enchang's unwavering sense of justice as a liability. Once the scumbags have departed, Li Jiangyang turns to Enchang, questioning whether she regrets standing by his side after turning her back on the North Army and the friends of her youth. Enchang responds firmly, stating that it's precisely because she cares for them that she chose to leave. She can no longer bear to watch them tread down the wrong path. Li Jiangyang cautions her that Gunter won't take this lightly, but Enchang stands resolute, prepared for whatever may come. Suddenly, a message flashes across the screen for all hunters. The final wave is beginning, and the boss of the Lin River Gate has emerged, the River Worm. The ground trembles beneath their feet, sending a wave of fear through the crowd as every hunter instinctively turns toward the river. Then, from the depths, a colossal shape rises, so immense that it seems as if the river itself is standing up. Before them lies the river worm, a colossal worm-like monster that instills sheer terror. Its immense size and the pressure it exudes paralyze the hunters, leaving them frozen in place, unable to move or even utter a word. The thought of defeating such a creature seems unfathomable. Even Li Jiangyang stands in awe of the beast's magnitude. Yet, beside him, Enchang remains composed, suggesting that the North Army, or more likely, Guildmaster Choi Yongzong, must have a plan to take it down. Li Jiangyang's eyes widen in surprise as she reveals her thoughts. The enigmatic figure supporting Gunther from the shadows must have equipped him with something crucial for this mission. Clearly, Gunther has a strategy in place to confront the boss. However, before they can pursue the Riverworm, the North Army has another objective in mind. They intend to eliminate the other hunters first, ensuring that no one interferes while Gunther attempts to clear the gate on his own. They turn to see the North Army forces led by Choi Yang-sung approaching. In Chang instructs Li Jiangyang to prepare for battle. The other hunters are taken aback. At a moment like this, are they truly expected to fight one another? Sensing their hesitation, In Chang steps forward. The North Army Guild is using everyone here for their own gain, he declares. They aim to eliminate anyone who isn't one of their own, clear the gate by themselves, and claim all the glory. She boldly declares herself Zhang In-chang, the former Vice Guild Master of the North Army, and warns that an attack is imminent. For anyone who doubts her, she invites them to step back and witness the chaos. For once, she and Li Jiangyang fall. The rest will surely follow. Li Jiangyang watches her unwavering stance with admiration. Just as expected from the legendary Dragon Slayer, she grows even stronger in the face of adversity. In Chang takes her stance, ready to confront them. After listening to her, the other hunters decide to join her cause. If they're destined to die, they prefer to go down fighting. As both sides prepare for battle, Gunther simply grins, dismissing their efforts as futile. He declares that nothing will change. The North Army Guild's plan will proceed as intended. Gunther raises his weapon and calls out the monster's name. The command resonates, and the riverworm begins to draw in the river water. Once it has consumed enough, it unleashes a powerful spray, sending torrents of rain cascading down over the battlefield. Li Jiangyang quickly grasps the significance of Gunther's actions. He summoned the riverworm to reshape the battlefield to his advantage, locking his gaze on Gunther. Li Jiangyang understood that Gunther aspired to be the hero of this raid, the War King Gunther. As he prepared for battle, doubts crept in. Would the power he had amassed today, despite the relentless strain, be enough? Gunther met his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked on the peculiar fire surrounding Li Jiangyang. Even in this downpour, it refused to be extinguished. Li Jiangyang finally resolves to charge forward. He has no choice but to confront Gunther head-on, but his opponent is far from weak. Gunther manages to block the attack, yet something feels amiss. Li Jiangyang's mastery over fire seems to be affecting Gunther even without a direct strike. The moment he realizes this, a sly smile spreads across Li Jiangyang's face. He finally spots the weakness and unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. Gunther can do little more than defend, and Li Jiangyang seizes the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow that sends him crashing away. As Gunther flies through the air, his body begins to tremble. Confusion washes over him. What kind of trick is this? They're battling by the riverside, where his A-range powers should be significantly enhanced, yet this rookie is overpowering him. Li Jiangyang explains that when he first entered the gate, he was indeed weaker. Gunther, visibly frustrated, demands to know if a sponsor granted him a massive power boost in such a short time. Li Jiangyang shakes his head, insisting that's not the case. While Gunther and his men cowered in the back, he faced the dangers head-on, growing stronger by hunting monsters. This only deepens Gunther's confusion, prompting him to ask for clarification. Li Jiangyang scoffs, declaring that even if he explained himself, Gunther wouldn't understand, and it hardly matters now. He knows his fate is sealed. As he raises his stance once more, Gunther realizes he can't win in a direct confrontation. Quickly, he commands the riverworm to shield him, and it swiftly positions itself between them. With a mocking laugh, Gunther taunts Li Jiangyang, claiming he's become arrogant simply because of his sponsorship. However, he also gained power from that enigmatic figure power far beyond anything Li Jiangyang could have ever imagined. He vows to teach him a lesson and demonstrate the true greatness of that mysterious benefactor. But then, the worm strikes without warning, catching Li Jiangyang completely off guard. In that moment, he realizes the creature is defending Gunther just as it would its own offspring. As the worm slithers up behind Gunther, Li Jiangyang seizes his chance. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges forward at full speed, catching Gunther completely off guard. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, In Chang and Yang Zhu are locked in their own fierce struggle. Neither is holding back. Both are intent on claiming victory at any cost. As their clash stirs up a swirling cloud of dust, Yang Zhu seizes the moment to close the distance. With a taunting smirk, he tells In Chang that she still has the option to drop to her knees and beg for mercy, promising to spare her. He questions her belief that Li Jiangyang can defeat Gunther, insisting that the North Army Guild will emerge victorious. But In Chang stands firm, refusing to yield. She demands to know what happened to him. Have he and his brother forgotten the oath they once made to protect humanity together? Her words cut through the chaos as they continue to fight, each strike fueled by their swirling emotions. They clash again and again, neither willing to give the other a moment's respite. Back at the mountain, the river worm looms ominously, its eyes glowing a chilling blue, while Li Jiangyang and Gunter have vanished from sight. In a moment of desperation, Li Jiangyang has taken a bold gamble, forcing both himself and Gunter into the creature's gaping maw. Inside, Gunter, drenched in sweat, can hardly believe what they've done. "You're insane for trying something like this," he exclaims, panic lacing his voice, but Li Jiangyang interrupts, his resolve unwavering. "This was my plan all along," he replies, determination shining in his eyes. He stood poised, waiting for the riverworm to engulf Gunther. When a riverworm protects its young, it swallows them whole, keeping them safe within its body. And regardless of the species, worms are dry on the inside, a peculiar detail that would soon prove crucial. Li Jiangyang was clearly ready for this moment. With determination, he thrust his spear deep into the worm's inner flesh and unleashed a torrent of flames. He explains that within the worm's stomach, the riverside power Gunter received from his sponsor is halved, while his own fire control intensifies significantly. Suddenly, system messages flash before him. Muspel's spear has absorbed the flame, temporarily boosting its fire resistance and increasing its attack power. As a result, the river worm begins to burn from the inside, writhing in agony as flames erupt from its mouth and body. The hunters outside are momentarily captivated, halting their battle to witness the monstrous spectacle before them. Meanwhile, inside, Gunter finds himself engulfed in flames, cornered, and with no escape in sight. Despair washes over him. In his mind, he can hardly believe this is happening. He was destined for the throne. Panic overtakes his expression as he grapples with the shattering of his plans, dreams, and hopes. In a fit of rage, Gunter charges at Li Jiangyang, demanding to know his true identity. Unfazed, Li Jiangyang stands his ground. In a swift motion, he drives his spear through Gunter's body, igniting a blaze that consumes him from within the worm. As the battle concludes, Li Jiangyang finally believes he can catch his breath. But just then, his soul-collecting avatar unexpectedly activates. A message reveals that it has absorbed the soul of a hero, Gunter, causing the bracelet to emit a radiant glow. This confirms Li Jiangyang's suspicions. The avatar doesn't require monster souls. It craves human souls specifically, those of individuals who have risen to greatness time and again, the ones known as heroes. As this realization sinks in, more messages begin to materialize. The ruler of Riverside has fallen, severing all ties with their sponsor. Li Jiangyang stands in shock. Did Gunter's sponsor perish as well? He contemplates the possibility that eliminating the hunter might also mean eliminating the sponsor. Yet, the Demon King's book insists that sponsors are immortal. Just then, a black portal materializes, and a sinister crow with piercing red eyes emerges from its depths. As Li Jiangyang takes notice, the crow begins to speak. "You still haven't answered Gunter's final question," it causing him to pause. In that moment, he realizes this is the first hunter he has ever slain. Not a monster, but a man. A chill runs through him as he understands he is treading the path of a demon king, not a peaceful soul. Yet, deep down, he knows he must go even further. He resolves to change this world, willing to bear any shame or sin. He vows to surpass even the Demon King. In that moment, he answers the crow, declaring himself the Demon God. As those words echo, the sky of apocalypses acknowledges his choice. The crow, seemingly pleased, remarks that his answer is intriguing and promises that they will meet again soon. With that, it departs. Li Jiangyang instructs it to relay all information to its master. Shortly after, the riverworm succumbs as well. This prompts a new wave of notifications, accolades for its greatest contributions, the essence of water, and the triumphs of hunting the riverworm and mastering the river. He levels up, then collapses, his body still engulfed in flames. The hunters pause their battle, eyes fixed on the monster's lifeless form, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, Li Jiangyang emerges from the mist, victorious, prompting cheers and praise from the onlookers. However, not everyone shares in the celebration. Yin Cheng calls out to him just as Qu Yangsu storms over, fury etched on his face, furious that his brother has been defeated. He leaps down, consumed by blind rage, and launches himself at Li Jiangyang, accusing him of destroying everything that happened to his brother. His voice echoes with fury as he rages about their shattered plans and efforts. The force of his attack is so overwhelming that Li Jiangyang begins to falter. But just as Yang Su prepares to swing again, Li Jiangyang seizes an opportunity and counters with precision. He slams his shield into Yang Su's stomach, sending him hurtling through the air. Yang Su crashes against a cliff wall, yet he struggles to rise again. Determined, he forces himself back to his feet, ready to fight once more. But Li Jiangyang is quicker. In an instant, he closes the distance, aiming his spear directly at Yang Su's head. It's then that Yang Su realizes just how close he is to death, and he finally goes still. As Li Jiangyang speaks, he emphasizes that hunters were granted their powers to protect humanity during this crisis. Those like Yang Su and his brother, who prey on the vulnerable, do not deserve to be called hunters at all. Yang Su seizes with anger, but with a flaming spear pressed against his neck, he finds himself unable to move. Yet Li Jiangyang has witnessed enough bloodshed for one day. Determined to avoid further pointless bloodshed, he turns away, urging Yang Su to live with his regrets. Yet, Yang Su remains unchanged. As he watches Li Jiangyang's retreating figure, a glimmer of hope ignites within him. The instant Li Jiangyang looks away, Yang Su seizes the opportunity. With a chilling gaze, he retrieves a weapon from his inventory, aiming to stab Li Jiangyang in the back. Just as Li stands vulnerable, In Chang suddenly appears, stepping in between them. With a swift motion, she slices through Yang Su in a single, decisive strike. At last, the wicked brothers receive their just deserts. Betrayed by someone he once considered a friend, Yang Su gasps in disbelief, questioning how she could do this. But before he can finish, he collapses to the ground, blood pooling around him. Nearby, the soul-collecting avatar absorbs yet another hero's essence. Li Jiangyang turns to In Chang, concern etched on his face. "Are you okay?" he asks, but her expression reveals the truth. She is far from fine. Racked with guilt, she blames herself for not intervening sooner with Gunter and Yang Su, believing this tragedy could have been averted. Li Jiangyang reassures her, insisting that she is not like the others, and their sins do not belong to her. Yet, In Chang refuses to accept this. She feels defeated, vowing never to wield a sword again, and to live in repentance for the North Army Guild's transgressions. With that, she turns and walks away, leaving Li Jiangyang troubled by her heavy words. He wonders if she truly intends to quit, but deep down, he knows he won't allow her to remain broken forever. For now, all he can do is watch. With the battle behind them, the surviving hunters make their way to the gate exit, where a throng of reporters and cameras awaits. As the association guards struggle to hold the crowd back, the reporters quickly realize that Gunter and Yang Su are nowhere to be found. In the background, the remaining members of the North Army Guild stand silently, their presence hinting that the man in front must have been the one to lead the raid. With his identity still shrouded in mystery, this news sends a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Questions erupt from all directions, demanding to know what transpired inside and who orchestrated their victory. Just then, Shanggu strides up behind Li Jiangyang, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He addresses the reporters, declaring, "This man is the rumored C-rank super rookie." At that moment, the reporters erupt with excitement. Not only is this the super rookie's first public appearance, but Shanggu, the leader of the renowned Li Guild, clearly recognizes him. Yet, Shanggu isn't finished. He adds that the hunters have just returned from a grueling gate and need time to recuperate. He believes that everyone should honor the survivors and mourn the brave souls who didn't return. His words resonate with the crowd, prompting a wave of applause that offers the hunters a fleeting moment of solace. Yet, there's little to celebrate. This was a gate where 110 people ventured forth, but only 39 emerged alive. The weight of that loss casts a somber shadow over Li Jiangyang's face. Meanwhile, the black crow that had been spotted at the gate materializes on Earth. It swiftly returns to its master, a man with an eye patch, who greets the crow, Hyo-jin, with evident satisfaction. The crow begins to relay everything it has gathered about Li Jiangyang. It reveals that he was already aware of the river worm's manipulation and had knowledge of the scheme to transform Gunter into a hero. Li Jiangyang continues to grow stronger by hunting monsters, boldly declaring himself the demon god. Intrigued by this claim, the Eye Patch Man resolves to meet the survivors of Lin River Gate in person to uncover the truth of what transpired. He instructs his assistant to make the necessary arrangements, but his plans don't stop there. He also declares that the North Army Guild has outlived its usefulness and must be eliminated immediately. The assistant nods in agreement, assuring her that he'll manage it through the media. Later, In Chang arrives at the North Army Guild headquarters, a place that once thrived with life. As she steps inside, a wave of nostalgia washes over her. Memories flood back, echoes of laughter, the bustling crowd, and Gunter's familiar voice. Now, the silence is palpable, and the emptiness tugs at her heart. With a heavy sigh, she confesses to herself that she's weary of the hunter's life. She is approached by a few former guild members who reassure her that she did nothing wrong. They explain that Yang Su and Gunter simply paid for their sins, but their support doesn't end there. They bow before her, pleading with her not to give up. One member, speaking as a father, expresses his desire to live honestly and declares his willingness to atone for the crimes committed by their guild. Cheyan insists that this isn't their burden to bear. As the last captain of the guild, she declares that the punishment falls solely on her shoulders, not theirs. However, the former members resist her claim, revealing that there's something she still doesn't understand. One of them steps forward, confessing, "We're murderers." Cheyan is left speechless, the weight of their words crashing down around her. Meanwhile, Xianggu meets with Li Jiangyang over sodas. Curiously, he asks if exposing him to reporters after the raid was a mistake. Li Jiangyang shakes his head, insisting it was the opposite. "If anything, it helped me become famous. Since that incident, he has skyrocketed to superstardom. It's easy to see why, after all. A rookie clearing a special gate and jumping from B ranks to A rank is practically unheard of. Now, he's the headline story splashed across newspapers and TV screens. The news of this former C-rank hunter rising to A rank has captivated the public, and people are starting to label him an underdog. However, Xianggu feels that title is misplaced. To him, an underdog should embody the struggles of the people. Li Jiangyang, on the other hand, takes no offense at the label. He remarks that such a title hardly suits a hunter like him, especially without a faction to back him. Nevertheless, Xianggu feels a sense of relief that his interference hasn't caused any trouble for his friend. But then, the atmosphere changes. Li Jiangyang decides it's time to discuss his next move and inquires how Xianggu discovered his intentions. Xianggu, puzzled, asks for clarification. Li Jiangyang elaborates, asking how Xianggu knew he intended to leverage hero-making to his advantage. It seems that the concept of heroes is foreign in this era. The people here believe that heroes emerge solely from a sponsor's will, luck, and perfect timing. However, Li Jiangyang, hailing from the future, understands the truth. Xianggu struggles to grasp this idea. "Are you saying heroes can be made?" he questions, skepticism lacing his voice. He isn't easily convinced by such notions. Li Jiangyang asserts that Xianggu is already aware of his intentions given his connection to Asgard. At that moment, Xianggu's fury ignites. His eyes blaze with intensity, and a golden aura envelops him. The sheer force radiating from him is so powerful that it sets the nearby swings into motion, leaving even Mr. Eyepatch taken aback. He senses the overwhelming energy and realizes that something extraordinary is unfolding. Back with Li Jiangyang, he finds himself reeling from the sudden pressure. Xianggu urges him to calm down, then demands to know how he discovered the truth. Li Jiangyang explains that from their very first meeting, he suspected Shangul was aligned with Asgard. Confused, he asks why Shangul pretended to understand the plan and even offered his assistance. Xianggu admits that he had his suspicions all along. Li Jiangyang's growth is astonishingly rapid, and his thought process reveals an understanding that surpasses others. Yet, it was Li Jiangyang himself who allowed Xianggu to see through the plan intentionally. When Xianggu is asked why he believes that, he finds himself at a loss for words. In response, Li Jiangyang unveils the truth. He aspires to join Asgard, the elusive group of formidable hunters. Xianggu is left speechless, while Lu Wangyang wears a knowing smile, convinced that the real battle is just beginning. Later that night, he summons Qian for a conversation. When she arrives, she asks why he wanted to meet. Skipping the small talk, he directly invites her to join his side. Qian hesitates, stating that her role ended at Lin River Gate. Now, she has lost the North Army Guild, the family she once believed in, and with it, her sense of purpose. She laments her own inadequacy, insisting that she isn't capable of doing anything significant. But Li Jiangyang interrupts her, asserting that she possesses real value. He sees a future filled with potential for her, yet Qian stubbornly refuses to listen. Anger coursing through her, she trembles as she accuses him of speaking as if he knows everything. Then, with a heavy heart, she concedes that he was right. The North Army Guild was indeed a disaster, and she was just another discarded piece in that mess. Li Jiangyang senses the gravity of her words, realizing that something significant must have transpired to alter her so profoundly. Concerned, he asks her to share what's troubling her. It's then that she unveils the shocking truth she recently discovered. Deep within the guild, the situation was far worse than she had ever imagined. Under their leader's orders, the members had mercilessly taken countless lives, including those of helpless civilians. The weight of this reality sends a chill down Li Zhongyang's spine, while Qian collapses to the ground, as if her entire world is crumbling around her. Memories flood her mind how the guild had once coerced an innocent civilian into lying about Li Zhongyang, but that was just the beginning. They had been secretly eliminating ordinary people connected to those events, revealing the chilling truth. Guildmaster Choi Yong-sun truly viewed normal people as nothing more than pests. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyang comes to a stark realization. The situation is far worse than he had imagined. For someone as principled as Qian, this truth is painfully brutal. If things continue down this path, he risks losing the future Dragon Slayer before she even has a chance to rise. She's already starting to crumble under the pressure. Determined to act, he quickly devises a plan and asks her what she would do if a similar crisis were to occur again. Gates have opened, hunters have awakened, and monsters are on the prowl. Compared to those wielding such power, ordinary humans stand little chance of fighting back. If this kind of abuse is occurring in a small guild like the North Army, it's likely happening elsewhere as well. He insists that these crimes are probably widespread, and questions whether she intends to turn a blind eye to them all. His words stir something within Qian, prompting her to open her eyes and rise to her feet. But Lin Yang continues his impassioned plea. He declares his desire to end the suffering and mend the world's wrongs. He can't bear the thought of anyone else enduring what she is going through now. Yet Qian remains unconvinced. She questions whether he truly believes he can achieve such a monumental task. Despite having witnessed his strength and character firsthand, she reminds him that he knows little about the hidden forces that govern this world. She mentions Mr. Eye Patch, noting that before a monster like him, other hunters seem insignificant. Admitting her own weakness, she asks Li Zhongyang if he truly knows a way to confront him and change the world. In that pivotal moment, Li Zhongyang understands that this is his chance. He leans in and reveals his deepest secret. He's from the future. She stands there stunned, while he continues speaking as if nothing extraordinary has just happened. He warns her of an impending cataclysm, one that will claim countless lives and lay waste to everything in its path. When that day arrives, they will need the strength of the North Army Guild's former vice guild leader. He reminds her that the association will reach out to them soon. With a serious tone, Li Zhongyang urges her to meet him there and to reflect on everything until then. With that, he departs, and they both make their way home. The following morning, Li Zhongyang tunes into the news, only to discover that all the crimes of the North Army Guild have been laid bare. What catches him off guard is the astonishing level of detail in the report. It raises a troubling question in his mind. Was this information prepared in advance, a calculated move to dispose of useful pawns the moment they became a liability? As he continues to watch, an unsettling turn of events unfolds. The soul-collecting skeleton begins to glow with an otherworldly light. The avatar is finally awakening, ready to be born into existence. Li Zhongyang's excitement surges as he realizes the moment has come. The bracelet has successfully absorbed the souls of Gunter and Yangsu, along with the water golem's gem and the essence of the river worm. Suddenly, a message appears, instructing him to call forth the avatar's name to summon it. With anticipation bubbling inside him, he calls out to Yanmu, and a floating skull materializes before him. This is the avatar itself, inquiring if its master summoned it. However, instead of excitement, Li Zhongyang feels a twinge of disappointment, questioning if this is truly all he received. He had envisioned a magnificent bone dragon, while Yanmu, sensing his unease, wonders what's amiss. As the day unfolds, Li Zhongyang diligently hones his abilities. Drawing from the autobiography of the Demon King, he reflects on a profound truth. Magic power is akin to the very atmosphere that surrounds them. Many heroes have pondered whether they are truly harnessing the full extent of that power. They searched for ways to harness the full force of magic, tapping into the mana stream, but Li Zhongyang still struggled to achieve that. He explained that the Demon King's method for extracting maximum power was difficult to replicate, as the notes were frustratingly vague. Yet, a looming disaster was on the horizon, one that he couldn't prevent. When it struck, today's A-rank hunters would plummet to a mere C+. To survive, Li Zhongyang knows he must grow stronger. However, that task has proven more challenging than he anticipated. Just when he feels overwhelmed, a text from Kim interrupts his thoughts. She's outside and ready to take him to the association. The message sends a jolt of anxiety through him. This is it, their long-awaited meeting. With his heart racing, he makes his way downstairs, and soon Kim is driving him toward the association headquarters. As they walk, she observes that she's never seen him this nervous before, not even when he faced the Lin River Gate where death loomed. She can't recall a time when he appeared this unsettled, and for a moment, she wondered if he was even human. But seeing him now, her doubts fade. After all, meeting the head of Korea's association is enough to rattle anyone. Kim urges him to relax, believing that the president simply wants to meet him and the other Line Rivergate survivors to discuss their achievements. She insists it's not because Lee Yong-yang did anything wrong, but deep down, he knows that's not the case. Over 50 lives were lost at Lin River Gate, including the leaders of the North Army Guild. He's certain this isn't a meeting to celebrate their success. There's another reason the president summoned them to him. This is more of an interrogation in disguise. Once Kim grasps his intent, she realizes how naive she has been. They continue their drive in silence. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-young reflects on his last conversation with Xianggu, who had warned him that joining Asgard wasn't a choice he could make alone. Xianggu, known as Heimdall among the 12 heroes, had expressed his discontent with the direction Asgard had taken. What began as a noble group dedicated to aiding humanity soon spiraled into chaos. When the Demon King first encountered Xianggu, he was already at odds with Asgard but felt trapped with no escape. He briefly joined the organization, only to leave alongside Heimdall. Now, Lee Jong-yang intends to infiltrate the group even earlier than the Demon King did, determined to leverage its resources to strengthen himself until he no longer relies on them. They soon arrive, and Lee Jong-yang steps into the president's office. To his surprise, the president is none other than Mr. Eyepatch, the very same man the North Army Guild had answered to. He was the one who had instructed them to sow chaos, and he frequently appeared in the Demon King's diary, Jang Hyojin. This is a figure Lu Zhongyang cannot afford to overlook. Lee Jong-yang isn't entirely confident he could defeat him at this moment. They exchange greetings, and the president introduces himself as Jang Hyojin, extending his hand. Lee Jong-yang shakes it and shares his name in return. However, the president swiftly drops the pretense, demanding to know who Lee Jong-yang truly is. With a shadowy expression, Jang Hyojin asserts that Lee Jong-yang is already aware of everything, rendering any act unnecessary. He openly admits to having granted the North Army Guild that power. As Lee Jong-yang processes this revelation, a line from the book echoes in his mind. Do not trust anything about Odin. Everything about him is a lie. Despite this unsettling reminder, he remains unfazed, already aware that Jang Hyojin was the mastermind behind it all. Observing his lack of reaction, Jang Hyojin's disappointment grows, prompting him to revisit Lu Zhongyang's file once more. He observes that the man before him is anything but ordinary. Upon awakening, he single-handedly dispatched dozens of goblins, even taking down the goblin chieftain. After being rescued, he was initially rated C rank, but in just 2 months, he ascended to A rank. He defeated the formidable river worm and cleared the Lin River Gate all on his own. Such remarkable growth is unprecedented, which is why Jang Hyojin finds himself so intrigued by him. Yet one question lingers in his mind. Why did Lu Zhongyang kill Gunther? Lee Jong-yang dismisses Gunther as merely a tool he had been nurturing, his anger palpable at the loss. As those words hang in the air, it dawns on Lee Yong-yang that Jang Hyojin has witnessed everything through his crow. He replies that he only killed a hunter who attacked him, and asks if that's a problem. Naturally, it is. Lee Jong-yang has destroyed one of Jang Hyojin's pieces without permission, but to him, it's hardly a significant loss. Gunther was merely a pawn after all. Then, cutting straight to the point, he tells the association president that he wants to join Asgard. Jang Hyojin is taken aback by Lee Jong-young's boldness, remarking that he finds him quite intriguing. Yet a question lingers in his mind. Does Lee Jong-yang truly understand what Asgard represents? Lee Jong-yang confidently explains that Asgard was founded by the first hunters to protect humanity. He then boldly declares that Jang Hyojin is Odin, the king of Asgard and the leader of this clandestine group. With that, Lee Jong-yang reiterates his request. He wants to join. Jang Hyojin couldn't help but feel intrigued by his relentless determination. According to the Demon King's autobiography, Odin was said to possess a terrible personality. His seemingly kind facade was nothing more than a mask. Beneath it lay a pettiness and cruelty that surpassed most. Yet, even he had a weakness: his insatiable curiosity. Odin's thirst for knowledge knew no bounds. He would even engage with his enemies if it meant uncovering something new. Suddenly, Zhang Hyojin bursts into laughter. "How do you know all this?" he asks, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "About Hu Jin, the river worm being controlled, and how you seem to know everything. You even figured out how I've gotten stronger so quickly by hunting monsters." As he watches Zhang Hyojin's excitement, Li Zhongyang feels a surge of satisfaction. His risky gamble has paid off. Just as the book predicted, Zhang Hyojin's insatiable curiosity has made it impossible for him to refuse. There was another reason Li Zhongyang had the upper hand. Zhang Hyojin's eye of truth had no effect on him. This only piqued Odin's interest further. However, the Sky of Apocalypse was not one to tolerate interference with its players' minds. In response, it sent a warning to Zhang Hyojin's sponsor, the Explorer of Truth. Zhang Hyojin finally concedes, allowing Li Zhongyang to join Asgard. However, he warns that the journey won't be easy. Li Zhongyang must first pass a series of entrance tests, originally intended for Gunther after his ascension to hero status, but Zhang Hyojin assures him that if he succeeds, he will be welcomed as an official member of the team. There's just one condition. Li Zhongyang must accept a mental restriction that prevents him from disclosing anything about this meeting, while Asgard remains concealed. Without hesitation, the restriction is imposed. Once it's done, Li Zhongyang heads to a nearby coffee shop to sort through his thoughts. As he sips his drink, he reflects on the apocalyptic sky, realizing it not only obscured Odin's gaze, but also nullified the mental restriction placed upon him. Fortunately, Odin remained oblivious to the situation. This left Li Zhongyang pondering whether his sponsor had the ability to shield against all mental attacks. Just then, En Chang arrived, and the two engaged in conversation. Li Zhongyang inquired if the president had made any unusual requests, to which she replied that he had not. Instead, he merely expressed his sympathy for the North Army Guild and the unfortunate events that had transpired. Despite everything, En Chang is filled with anger for not having the courage to confront Zhang Hyojin about the terrible things he did to her friends. Li Zhongyang reveals that the president had initially intended to deal with En Chang as well, knowing she was aware of his true nature. However, for some unknown reason, he chose to let her go. Curiosity piqued, he asks why she thinks that is. En Chang shakes her head, expressing her confusion. After all, someone as powerful as the association president could easily frame even an innocent person like her. Li Zhongyang reveals the harsh truth, and Zhang holds no value to him. Whether dead or alive, the president perceives her as no threat, which is why she remains unharmed. He further explains that the destruction of the North Army Guild was a calculated warning to the other guilds he supports. Overwhelmed by this revelation, and Zhang breaks down in tears, realizing just how insignificant she truly is to him. "That's exactly why you should work with me," Li Zhongyang insists. "I'm going to change the world, and for someone who's already hit rock bottom, joining me can only lead to better things." En Chang feels a warmth rise to her cheeks at his words, and in that moment, she makes her decision. She will join Li Zhongyang. Later that night, they gather at their usual haunt, the abandoned factory. En Chang looks at Li Zhongyang, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "So, what's the plan?" Li Zhongyang smiles, revealing that she has secured a sponsor from within the Lin River Gate. "What rewards did you get?" he asks, intrigued. With a flourish, En Chang produces a shimmering orb. "My sponsor, Prince Charming, gifted me this a dragon bloodstone." Li Zhongyang's eyes light up with satisfaction. Everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. The Dragon Bloodstone is incredibly rare. Only 3 have ever been mentioned in the Demon King's diary. It was also the crucial item that completed the immortal Siegfried. When En Chang unexpectedly offers the Dragon Bloodstone to Li Zhongyang, he is taken aback. He asks her if she understands its true value, but she shyly concedes that he clearly knows far more about it than she does. She continues to urge him to take it, and eventually he relents, though it feels surreal to finally receive the very item he desired. He questions whether she's truly okay with giving up a sponsor item that could benefit her in the future. En Chang responds that it's a gift for the person who believed in her and recognized her worth. Li Zhongyang accepts the gesture, though deep down, he knows this isn't the wisest decision for En Chang. The entire situation leaves him bewildered. Perhaps En Chang isn't who he believed her to be. Maybe she's simply too trusting. It's a dangerous flaw, but still. The ominous sky of the apocalypse seems to smirk as it observes its unwitting sponsor. Afterward, Li Zhongyang makes his way to Sipar Chaeyun once more. Once the pleasantries are exchanged, Chaeyun inquires about the purpose of his visit. Before responding, Lee Jong-yong examines Jae-hyun's items using his status bar. He surveys the array of weapons on display, impressed by their strength and craftsmanship. However, Jae-hyun notes that they are all still unfinished. The fire issue in his workshop has improved slightly, thanks to Lee Jong-yong, but acquiring quality materials remains a significant challenge. Lee Jong-yong understands that this struggle is simply part of the process. Skill is crucial, but the right materials are equally important. Before the cataclysm, a master smith like Jae-hyun struggled to find quality resources. Then, Lee Jong-yong unveils the reason for his visit, producing the dragon bloodstone that En-chang had given him. As the stone gleams in the light, Jae-hyun's eyes widen in disbelief. He slams his hands on the table and exclaims, "What on earth is this?" He had never encountered a mineral quite like this before, leaving him utterly stunned. Lee Jong-yong quickly interjected, reminding him that this wasn't a gift. Jae-hyun scoffed, retorting that only a fool would part with something so valuable. Lee Jong-yong could only think of one person who might actually do that. Shaking off the thought, he asked to borrow Jae-hyun's hammer and made his way to the anvil. Jae-hyun senses the impending action, his eyes widening in alarm. Yet, Lee Jong-yong remains composed. He carefully sets the dragon bloodstone on the anvil and instructs Jae-hyun to watch closely. With a steady hand, he raises the hammer, channeling his authority into the strike. Panic floods Jae-hyun as he shouts for him to stop, but Lee Jong-yong brings the hammer down with determination, shattering the bloodstone in two. Jae-hyun stands there, utterly stunned, as if his spirit has been shattered. Lee Jong-yong, sensing his shock, quickly steps in to clarify. He explains that this is the correct method for utilizing the stone. According to the Demon King's book, dragon bloodstones have the ability to regenerate after absorbing sufficient blood. In essence, they can be duplicated. With that revelation, Lee Jong-yong instructs Jae-hyun to attach one half of the stone to Muspel's spear, emphasizing the importance of not refining or altering it in any way. The other half will be forged into a great sword. He selects a design inspired by the legendary Siegfried's magic sword, and Jae-hyun can hardly contain his excitement. He's eager to begin immediately. In fact, he even offers to do it for free, thrilled at the opportunity to work with such a rare material. Later, within the confines of a gate, En-chang and Lee Jong team up to hunt monsters. Their upgraded weapons perform flawlessly, with the stones embedded in them absorbing orc blood and beginning to regenerate. En-chang beams with excitement over her new great sword, remarking that although she has never wielded one before, it feels entirely natural in her hands. Lee Jong-yong inquires about the recovery of her stone, and she replies that it has reached a level 2. He speculates that stronger monsters will further enhance the regeneration rate. En-chang remains astonished that there's a method to utilize the bloodstone in such a way. The prospect of multiplying it brings her joy, making her thankful she entrusted it to Lai after all. However, their pleasant moment is abruptly interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. A massive orc, the ogre warrior, stands as the formidable boss of this gate. It lunges forward, and Lee Jong-yong barely manages to dodge in time. Panic sets in as he realizes En-chang is not by his side. He calls out her name, and as the dust settles, he spots her bravely standing her ground, blocking the ogre's attack, all on her own. She deftly deflects the blow, sending the monster flying back, leaving the gate boss stunned by her incredible strength. It's no wonder, after all, the immortal Siegfried's great sword has withstood countless dragon attacks. But En-chang doesn't stop there. She charges forward, swiftly cutting the monster down. With a decisive downward slash, she cleaves the ogre warrior in two. As the raid concludes, the team gathers outside the gate to catch their breath. Lee Jong-yong turns to En-chang, expressing how reassuring it is to have her by his side, causing her cheeks to flush deeply. He then adds that the time is drawing near. They must be ready to leave in just 2 days. With the deadline looming, he proposes they continue hunting relentlessly until then, determined to hone their teamwork. This is their best chance at survival, and En-chang is on board. Deep down, Lee Jong-yong steels himself for Odin's test. At last, the night before the challenge arrives. As he rests in his room, thoughts of tomorrow swirl in his mind. He believes he and En-chang have done everything they can in such a short time, yet En-chang still hasn't earned the title of Siegfried. Perhaps hoping for an early resolution was too much to ask. Just then, the doorbell rings, and he heads to answer it. Standing at the door is Xiangwei, who wastes no time. He looks Lee Jong-yong squarely in the eye and warns him not to go tomorrow. The stakes are far higher than those at the Lin River Gate, and if he proceeds, he could lose his life. As the weight of Xianggu's words sinks in, Lee Jong-yong understands that his friend is being utterly sincere. Xianggu continues, the urgency in his voice palpable. He reflects on how long he's pondered Lee Jongyong's knowledge of Asgard, his motivations for wanting in, and what his true intentions might be. Ultimately, he concludes that none of that matters much. He simply trusts him. This leaves Lee Jongyong bewildered. How can someone he met by chance place such unwavering trust in him? Xianggu is equally uncertain. It's just a feeling in his gut, and he's decided to follow it. Despite the warning, he reiterates his advice not to go tomorrow. Odin has already set his sights on Lee Jongyong, and he will inevitably find his way to Asgard, test or no test. He inquires if Lee Jongyong has chosen an alias, noting that without one, his chances of survival may dwindle. Yet, Lee Jongyong stands firm. He expresses his gratitude to Xianggu for his concern, but insists it's unnecessary. No matter the odds, he vows to return alive. He still has much left to accomplish. Then, the day finally arrives. Lee Jongyong and Ing Cheng step into what resembles an airport, both clad in sleek black suits. There, they are greeted by Kim, who guides them onward. Upon seeing her, Lee Jongyong offers his congratulations on her promotion, but she humbly attributes her success to him. Due to his impressive performance, she was rewarded with the responsibility of overseeing him. She felt a swell of pride managing a hunter selected for an international expedition to represent Qi Bao. As Qi Bao mentioned that the gate would soon open, she hoped fervently that they would both return safely before he departed. Even In Chang can't help but be impressed by Kim's cool demeanor. Soon, he and Lee Jongyong arrive at the gate to London, where an association member gestures for them to enter. As they step into the city, they are greeted warmly by the event's hosts. To In Chang's surprise, Lee Jongyong speaks English fluently, deepening In Chang's trust in him even further. But the reason behind it is grim. In the future, if you can't speak English, people hardly treat you like a human being. So, he had no choice but to learn. The hosts guide them to their rooms, encouraging them to rest. They also mention a party for the hunters gathered for the Gate expedition, suggesting that the Korean team should attend. That night, they decide to go. Chang grumbles about her frustration with not knowing English, wishing she could understand what others are saying about them. Lee Jongyong responds candidly, revealing that while some people welcome them, others are making racist remarks. Just then, a massive man unexpectedly bumps into someone, his imposing size sending a ripple of unease through the room. He gazes at the Korean hunters, questioning if these are truly the two he was expecting. He had anticipated Chinmu from Korea, not these two youngsters. Without hesitation, he begins to hurl insults at In Chang and Lee Jongyong, leaving them momentarily stunned by his imposing stature. Lee Jongyong then steps forward, clarifying that aside from Asgard, there are numerous secret groups concealed throughout the world. They bicker over gate rights, a dispute that ignited the battle of the great warriors. What was once a noble effort to protect humanity has devolved into rival factions vying for supremacy. This latest round of the Battle of Heroes was meant to feature Gunter, the hero renowned for his exploits at the Lin River Gate. Instead, Lee Jongyong has taken his place. From what he understands, even Gunter pales in comparison to this giant, leaving him to ponder whether history has shifted once more. Back at the party, the giant's anger intensifies as Lee Jongyong remains silent. Suddenly, a well-dressed man steps forward and tells the giant to calm down. With a confident smile, he extends his hand and says, "It's an honor to meet the underdog." After apologizing for his partner's behavior, he introduces himself as George, also known as Odysseus. The revelation leaves Lee Jongyong in stunned disbelief. This is Odysseus? Even in the Demon King's autobiography, George was a figure to be feared. He then instructs his partner to apologize as well. The man complies, introducing himself as Demetrius, also known as Hercules, the very same who will one day slay Odysseus. With a wicked grin, he extends his hand, clearly intending to crush Lee Jongyong's grip in that handshake. But before he can strike, In Chang intervenes, seizing Hercules' hand firmly. She tells him to back off, but Lee Jongyong has no intention of accepting that apology. Demetrius, amused, didn't expect anyone to confront him so boldly. The two engage in a fierce test of strength. Meanwhile, George watches in stunned disbelief as En Chang stands firm against the strongest hunter. Demetrius quickly gains the upper hand, tossing her aside with ease. As she regains her footing, a sharp pain shoots through her hand. It's broken. Demetrius chuckles, clearly delighted, and remarks that perhaps there's someone here with even more potential than the underdog. He then expresses his desire to meet the Korean hunters again. George, sensing the tension, apologizes once more and assures him that they will speak again soon. As the two exit the party, Lee Jong-young notices En-chang's distress and immediately asks if she's alright. It's evident that she isn't. While sipping a potion, she questions, do we really have to face someone like Demetrius? Lee Jong-young's expression darkens as he replies, yes. Yet deep down, he understands that conventional methods won't lead them to victory. According to the book, Hercules was an unstoppable force. Yet he harbored one significant weakness that prevented him from seizing control of the world. As the days rolled by, secret factions convened, sizing each other up in their clandestine meetings. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-young and En-chang bypassed the social gatherings, focusing instead on clearing raids. A man in a suit guided them to another gate, commending their relentless determination but cautioning them to conserve their energy for the challenges that lay ahead. Undeterred, they pressed on, leaving him waiting outside. As they step through the gate of the ogre tribe, Lee Jong-young declares that they will persist until they obtain what they need. En-chang nods in agreement, ready to lay out their strategy. We'll train just like we did in Korea, he explains, emphasizing a focus on defense. Even with all my skills, I can't afford to take a single hit from Hercules. That's why your role is crucial. As Lee Jong-young ventures deeper into the gate, he instructs her to wait. Alone now, En-chang reflects on her past. Guilt once gnawed at her, leaving her restless and uneasy. But now, a sense of calm envelops her, and even the messages from her sponsor have shifted. Where they once brimmed with anger and disapproval, they now carry a more positive tone and improvement she knows is thanks to Lee Jong-young. A short while later, he comes sprinting back, urgency etched on his face. The reason is clear. A horde of ogres is hot on his heels, led by the fearsome twin-headed boss. En-chang's heart races at the sight, and instinctively both of them start to flee. But that wasn't the plan. Lee Jong-young urgently calls out to her, insisting that she stand her ground, even as the monstrous creatures fix their gaze on her. He places his trust in her, assuring her that she can withstand their attacks. Choosing to believe him, En-chang turns and charges headlong into the ogres. To support her, Lee Jong-young summons his avatar, Yoon-moo, instructing him to use potions if she finds herself in real danger. With that taken care of, Lee Jong-young sets off to pursue the true reason for his arrival. The hidden piece that could turn the tide against Hercules. With the weight of his authority as the gang's leader, he cuts through the ranks of the other ogres. Finally, through the swirling flames, he discovers it at last, the hidden piece nestled within the gates of the B-rank ogre tribe. This formidable creature is an ogre so fearsome that even hero-level hunters tremble at its name. It possesses the terrifying ability to disregard fire authority, barreling through flames with relentless determination. Though it lacks the ability to wield magic, its fierce nature and raw power would earn it the future title of the Red-Eyed Ogre Mage. Meanwhile, in Korea, Song-gu bursts into the president's office, flinging the door open with a crash. The moment he steps inside, he confronts Jung Hyo-jin, demanding to know what he's up to. The assistant attempts to diffuse the tension, urging Song-gu to calm down, but Jung Hyo-jin waves him off, insisting it's fine for them to speak privately. Once they find themselves alone, Jung Hyo-jin's true mood surfaces. Anger radiates from him as he demands to know what Song-gu thinks he's doing. Instead of responding, Song-gu counters with a question of his own. Did you know all along? Jung Hyo-jin feigns ignorance, claiming he has no idea what the guildmaster is referring to. This only prompts Song-gu to press further, determined to uncover Jung Hyo-jin's true thoughts. With a deep sigh, the president conjures a barrier around them, declaring that now they can speak freely. He points out that this isn't Asgard's meeting room and questions whether Song-gu intends to disregard the rules. Unfazed, Song-gu counters, asking why Jang Hyo-jin is so concerned about side rules when Asgard's primary rule, helping humanity survive, has been neglected for far too long. That sets Jung Hyo-jin off, and he demands to know if Song-gu is attempting to lecture the leader of Asgard. Song-gu replies that he might have tried, but it seems the president has no interest in listening. Those words push Hyo-jin to his breaking point, and he leaps to his feet in fury. Yet Song-gu halts him with a single, powerful line. It's Hercules. Hyo-jin furrows his brow in confusion and asks for clarification. Song-gu reveals that Hercules is participating in this round of the Battle of the Great Warriors. Hyo-jin is taken aback. This is the first he's hearing of it. He had believed that Asgard was already assured victory in this round, leaving him to wonder if Olympus is now breaking that promise. Seeing Zhang Hyo-jin's reaction, Song Guo realizes the situation is even more dire than he had imagined. He had assumed that Li Zhongyong was sent there with the expectation that Hercules would join the fight. But it was clear that Hyo-jin was just as uninformed. Nevertheless, Song Guo presses on. "Are you really going to let Li Zhongyong die like this?" he demands, his voice tinged with urgency. "Do you even care about him?" In a desperate attempt to save his friend, Seonggu offers to confront the ogre himself, but Hyo-jin shakes his head, trying to calm him. "There's no need to panic," he replies, though the tension in the air suggests otherwise. He has no intention of allowing Li Zhongyong to die, even if it was never part of his original plan. Hyo-jin reveals that he has already imposed a mental restriction on Li Zhongyong. If he ever finds himself in danger, the signal will reach him instantly. He adds that Olympus has now violated their agreement, providing him with the perfect justification to ignite a war. This revelation takes Sung-gu by surprise. He begins to wonder if Hyo-jin had anticipated this all along. He reflects on how placing that restriction on Li Zhongyong was a foolish move, yet it might ultimately prove beneficial. Still, an unsettling feeling lingers within him, and he can't shake the sense that something is amiss. Unbeknownst to Odin and Handel, the mental restriction on Li Zhongyong has already been lifted by the sky of apocalypse. Back inside the gate, the red-eyed ogre mage frantically searches through the flames. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyong crouches behind a cluster of rocks, convinced that luring the creature with fire was a clever strategy. As he scans the area, his eyes land on a glowing red ore, the true prize he had been seeking. To him, this stone is the key that allowed the ogre to evolve into an ogre mage. He believes this ore will be crucial in his battle against Hercules, but there's no time for him to catch his breath. Suddenly, the ogre mage materializes behind him. Towering with fury, the creature makes Li Zhongyong realize he's made a grave mistake. Fortunately, he deploys a smoke screen to create some distance, but the ogre mage is relentless, quickly closing the gap and leaving him in a state of desperation. He questions whether he can truly defeat a monster said to rival Hercules. Suddenly, the ogre leaps into the air and crashes down with tremendous force. Now, Li Zhongyong has no choice but to confront it directly. He had hoped to conserve his strength for the battle against Hercules, but now he must fully commit. The ogre mage unleashes a powerful punch just as Li Zhongyong draws his spear and charges forward. But just before their clash, a message flashes before them. Someone has cleared the gate. In an instant, the ogre transforms into a blue, ghostly figure and vanishes, leaving Li Zhongyong breathless. He realizes how narrowly he escaped, muttering to himself that getting hurt in that moment would have landed him in serious trouble, even with potions on hand. Fortunately, Inchan has managed to defeat the boss just in time. Meanwhile, in London, the wait drags on. Hercules and Odysseus stand side by side, tension hanging in the air. Hercules remarks that the Korean hunters haven't made an appearance since the very first day. Odysseus suggests they're likely preparing on their own, but Hercules is growing restless. He yearns to visit a gate and blow off some steam, yet Odysseus quickly dismisses the idea. He doesn't want to deal with another headache because of him. Then, he reveals something crucial. Hercules came here against Olympus's orders. Yet, Hercules insists he had no choice. He was instructed to throw a fight he could have easily won, and as a warrior, he simply couldn't accept that. As a result of his defiance, Odysseus, who was meant to accompany him, ended up hospitalized. Odysseus has been concealing Hercules, and so far, they've managed to stay under the radar. However, it won't be long before someone from Olympus arrives to punish both Hercules for his disobedience and Odysseus for aiding him. Yet Hercules reassures his friend, declaring that he will protect him, no matter who comes. He then glances at Inchan, noting her potential. She seems somewhat capable, he muses, but I respect very few fighters. Odysseus can sense that something monumental is on the horizon, fueled by his excitement to confront the underdog alongside his partner. The following day, in their hotel room, Li Zhongyong and Inchan sit together. Inchan, eager and curious, asks if he plans to go hunting again and if she should join him. However, Li Zhongyong gently declines, reminding her that she hasn't fully recovered from yesterday's battle. Naturally, she blames him for it. Thanks to Li Zhongyong's antics, she has developed a rare trait that enhances her constitution and physical resilience. He even jokes about wanting to do it again, which leaves Inchan flustered. Instead of responding, she pretends to be busy, but her evasiveness only raises more eyebrows. Eventually, Inchan relents, agreeing to his suggestion, but insists he call her if anything goes awry. Lee Jong-yong strides into the bustling city, making his way to Alchemy Street. With a specific person in mind, he scans the area, but soon realizes he can't locate them directly. Instead, he decides to follow the strongest magical aura nearby. This instinct guides him straight to the shop he was seeking. As he steps inside, an orange-haired girl greets him with a warm smile. She looks strangely familiar. As Lee Jong-yong smiles, he feels confident he's found the right place. The shopkeeper greets him warmly, curious about what has brought him all the way from Korea, perhaps a special potion or a rare weapon. Instead, Lee Jong-yong inquires if she is someone specific. Upon hearing her name from a complete stranger, the girl freezes and her tone shifts dramatically. She inquires about his identity, sensing trouble on the horizon just as she's opened her shop. Lee Jong-yong responds with a hint of sarcasm, revealing that she is the younger sister of Brock, known as Part Jae-yeon, the greatest blacksmith of their time. He goes on to praise her skills, noting that they rival Jae-yoon's, and highlights her talent as an exceptional alchemist. In time, she will earn the esteemed title of blacksmith herself. Lee Jong-yong requests Yoo-jin to modify his weapon, and a week later, she completes the task. He had her melt down the red ore from the Ober tribe gate and coat Musbel's spear with it. However, after working with both the spear and the ore, Yoo-jin's suspicions deepen. She reflects on her journey, explaining how she left Korea and her ineffectual brother behind, coming to London in search of materials of this caliber. Yet, she admits, she has never encountered anything quite like what Lee Jong-yong has provided. Not even Olympus possessed materials of this caliber, leaving her to ponder the true identity of the man before her and how he acquired such treasures. Yet, Lee Jong-yong simply urges her to return to Korea. He assures her that if it's rare minerals she seeks, Korea can offer far more than England, especially with him around. Her surprise is palpable. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-yong contemplates that once these runes unite, they will enhance his strength immeasurably. Yet, Yoo-jin remains skeptical of this stranger. Are you really claiming you could acquire materials even Olympus can't? That's quite arrogant, she challenges. However, it's his unwavering confidence that piques her curiosity. Finally, the fateful day arrives. As the gate swings open, the entire world braces itself for what lies ahead. Inchan glances around and asks, "Are we really going to have to confront every hunter here?" But that's not how it works. Some people don't care about winning. Clearing the gate first is what truly matters. This thought eases Inchan a bit, as it suggests there may be fewer pointless deaths. However, Lee Jong-yong remains skeptical. Not everyone shares her kindness. Just then, Hercules and Odysseus make their entrance. The mere presence of Hercules sends a wave of tension through the crowd, all eyes drawn to him. Frustration bubbles within him, prompting him to snap at the other participants. However, Odysseus steps in, soothing his anger. With a deft maneuver, he redirects Hercules' fury toward Lee Jong-yong, who meets his gaze with unwavering intensity. The challenge ignites a spark in Hercules, fueling his anticipation for what lies ahead. After a brief exchange of greetings with Lee Jong-yong, the hunters step through the gate, ready for the trials that await them. Something feels off. Before they step inside, Lee Jong-yong warns Inchan to run the moment they enter, catching her by surprise. Despite the warning, he strides confidently through the Cadden Mountain gate. The instant they cross the threshold, a massive explosion erupts around them. Inchan, though not directly affected, feels a growing sense of unease about the unfolding chaos. Nevertheless, she resolves to follow Lee Jong-yong's orders and sprints away at full speed. Her heart races until she suddenly halts, spotting a severely injured hunter on the brink of death. Unable to turn her back on him, she rushes to his side, desperately attempting to save him with a potion. But as she realizes the grim truth, it becomes clear that her efforts have come too late. The hunter falls lifeless before her, and just as she processes the shock, another ferocious attack rushes toward her. She barely manages to block it in time, but the force of the blow sends tremors through her hands. The strike came from Hercules, who, despite the chaos, can't help but admire her resilience. "I'm glad I joined," he remarks, turning his attention to Inchan. And just like that, chaos erupts. As the battle begins, Inchan and Hercules unleash their full power. Hercules launches a brutal punch, but Inchan narrowly dodges, glancing back to see the area behind her reduced to rubble. Undeterred, Hercules presses on, unleashing a flurry of attacks while taunting her mercilessly. Inchan braces herself, halting the blow with her great resolve. This moment is the culmination of all her hard work. Despite Hercules' overwhelming strength rattling her entire body, she stands firm, relying on her relentless training. Lowering her stance, she prepares to charge forward. But Hercules isn't about to let her take the initiative. He can't help but marvel at the fact that someone this powerful still lacks a title. To him, it signifies that she has earned the privilege to face a special move he reserves for worthy opponents. As he powers up for his Savage Beast technique, a fireball unexpectedly strikes him mid-charge. In-chan freezes, turning to see the source of the attack, and a smile spreads across her face when she recognizes Lee Jong-yong. He rushes up from behind, urgency in his voice as he tells her they need to retreat for now. The two of them flee the scene, urgency propelling their steps. Hercules emerges from the flames largely unscathed but clearly irritated. Later, Lee Jong-yong and In-chan find refuge and discuss the chaos that unfolded. In-chan recounts how, the moment they stepped inside, an explosion erupted, claiming the lives of many hunters in an instant. She struggled to comprehend the situation until Lee Jong-yong revealed the truth. It had been an ambush, but not from the source she had imagined. Hercules wasn't responsible for the explosion. It was the hunters who triggered it, lying in wait for him as soon as he entered. Naturally, they stood no chance against the so-called strongest hunter, and Hercules unleashed his fury in response. Lee Jong-yong had anticipated this outcome, which is why he urged In-chan to flee. Yet the grim reality struck him. A third of the hunters had already fallen. In-chan, shaken, asked what their next move should be. She confessed that there was no way she could have withstood Hercules' last assault head-on. Lee Jong-yong steadied himself and replied, "Our first goal is clear. We must survive this A-rank gate." He draws his weapons, only to turn and face a pack of Katatan Lions A-rank monsters, and not the only threat he has to contend with. They swiftly eliminate the pack, but the danger doesn't end there. Afterward, Lee Jong-yong sends Yunmu out to scout the area. When Yunmu returns, he reports no signs of other hunters nearby. Meanwhile, In-chan begins the solemn task of burying the monsters they've slain. As Lee Jong-yong observes her, he can't help but think she's an odd character, perhaps just pretending to be eccentric. Once she finishes speaking, In-chan inquires about their plan. As Lee Jong-yong mentioned earlier, they have two options: clear the gate or eliminate the other hunters. She asks which path they will take, but he hesitates. Facing an A-rank boss might be too daunting for just the two of them. Yet Hercules might be an even greater threat. Nevertheless, the demon god already has a plan in motion. He declares that they will take down both foes, leaving In-chan momentarily speechless. Just then, Yunmu arrives, reporting that 3 hunters with skull tattoos are nearby, the very ones who ignited this chaos. Lee Jong-yong recognizes them as the ones who ambushed Hercules and urges In-chan to prepare for what's to come. Meanwhile, Odysseus and Hercules have successfully captured the 3 tattooed hunters, tracing Li Jianyang's fiery path. Odysseus reveals that these men are affiliated with Borgen, a ruthless North African organization notorious for its involvement in drugs, child trafficking, and various other heinous crimes. They were also responsible for the ambush on Hercules himself. Hercules, filled with fury, watches as the hunters plead for mercy, yet he surprises them with an unexpected revelation. He doesn't despise those who will do anything to win. In fact, he admires their tenacity. However, he makes it clear that even the most cunning must adhere to the rules, and these men have crossed a line with their ambush. Hercules dispatches them without a hint of mercy, reminding them to follow the rules in their next life. His sponsor nods in approval of the kill. As Hercules gazes at the spot where the men once stood, George interjects, grumbling that Hercules has no right to lecture anyone about rules, especially after defying Olympus and leaving Theseus in the hospital. Hercules brushes off the comment, shifting his focus to Li Jianyang, a fierce determination sparking in his eyes as he eagerly anticipates crushing his next opponent. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted as another group of hunters emerges, surrounding Hercules and George with menacing glares that suggest they're poised to strike. Believing these newcomers are allies of the men he just dispatched, Hercules steps forward to confront them. Exuding a chilling aura, he declares his enthusiasm for this kind of challenge before leaping into action. In the blink of an eye, it's all over. All that remains is a gruesome pile of mangled corpses and severed limbs. Gazing at the carnage, George remarks that Hercules has a rather terrible hobby and suggests he should at least wield a weapon when he goes berserk. Hercules, however, shakes his head in refusal. "You need your hands to truly savor the hunt," he replies. George doesn't harbor any dislike for Demetrius simply because of his strength. Rather, it's the chaos that surrounds them that troubles him. The man is no ordinary lunatic. He is a warrior consumed by his obsession with battle and victory. However, once the fight begins, he transforms into a ruthless killer, abandoning all reason. Even now, Hercules craves more and sets out to find Li Jianyang. This is precisely what George fears, the impending clash between Demetrius and the underdog. Meanwhile, Li Jianyang and In-chan make their way toward the boss area. Sensing a massive surge of magical energy, Yunmu quickly rushes back to inform the others about the presence of nearby hunters. However, he notes the absence of bloodlust, suggesting that these hunters might be friendly. As Li Jiangyang and Incheon draw closer, the hunters greet them, stating they've been waiting for the Korean team. Confused, Li Jiangyang can only wonder what they mean. Confused, one of the masks of Asgard sent him here. He replies affirmatively. The group exchanges glances, contemplating the implications. Then, Enev steps forward, introducing himself as a member of Nihil, a clandestine global organization akin to Asgard and Olympus. He explains that they have been tasked with aiding the underdog. As Li Jiangyang remains oblivious to the intricacies of the plan, Enev takes a moment to clarify. He explains that the Great War was meticulously orchestrated for Asgard's victory. However, complications arose when Olympus faced unexpected challenges, particularly with Hercules entering the fray, which muddied the waters. That's where Nihil steps in, ensuring that both Li Jiangyang and Incheon still emerge victorious. With this revelation, Li Jiangyang begins to grasp the true nature of the situation, sensing their need for assistance. Enev offers to help them defeat the boss, noting that two people simply won't be enough for the task ahead. However, Li Jiangyang has different ambitions. He boldly declares that he will take down Demetrius. This revelation stuns everyone, but for him, merely defeating the boss would make him nothing more than Odin's puppet. Incheon, still bewildered, urges him to elaborate. He explains that the higher-ups have already orchestrated Asgard's victory, and his decision to confront Hercules directly opposes their plans. Despite his doubts, he wonders if she might oppose him. To his surprise, Incheon expresses her willingness to follow his lead and support his plan. Li Jiangyang returns her smile, but the moment is short-lived. One by one, the other hunters begin to falter. None of them are eager to confront the strongest hunter in the world, and they retreat, mocking Li Jiangyang for his lofty ambitions. With the Nihil hunters retreating, the Korean duo finds themselves alone once more, facing their first target, the formidable boss of the Catalian Mountain Gate. Later, one of Enev's teammates inquires about his thoughts on the upcoming challenge. Enev acknowledges the difficulty ahead, but notes that Li Jiangyang possesses an unexpected strength, especially considering all he has endured. Given his potential, Enev believes that Li Jiangyang has already reached the level of underground leaders. His teammate is momentarily stunned, but Enev presses on, explaining that he and the others remained behind to assess Li Jiangyang's true abilities for themselves. Meanwhile, Li Jiangyang and Incheon finally confront the Catalian, the formidable boss. As they come face to face, the beast unleashes a powerful aura that saps the hunter's strength. However, Li Jiangyang stands firm, and within moments, his stats return to normal. He secures yet another achievement, and the battle commences. Li Jiangyang charges forward, instructing Incheon to take the right flank while he handles the left. He reminds her to conserve her strength for what's to come. Incheon nods and follows the plan, rushing into the fray while Yunmu provides cover from the sides. The three take their positions, and Incheon launches the first attack. However, the Catalian deftly dodges and swats her aside with a single paw, a brutal response. Next, Li Jiangyang steps up, channeling his fire authority to scorch the monster, but to his dismay, it has no effect. The boss emerges unscathed, then retaliates with a powerful swing. Just in time, Yunmu intervenes, helping Li Jiangyang evade the impending strike. The two hunters regroup, both Incheon and Li Jiangyang already breathing heavily after their brief exchange. Li Jiangyang warns Incheon not to push himself too hard. Their mission is simply to push the boss into Phase 2 before Demetrius arrives. Meanwhile, the scene is grim elsewhere, with bodies strewn across the ground. Hercules stands amidst the chaos, blood staining his fists. On his way to Li Jiangyang, he has been repeatedly halted by relentless groups of hunters attacking him. The relentless cat-and-mouse chase is driving Demetrius to the brink of fury, but George remains unfazed. Soon Hercules will finally confront the enemy he's been battling. However, Hercules snaps at George to silence him, prompting George to suspect that Demetrius is beginning to lose control. With each kill, Demetrius plunges deeper into a frenzied state. George can't help but wonder if the underdog had anticipated this, deliberately leaving hunters behind to pull him further into chaos. That should be impossible. That secret is buried deep within Olympus, and even Odin is unaware of it. Meanwhile, George remains blissfully ignorant of our boy's book as he approaches Demetrius with calm confidence. The moment George speaks, the bloodlust that consumed Hercules begins to wane. Hercules turns to him, curiosity replacing fury, and asks what he wants. George, undeterred, questions whether Hercules is truly certain he can maintain his sanity in this state. Demetrius reassures him, insisting that his control has improved significantly and promising he won't lose himself again. Just then, a shockwave from the battle of the Korean hunters ripples through the air. Feeling the intensity, Hercules grins and asks if the main event has begun. Trusting Hercules, one of the rare S-class hunters in the world, George nods and declares that it's time to move. Back on the battlefield, the boss suddenly halts its movements. This signals that the Korean hunters have succeeded in pushing it into Phase 2, but the battle is far from over. As it transforms, the boss unleashes a massive demonic aura, shifting into its final form. In a dramatic display, it summons its minions, and a pack of monstrous lions materializes at its side. From a safe distance, the Nile hunters observed in awe as only 2 individuals managed to push the Cathian this far. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Inev recognized that when a gate boss freezes like this, hunters typically seize the moment to rush in and unleash their attacks. So why had the underdog suddenly halted? The scene shifts back to Li Zhongyang. He informs Inchan that they succeeded, and just then, the protagonist makes his entrance. Hercules bursts into the arena with George close behind. However, the moment they arrive, one of the lion minions leaps at Hercules. With a single punch, he obliterates it, then turns to face Li Zhongyang, unaware that Li Zhongyang isn't ready to fight just yet. Instead, Li Zhongyang bolts, dragging Inchan along with him. This only fuels Hercules' fury, prompting him to charge after them. However, the Catilian has other plans and begins to pursue Hercules as well. Now, both Hercules and the boss are hot on the heels of the Korean hunters, leaving Inchan to question the wisdom of Li Zhongyang's plan. He explains that the beast's aggression is directed at them because they were the ones hurting the boss, not Demetrius. However, the creature will exhaust itself soon, as it's continuously burning through its demonic energy. If they can stall long enough, it will weaken and eventually collapse. The real challenge lies in maintaining that pressure. Confused, Inchan turns to Li Zhongyang for guidance, but Li Zhongyang already has a different plan in mind. As he runs, he leads Hercules and the boss directly into a group of stunned hunters. The boss lunges into their ranks, dragging them into the chaos and injuring them in the process. Overwhelmed by the sight of the boss consumed by demonic power, the hunters understand that their only option is to fight back if they want to survive. Even Hercules joins the fray, laughing like a madman amidst the chaos. In the end, Li Zhongyang's plan comes to fruition. After igniting the turmoil, they manage to slip away from the battlefield, but they know they can't evade their fate forever. So Li Zhongyang resorts to his final backup plan. He saved his ace for this moment and summons a glass vial, carefully coating his spear with a shimmering liquid inside. Inchan watches, puzzled, and asks, "What are you doing?" Li Zhongyang reveals his secret weapon for Hercules, a vial containing the red magic crystal that Yu Jin prepared earlier. As he spreads the crystal over Muspel's spear, the weapon begins to glow with an intense light. Suddenly, a message appears, indicating that its stats have been temporarily boosted. But that's not all. The dragon bloodstone is now enveloped in the red magic stone. Even Li Zhongyang is uncertain of the outcome, but once again, their plan unfolds successfully. Muspel's spear starts to emit a menacing glow. Yu and Inchan remarks on the sheer risk involved, but they know this is their only shot at defeating Hercules. With determination, Li Zhongyang takes aim. In the midst of the battle, the monster unleashes a devastating blast, but Hercules proves to be a formidable opponent, refusing to go down without a fight. He responds with a fierce roar, a primal sound that shatters the Catilian's blast and even wounds the boss. In that instant, Li Zhongyang recognizes the perfect opportunity. Hercules is vulnerable. Meanwhile, Hercules revels in the might of his fists and techniques, boasting loudly. But as he taunts the monster, a sudden instinct warns him of something hurtling toward him. He realizes the danger too late. The spear hurtles toward him at full speed, but just in time. George intervenes, deflecting it with his sword. As he catches his breath, he notes that this spear appears different from the usual ones, its force rivaling the legendary roar of Hercules, beast of prey. Hercules, however, is unwilling to concede that point. To him, Li Zhongyang has ceased to be a worthy rival. He's merely an irritating insect. With a dismissive wave, he instructs George to deal with the pesky fly while he sets his sights on the true target. As he strides away, leaving George behind, a wicked grin spreads across George's face. He turns, a fierce aura radiating from him, and declares that he's been underestimated. In the tense standoff, In Chang stands poised, ready for battle. She strikes first, but George deftly dodges her blow. He retaliates with a rapid series of attacks, yet In Chang skillfully blocks or evades each one while retreating. Gathering her chi, she channels it into her sword, preparing for a powerful strike. George, underestimating her, believes she's still an amateur. Confident that this is his moment to end the fight, he boldly declares, "It's over." But he's mistaken. Suddenly, Yunmu appears, unleashing a blast aimed directly at George. Caught off guard by the flying skull, George narrowly dodges, leaving himself vulnerable to Chang's attack. She finally brings her strike down. But as the dust settles, George emerges almost unscathed, casually asking if it had run away. Remaining calm, he wonders why the skull aimed for the ground instead of delivering a killing blow. Then, he notices the sticky, sweet-smelling substance it expelled. As he examines the thick liquid, it dawns on him what Chang and Yunmu have done. They covered him in monster pheromones, a potion that attracts nearby creatures. Just seconds later, he finds himself surrounded by a horde of monsters. The hunter Odysseus certainly didn't see this coming. Who would have imagined that Yunmu would resort to a mobbing potion like this? Even George can't deny its effectiveness. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyang faces his own challenges. From the sidelines, he observes the fierce battle between Hercules and the Cotillion. To him, it seems as though Hercules is matching the high-ranking boss blow for blow, holding his own against overwhelming odds. This is the boss's second stage, radiating with full demonic energy. Li Zhongyang can't help but question if anyone can truly stand against a monster in such a state. Yet, right before his eyes, Hercules is doing just that, leaving Li Zhongyang to ponder the sheer insanity of Hercules' stats. Just then, Chang appears behind him, arriving precisely when needed. Their plan has succeeded. Odysseus is restrained for the moment. In Chang confirms Yanmu's significant assistance, but Li Zhongyang interjects, reminding her that they must resolve this before Odysseus returns, or their chances will diminish. She nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Hercules appears to be relishing the battle against the high-ranked boss. As his bloodlust intensifies, he plunges deeper into the fray. Suddenly, Li Zhongyang notices a shift in Hercules' eyes, exactly the moment he had been waiting for. Seizing the opportunity, he declares that while Hercules may appear fine now, this will shatter his mind and ultimately bring down Berserker Hercules. He instructs In Chang to confront the Cotillion as they had planned, while he takes on Demetrius alone. He doesn't need to defeat Hercules. He only needs to land one clean hit before making his escape. With that, he bids her farewell. In the arena, Hercules delivers a powerful punch to the Cotillion, sending it soaring through the air. He taunts the creature, questioning if that's all it's got. As he charges after it, a sudden flash of fire catches his eye. Meanwhile, In Chang and Li Zhongyang prepare to advance, but thanks to his keen instincts, In Chang halts just in time, narrowly avoiding a wall of flames that erupts before him. Li Zhongyang steps forward, boldly challenging Hercules to join in the fun. Hercules, slightly annoyed that the Cotillion was finally bringing excitement to the scene, nonetheless welcomes the chance to switch targets and take on the underdog. As he begins to power up, Li Zhongyang can't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. His plan is unfolding perfectly. He channels Kai into his shield, but Hercules scoffs at the effort, declaring it pointless. "I'll show Li Zhongyang just how foolish this choice is," he proclaims, powering up once more as he prepares his technique. Nearby, Anev watches with growing anxiety, acknowledging the grim reality. Attempting to stop Hercules is a futile endeavor. No matter how much mana Li Zhongyang poured into his shield, it couldn't withstand the force of the punch that slammed into it. The shield shattered, but to Hercules' astonishment, Li Zhongyang had vanished. Confusion flickered across Hercules' face for a brief moment before instinct kicked in. He sensed danger and quickly turned around, only to find Li Zhongyang hovering above him. With his spear poised and aimed, Li Zhongyang thrusts it into Hercules' shoulder with all his might, landing a solid hit. However, Hercules retaliates fiercely, sending Lu Yang hurtling through the air. As Hercules strides toward him, a newfound understanding of the tactic dawns upon him. Rather than inciting his anger, this realization only fuels his excitement. He urges Li Zhongyang to rise and continue entertaining him. Li Zhongyang manages to block the next strike, but some damage still seeps through, causing him to stumble back. Nevertheless, his plan is already set in motion. Concerned, he asks Demetrius if he's all right, but Hercules interprets it as nothing more than smug taunting and mind games. To him, the wound is merely a scratch, one that should heal in no time. But that's not what unfolds. Suddenly, his body convulses, and a dark liquid oozes from the wound. Hercules suspects it might be poison, but he's mistaken. This isn't some petty trick. Li Zhongyang had coated the spear with a red crystal, summoning an ogre mage. In the future, that crystal will bear two names: liberation and madness. This is the torment Hercules now endures. Li Zhongyang reveals that this red ore possesses the ability to elevate an ordinary ogre to the level of a boss monster. It's a power humanity craves desperately. Animals exposed to it transform into monsters, while existing monsters gain boss-level strength. This is why the red ore is dubbed liberation. Its immense power drew the attention of scientists who began experimenting with it. Before long, hunters became their unwilling test subjects, marking the beginning of true horror. The crystal possessed the ability to significantly enhance a hunter's power, but it came at a grave cost. It drove them to the brink of insanity. It unleashed the madness that lay dormant within, causing them to lose their very selves. This dark transformation earned it a chilling moniker: madness. Ultimately, its devastating effects led to a ban on its use, as the consequences proved too catastrophic to ignore. After consuming the blend of dragon bloodstone and red crystal, Hercules unleashes an overwhelming surge of magical power. Even Li Zhongyang trembles, feeling as though the very Catalian mountain gate is shaking beneath him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension from behind. "What have you done?" It's George, somehow having fought his way through the lion horde. Though battered and bruised, he storms in, fury etched across his face as he confronts Li Zhongyang about his reckless actions. Li Zhongyang warns George that if he approaches any closer, he will die. But George, undeterred, lunges forward to save his friend. In a swift motion, Li Zhongyang intercepts him, declaring that history will repeat itself if George continues. According to the Demon King's autobiography, this is precisely how Odysseus meets his end in the future. Hercules, consumed by bloodlust, spirals out of control, and in a tragic twist, George rushes in to save him only to be struck down by his own comrade. The two hunters collide with fierce intensity. Desperate to save his partner, Odysseus urges Li Zhongyang to step aside. "It hasn't been long since Hercules lost his mind," he insists. "I can still bring him back." But Li Zhongyang shakes his head, resolute. "That's impossible, even for you, Odysseus. I won't let you try." Undeterred, Odysseus continues to attack, striving to break through. But Li Zhongyang stands firm, blocking his every move. Suddenly, Li Zhongyang announces that he has a plan. Odysseus, taken aback, steps back to listen. Though his trust in Li Zhongyang is shaky at best, his desperation to save his friend compels him to ask for the details. Li Zhongyang assures him he only needs 5 minutes. They just have to hold Demetrius off until then. To Odysseus, it seemed utterly impossible. How could anyone hope to stop a crazed Demetrius for a full 5 minutes? Just as he opens his mouth to voice his doubts, Demetrius comes hurtling in for an attack. In response, Li Zhongyang shouts for Incheon and swiftly leaps aside, with Odysseus following suit. The Catalian charges in, engaging Demetrius in a fierce clash. Li Zhongyang watches with satisfaction, grateful that Incheon executed her role flawlessly. He turns to Odysseus, a confident smile on his face. "With the Catalian on our side now, surviving for 5 minutes should be well within our reach." Odysseus remains skeptical, yet he finds himself with no better alternative than to trust Li Zhongyang. With a powerful ally by their side, Li Nyang's enthusiasm ignites. He explains that future research revealed the red crystal's effects last only about 5 minutes. If they can hold out until then, Demetrius will revert to his normal self. If that occurs, the battle will be over, and Li Zhongyang will emerge victorious. Meanwhile, the hunters who have been dispatching the Catalian's minions finally finish off the weaker monsters. Just as they catch their breath, a suffocating wave of demonic energy washes over them. Alarmed, they scan their surroundings, only to realize that the source of this overwhelming power isn't the Catalian's second phase, it's coming from Hercules. The mere thought sends shivers down their spines. Back on the front lines, Hercules unleashes his fury, attacking anything that moves, even his own partner, George. But George isn't defenseless. He counters with skill, deftly deflecting Hercules' strikes. Yet, against a formidable foe like Demetrius, George's efforts seem futile. Hercules effortlessly shatters Odysseus' attack with a single punch. But he overlooks one crucial detail. Odysseus isn't fighting alone. Incheon suddenly materializes, unleashing a flurry of slashes that, surprisingly, inflict little real damage. The other hunters can hardly believe their eyes. Realizing the danger, most decide it's wiser to flee, rather than risk being caught in a fight that could lead to their demise. Even the nihil soldiers perched on the cliff are momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. A female hunter turns to Enev, seeking guidance on their next move, but his thoughts are consumed by something entirely different. The power radiating from Hercules bears a striking resemblance to the red aura that their comrade Seth once wielded. Sensing the urgency, Enev turns to his partner and urges him to prepare for battle. Together, they join forces with Lu Yang, Incheon, George, and the boss of the Catalian Mountain Gate, launching a coordinated assault on Hercules. Despite their combined efforts, Hercules stands resolute, overpowering them all single-handedly. First, he delivers a series of brutal punches that quickly take down the Catalian boss. Turning his attention to Incheon, she does her best to slow him down, but her efforts prove futile. With a swift kick, he sends her flying, even as she attempts to soften the blow with her greatsword. Next up is Odysseus, who leaps in from above, charging at his friend while shouting for him to pull himself together. But Demetrius has lost his mind and refuses to listen. Undeterred, Odysseus lunges forward with his sword drawn. Hercules, however, doesn't attempt to dodge or block. Instead, he opts for the wildest choice of all. He meets the blade with his bare fists. His fists collide forcefully with the sword, yet he seems to suffer almost no damage. Instead, the impact generates a massive shockwave that reverberates through the blade and strikes George, leaving him severely injured. The sword itself bears the brunt of the blow, but Hercules is far from finished. He sends George soaring into the air, gathers his strength, and unleashes another devastating attack. Savage beasts roar as they charge in at breakneck speed, their fists engulfed in flames. Just in the nick of time, Li Zhongyang leaps forward, yanking George out of harm's way. Wincing in pain, George manages to ask, "How much longer do we have to hold on? When will those 5 minutes be up?" Li Zhongyang's mind drifts back to the future experiment, where it was revealed that 5 minutes was the maximum duration for an incomplete red core. Why isn't Hercules slowing down? He barely has a moment to ponder this before Hercules charges at him once more, poised to strike. Suddenly, a powerful blast of water erupts, sending Hercules flying. The source? Enev. Just then, the Nile hunters arrive, announcing their intent to support Li Zhongyang and the others from the rear. This timely intervention allows Li Zhongyang to check on his fallen teammate. Chang attempts to put on a brave face, but it's evident she's nearing her breaking point. Observing her struggle, Li Zhongyang can't help but blame himself for his own weakness. He believes that if only he possessed a bit more power, he could turn the tide. Then, in the most unexpected and dire way, that wish appears to come true. A message materializes before him. The blood consumed by the dragon's bloodstone has begun to reverse its flow. Regeneration minus 0.3. That message spells trouble. Almost immediately, Lun Yang begins to cough up blood. Chang rushes to his side, asking if he's all right, but more alarming notifications keep flashing before them. The blood that had been absorbed by the dragon's bloodstone is now reversing its flow. Suddenly, a massive surge of power erupts within Li Yang, tearing through his body. His eyes blaze with a blood-red glow, reminiscent of Hercules. He lets out a piercing scream, and the sheer force of it generates a massive shockwave. The Nile hunters quickly realize he has entered the same state as Demetrius, but the situation is about to escalate further. Another message flashes before them, regeneration minus 2. In that moment, Li Zhongyang finally loses himself completely. He emerges from the flames, a terrifying figure. The question of why Hercules hasn't transformed back continues to swirl in his mind. Suddenly, he spots Hercules charging toward him, and this time, he notices the tiny points scattered across his body. It dawns on him that these are mana streams. Understanding their significance, he attempts to harness that power for himself. By channeling the energy from the stream into his feet, he propels himself forward to launch an attack. However, the Catalian boss manages to rise again, attempting to sneak in for a surprise strike, but it's futile. In his powered-up state, Li Zhongyang effortlessly overpowers the weakened boss, slicing it in half and claiming only a pure drop of the forest's water. He levels up, and his stats increase slightly. However, this newfound power comes at a price. The Dragon Bloodstone has severed his connection to Li Zhongyang's sponsor, leaving him isolated. To make matters worse, the demonic energy within him is wreaking havoc on his body. He's on the brink of collapse, and if he hopes to survive, he must find a way to release that dark energy. Li Zhongyang is far from capable of making rational decisions. He lets out another scream, and flames erupt around him, spreading rapidly as if intent on engulfing the entire Catalan mountain gate. Meanwhile, the hunters are desperately trying to escape the encroaching inferno. One of them gasps, feeling the fire siphoning the very magic from his body. As they grow weaker by the second, panic begins to spread among them. They have no idea what horrors await inside the gate. Meanwhile, at the front, the frenzied Hercules and the deranged Li Zhongyang continue their relentless battle. Strangely, both are shirtless, their bodies battered and worn, yet neither shows any sign of stopping. Li Zhongyang charges in with fierce determination, but Hercules counters with equal force, and the two collide relentlessly. As the battle intensifies, they both resolve to end it once and for all, unleashing their most powerful attacks simultaneously. The resulting clash ignites a massive explosion, obliterating everything in the vicinity. When the dust finally begins to clear, their silhouettes emerge, revealing a shocking turn of events. Li Zhongyang has managed to stab Hercules, gaining the upper hand in this fierce confrontation. In a fiery explosion, he propels himself off Hercules, tearing off his own arm in the process. George, witnessing this chaos, loses his composure and screams, desperately pleading with Hercules to regain his senses and end the fight. Yet, Hercules remains unfazed by the loss, effortlessly regrowing his arm almost instantly. George, panting from the shock, explains that Demetrius achieved this feat by expending an immense amount of mana. If Demetrius can achieve that, what can Li Zhongyun do? He glances at the underdog, who is also healing, despite his wounds being far more severe than Demetrius's. The spectators are left in stunned silence. George pieces it together. It's the blue flame spreading across the gate that must be responsible for this miraculous recovery. But the battle is far from over. Even in his half-dead state, Hercules is gearing up for more, preparing to unleash one of his most powerful techniques, the roar of the beast of prey. George's heart races as he realizes that Hercules' arm still hasn't fully healed. Sensing the urgency, Li Zhongyun makes a split-second decision to intervene. Channeling his energy, he propels himself forward with the mana stream skill. As Hercules unleashes his attack, George's worst fears come to life. Hercules' arm is utterly obliterated. Yet, in a stunning display of skill, Li Zhongyun deftly deflects the strike with his spear. A hush falls over the crowd, their breath caught in the tension of the moment. In an unexpected turn of events, the underdog emerges victorious. Hercules collapses to his knees, appearing lifeless, but Li Zhongyun shows no mercy. He advances, intent on delivering the final blow. George races forward, desperate to intervene, but it's too late. Li Zhongyun is beyond reason now. The dragon bloodstone and the red crystal have stripped him of everything but his primal instincts to survive and to kill. But fate has other plans. A bolt of blue lightning suddenly descends from the sky. Just as Li Zhongyun prepares to deliver the final blow, a mysterious figure materializes in front of Hercules, raising a barrier to deflect the strike. With an air of authority, the stranger commands the frenzied Li Zhongyun to kneel. As soon as she speaks, his body reacts instinctively, and he drops to his knees before her. In Chang and the Nile hunters stand frozen in shock, while George steps forward, bows deeply, and greets her, Athena. However, Athena's expression reveals her displeasure. This whole situation is a mess, she declares, frustration evident in her voice. Thanks to my subordinates, I now owe Zeus. Before anything else, she inquires about the man kneeling before her. A hunter who has defeated Hercules, the strongest of them all, piques her curiosity. George responds that this man is the underdog. Athena scrutinizes Li Zhongyun intently, pondering whether he is the one responsible for the transformations within this gate. After all, Catalan Mountain had been engulfed in the blue flames. He conjured flames that siphon magic from living beings. Even her barriers couldn't fully withstand his attack. Until now, Athena had believed that Li Zhongyun was merely a rookie sent to Asgard by chance. But this battle has proven her wrong. This so-called rookie has single-handedly overpowered Hercules. The realization hits her hard. He is a genuine threat. He must be eliminated. With that thought, Athena summons her weapon and takes aim at Li Zhongyun. Athena has Li Zhongyun completely at her mercy, poised to strike. Just as she prepares to deliver the final blow, a voice cuts through the tension, commanding her to stop. Emerging from the shadows, a man steps forward, Yang Gu, also known as Heimdall. Athena narrows her eyes, demanding to know why he has interrupted her. With a calm demeanor, Yang Gu counters her question, asking why she is here in the first place. Realizing he must have followed the trail of her lightning, Athena smirks, acknowledging that he came after her. Gu strides directly to Li Jongyun, positioning himself protectively in front of him. This only fuels Athena's rage. She shouts for him to step aside, insisting that Li Jongyun must die now before he becomes an even greater threat. Gu firmly disagrees, warning her that if she takes his friend's life, he will consider it a declaration of war between Olympus and Asgard. Athena's fury intensifies as she glares at him, her eyes blazing with anger. She questions whether Li Jongyun truly means that much to him, noting that she thought nothing in Gu could elicit such a reaction. Before he can respond, Inev steps forward, eager to capture Athena's attention. He introduces himself as a member of Nile, but Athena already knows who he is. Relieved that she recognizes him, he pleads on behalf of Nihal, asking her to spare the underdog and cease her attempts to kill him. He reveals the Osiris Eye, asserting his role as Nile's current representative and urging her to accept. Athena stands speechless, realizing she has no choice but to retreat for now. With that, the confrontation comes to a temporary halt. Soon after, the gate crumbles, allowing the hunters to make their escape. Meanwhile, as Li Jongyun remains unconscious, his sponsor begins sending messages once more. Under an apocalyptic sky, he gains magic resistance and purification abilities. Along with these, he acquires the skill Mana Stream and the shocking achievement, marking him as one who forges his own path. After some time, Incheon sits in a chair, deep in thought, when she suddenly notices movement beside her. Li Jongyun slowly opens his eyes, emerging from days of unconsciousness. The moment he awakens, Incheon is overwhelmed with emotion. Bursting into tears of relief, he attempts to speak, but no sound escapes his lips. His body is clearly battered, prompting Incheon to rush out in search of a doctor. As she hurries away, Li Jongyun's gaze drifts to a shield and two swords mounted above the door, their presence a silent testament to battles fought and won. He recognizes it as the symbol of the Round Table. Not every powerful hunter formed an underground group. Some united in a secret guild with noble intentions. The Round Table was one such organization, yet, he reflects, they never truly offered assistance. They remained concealed, prioritizing their own safety even as England teetered on the brink of collapse. Despite their power and influence, they did nothing to effect change. Yet, his primary concern remains his own condition. As he assesses himself, the severity of his situation becomes painfully clear. His entire body aches, speech eludes him, and his legs barely respond. Even Yunmu lies asleep nearby, seemingly untroubled by any urgent need. Li Jongyun opens his status window and discovers he has reached level 50. While some of his stats have diminished likely due to the influence of the red crystal, Li's also acquired a host of powerful skills that rival even his unique ability. Grateful, he thanks his sponsor, vowing to continue seeking its favor. Later, he meets with Yu, who inquires about his well-being. Yu reveals that Li Jongyun has been afflicted by magical energy encroachment, a rare condition with no true cure in sight. Despite the circumstances, he reassures everyone that there is little to worry about. With Li Jongyun's sponsorship and the support of Monostream, he should be able to expel the demonic energy safely. Shan Yu urges him to concentrate on his recovery, suggesting that any questions regarding the incident can wait until he's fully healed. After offering his support, Xiang Yu departs, making his way to the Den of the Lions. He enters a meeting room where several top hunters, including Athena, are already gathered, ready to discuss the pressing matters at hand. Athena begins by expressing her concern over Li Jongyun's dangerously abnormal power, insisting on a thorough investigation. However, Xiang Yu firmly disagrees. He argues that Asgard has no obligation to disclose details about one of its own members, suggesting instead that Olympus should be the one to provide explanations. After all, Asgard had been assured victory in this round of the Great War, prompting them to send their hunters based on that promise. However, Olympus broke the agreement. If Hercules had been present, Li Jongyun would never have been sent. In this context, Asgard's hunter was merely fulfilling his duty. Xiang Yu, seeking answers, confronts Olympus. Athena stands her ground, asserting that Li Jongyun's power is far too perilous. His blue flames engulf the entire gate, even siphoning energy from living beings. As a result, she insists that Asgard surrender him without hesitation. She warns that if they refuse, Olympus is prepared to wage war against Asgard. Xiang Yu remains unfazed by the threat. He calmly replies that Asgard is already aware of the situation. They know all too well that Li Jongyun's flames can siphon magical energy and that they are truly fearsome. Indeed, it's a power unlike anything anyone has ever witnessed before. But hasn't that always been the case? Aren't hunters inherently dangerous beings? His words resonated throughout the room, striking a chord with everyone present. Seizing the moment, he continued, reminding them that they are all unknown entities who have only emerged recently. Their powers are terrifying to ordinary people. So, if Olympus is discussing war over these dangerous abilities, it must also confront its own contempt toward other hunters. Athena reaches her breaking point. With a fierce glare, she accuses Xiang Yu of being the source of all her troubles, blaming him for his interference. Dealing with the legend Heimdall always irritates me and ruins my focus, she snaps, frustration boiling over. Xiang Yu attempts to calm the situation, but her anger is too intense for her to hear him out. In a sharp tone, she declares that she hopes they never cross paths again after this. Her words cut deep, leaving Xiang Yu stung, but they also bring an end to their heated dispute. Later that day, back in his room, Li Jiangyun harnesses mana stream to read the flow of mana and turn it to his advantage. As he meditates, he focuses on replicating the mana flow that Demetrius had demonstrated during their battle inside the Catalian Gate. Demetrius had taught him how to enhance strength by channeling magic through the body, and Li realizes that the same principle can be applied to defense. This understanding forms the foundation of his new skill. But first, he must learn to heal. As he begins to master the process, his recovery accelerates, but then, without warning, he coughs up a pool of blood. It dawns on him that these are the impurities that have spread through his body from the dragon bloodstone. Fortunately, they exit his system with relative ease. Now, all that remains is to heal the damaged areas using mana stream. However, this proved to be more challenging than he anticipated, as he senses something within him obstructing the flow of mana. As he probes deeper, he discovers a black marble embedded in his neck as the culprit. Realizing that this method won't work for the time being, Li Jiangyun decides to adjust the flow of mana as best he can. The following day, at the manor's training ground, Chang and George engage in a spirited sparring match. George continues to drive Chang back, taunting her for being too slow. Frustrated by his jabs, she finally decides to unleash her full potential. With a flurry of swift attacks, she aims to distract him and quickly closes the distance between them. However, when she swings again, George effortlessly dodges her strike. He remains unfazed, almost playful, offering her tips as they engage in battle. He explains that battling humans is a world apart from facing monsters, but Chang struggles to keep up with his lengthy lectures. Undeterred, she presses on, as does George. Soon, he spots an opening and nearly captures her, halting his blade just inches from her face. The chill of the steel sends her instinctively stepping back. George suggests they call it a day, but Chang remains silent. Deep down, she feels a sense of worthlessness. She couldn't contribute to Catalian Mountain, and even her sponsor appeared disappointed in her. She failed to protect her comrade, and the pity in her sponsor's gaze stings more than any wound. She once believed she and Li Jiangyun were on equal footing, but now he has surged ahead, leaving her feeling stagnant and unworthy of standing beside him. Guilt gnaws at her, convincing her that Li Jiangyun's near-fatal experience was a result of her own weakness. Meanwhile, as George wipes the sweat from his brow, Chang approaches him from behind, requesting one more match. Seeing her expression, George is reminded of his former self, the look of someone who failed to protect another and still carries the weight of that regret. He realizes that if she maintains that fiery determination, she'll become much stronger. With that in mind, he agrees to spar with her again. Meanwhile, Chang steels herself, vowing, "I'll get stronger too." After their training session concludes, George changes and heads off to meet Hercules. His friend lies there, surrounded by IVs and medicine. Yet George begins to speak, reflecting on how he recognized Chang's potential back at the Catalum Gate. "She truly is the real deal," he says, a hint of pride in his voice. "Every time we cross swords, she grows stronger, just like I used to." He pauses, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Demetrius would have loved to see how far she's come. He then mentions that the underdog is awake as well, urging Hercules to wake up soon, since seeing him stuck in bed just doesn't suit him. However, Hercules remains unresponsive. Meanwhile, after the meeting, Xionggu visits Li Jiangyun, who is recovering much faster than anticipated. Already stretching, Li Jiangyun looks at Xionggu and asks if he came for something specific. The bald man smiles, pleased to see him on his feet again, remarking that he's full of surprises. Xionggu then inquires about his knowledge of lightning. Li Jiangyun responds, "It's a divine artifact of Olympus, wielded by Zeus." Jiangyun nods in agreement, adding, "Exactly. Very few powers in this world can rival Zeus's lightning." These abilities are rare and extensively studied, prompting Li Jiangyun to mention that Bifrost, Xianggu's divine item, is on par with them. This revelation shocks Xianggu, who immediately demands to know how Li Jiangyun came by this information. Before Xianggu can finish his question, Li Jiangyun interjects, stating he has something important to discuss. Xianggu nods in agreement, but insists they can't talk here. He gestures for Li Jiangyun to follow him to a more secluded location. They step through a portal gate and find themselves at a magnificent mansion. Even Li Jiangyun can't help but be impressed. Xianggu, with a hint of pride, reveals that this is his domain, Bifrost. The atmosphere changes as they arrive, a sense of awe settling over them. Still grappling with his confusion, Xianggu asks, "Are you a prophet?" Slowly, understanding dawns on him, and Li Zhongyuan replies, "It's something like that." He mentions that he needs to tell Xianggu about a book he once read, a tale of Handel, his friend, and the Demon King. At the mention of this, Xianggu feels a chill run down his spine. Li Zhongyuan begins to explain his story, revealing that he was sent here from the past, but Xianggu struggles to accept it. "Are you saying I killed you?" he asks, disbelief etched across his face. Li Zhongyuan shakes his head, insisting that it's not quite right. In the future, Xianggu had already anticipated this moment. Suddenly, a message flashes before him, confirming that it isn't a lie. To make matters more unsettling, Li Zhongyuan reveals that he knows about Xianggu's past with Athena. Xianggu had sensed something was off, and now he finds himself compelled to accept this bizarre tale. Yet, despite this revelation, questions still linger. The book was incomplete, covering only the beginning of the story. Everything that followed was pieced together by Li Zhongyuan himself. What he knows is merely a fragment of the full truth, and much of Xianggu's tale remains untold. A message from his sponsor confirms this. After listening intently, Xianggu inquires about Li Zhongyuan's desires. He learns that his friend is determined to alter the hellish future he once endured, vowing that this time, everything will be different. However, no message appears to confirm the truth of the matter. It seems that Bifrost does not judge simple truths or lies. It only reacts when someone intends to harm its hunter, Xianggu. This is significant because Li Zhongyuan has yet to reveal everything. He chooses to keep certain details to himself, insisting that altering the future isn't entirely his responsibility. With that, their conversation comes to a close. Later that night, Manhwarecap from the Nile stealthily enters the Round Table Council to find Li Zhongyuan. He's relieved to discover that the news of Li Zhongyuan's awakening was indeed true. Upon seeing him, Li Zhongyuan questions why he has come to such a heavily guarded place. Manhwarecap apologizes for intruding, explaining that he took a significant risk to meet the underdog and request a favor. Li Zhongyuan recalls that Manhwarecap was the one who advocated for his protection, but he wonders why their paths should cross, given that their interests seem to diverge. Despite his surprise, Li Zhongyuan allows Manhwarecap to speak. Bowing deeply, Manhwarecap humbly invites him to the Nile. This unexpected gesture catches Li Zhongyuan off guard. Why is the leader of the Nile kneeling before him? To Li, their meeting felt like mere coincidence, making this display of reverence all the more puzzling. Just as he begins to process the situation, their private conversation is abruptly interrupted by a guard who has come to find Manhwarecap. Not wanting to be discovered, Manhwarecap quickly runs off, shouting about the red ore. This leaves Li Zhongyuan deep in thought. He begins to piece together that Manhwarecap wants to discuss the madness that the red crystal inflicts on its users. A troubling thought crosses his mind. Has Egypt already uncovered its secrets? As far as he knows, hunters weren't supposed to be aware of it yet. After some reflection, he realizes that the Nile hunters joined the battle against Hercules the moment they witnessed his transformation. Just then, Xin bursts into Li Zhongyuan's room, her concern palpable. "Are you all right?" she asks, fearing the intruder had come to harm him. Li Zhongyuan reassures her. It's nothing to worry about. For now, her confusion lingers, but he continues. "I've just scaled one cliff, and I sense an even greater challenge ahead." Eventually, the roundtable conference comes to a close, and the outcome is clear. Olympus has violated the agreement and must now face the consequences of nearly igniting a war between two underground factions. Athena's decision has proven to be a grave mistake. Finally, the Korean hunters are given the green light to return home. Just as they prepare to leave, a voice suddenly calls out to Li Zhongyuan. At the sound of the voice, Xin immediately tenses. It's George. She swiftly draws her weapon, instructing Li Zhongyuan to stay back, and confronts George, demanding to know what he wants. Meanwhile, George stands on the stairs, his gaze fixed on them, a storm of conflicting emotions playing across his face as the tension in the air thickens. In Shin's hostility is palpable, prompting Lee Jong-yun to urge her to calm down. He observes that while George may appear aggressive, he seems eager to communicate. With some reluctance, In Shin lowers her guard at Lee Jong-yun's insistence. Lee Jong-yun approaches George, who still wears an unhappy expression. The truth is undeniable. Lee Jong-yun is awake and standing, while Demetrius remains unconscious. This means Lee Jong-yun has emerged victorious. George acknowledges his defeat, expressing gratitude for the lessons learned from their battle. However, he follows up with a warning. Next time, he won't be so easily defeated. Lee Jong-yun remains composed, responding with his trademark confidence. "I don't dwell on the past," he replies, which only serves to further irritate George. He begins hurling insults at Lee Jong-yun, but when he receives no response, George shifts his approach. He leans in and delivers his true message. He wants Lee Jong-yun to convey something to In Shin. He believes she possesses far more potential than she realizes and has the ability to become much stronger. He recognizes her desire to establish a name for herself, but warns her that mere fame is not enough. Top hunters must truly understand their sponsors. He urges her to seriously consider who her sponsor is, but it's evident that In Shin doesn't fully grasp his meaning. Even Lee Jong-yun attempts to lighten the mood, joking that In Shin should become the prince on the white horse, a playful nod to her sponsor's name. She clearly disapproves. As George turns to leave, presenting his back to the Korean hunters, Lee Jong-yun calls out to him. He asserts that Hercules will return even stronger than before and will rise again. George is taken aback by the unexpected remark, but Lee Jong-yun continues, expressing his hope that if their paths cross again, they will stand together rather than face each other as foes. With that, the Korean hunters depart, leaving George deep in thought. Frustration and uncertainty swirl within him as he clenches his fist. He can't shake the image of Demetrius's perilous condition. After being brought back to Olympus due to the injuries sustained in his battle with Lee Jong-yun, Demetrius now lies in critical care, and the weight of that uncertain future bears heavily on George's mind. The world of hunters is ever-changing. Later that day, Lee Jong-yun sat alone at the round table in the manor, lost in thought. He absent-mindedly tossed stones into the moat, the soft plinks echoing in the stillness, until a voice suddenly shattered the silence. "How sneaky!" Startled, Lee Jong-yun looked up to find a woman standing before him, as if she had materialized from thin air. Now in her human form, she scolded him for summoning her in such an unusual manner. "Whoever taught you that method has terrible manners," she remarked. Lee Jong-yun, however, shrugged off her criticism, more pleased to see her than concerned about etiquette. "It's good to see you, Merlin," he said, calling her by name. Merlin was taken aback that he knew who she was, and realized he was no ordinary person. With a knowing smile, Lee Jong-yun added, "You're the true power behind the Round Table Council." Curious, Merlin inquired about his identity. Lee Jong-yun, brimming with confidence, replied that there was no way she didn't already know. This response irked Merlin, prompting her to demand an explanation for his provocation, especially after he had just defeated Hercules the hunter everyone believed was unmatched. As their conversation continued, Merlin transformed once more. In an unexpected twist, Lee Jong-yun found himself face-to-face with a young boy, catching him completely off guard. Disappointment flickered across his features. Merlin had warned him that anyone who irritated the Knights of the Round Table would not be treated lightly. The abrupt shift left Lee Jong-yun bewildered, yet he managed to smile, his eyes glowing a fierce red. "I know where Excalibur is," he declared confidently. That immediately caught Merlin's attention. Later, after his meeting with her, Lee Jong-yun arrived at the airport and encountered In Chong. She quickly noticed he looked different, more polished than usual. The necklace around his neck only deepened her suspicions. Curious and slightly concerned, she pressed him for answers. Lee Jong-yun casually mentioned he had gone to meet someone special, which only deepened In Chong's suspicions, especially given his attire. "Were you off to see another woman?" she asked, her tone sharp. Caught off guard, Lee Jong-yun hesitated, and In Chang interpreted his silence as guilt. Disappointment washed over her as she realized he might have been meeting other women during their time apart. Lee Jong-yun found himself at a loss, trying to explain his meeting with Merlin. Just then, Shang-gu arrived, inquiring if they were ready to depart. Sensing the awkwardness of the moment, Lee Jong-yun swiftly shifted the conversation, asking if everything on his end was complete. Shang-gu confirmed it was, but he couldn't help but notice a rare spark of happiness in Lee Jong-yun's demeanor, a striking contrast to his usual serious self. As the three of them made their way toward the plane, a man in a suit called out to them from behind. Lee Jong-yun turned to face the stranger, who spoke directly to him. "Merlin sent me," he said, "and she's waiting for you. Don't forget to bring the agreed price for the necklace." With that, the man vanished as abruptly as he had appeared. After that, Xianggu inquired how Li Zhongyuan even knew Merlin. With a straightforward tone, Li Zhongyuan replied that they had struck a deal. He gestured toward the necklace, which only piqued Xianggu's curiosity further. When asked if it belonged to Merlin, Li Zhongyuan confirmed it was, adding that he had nearly lost his life to obtain it. A flashback unfolded, revealing Merlin charging at him in a fury, demanding he speak. Back in the present, Li Zhongyuan expressed his urgent need for the necklace, pushing himself a bit too hard in the process. Xianggu simply sighed and smiled at his determination. Shortly after, the Korean hunters boarded their flight home, enjoying the luxury of having the entire plane to themselves. As they soared through the skies, Chang couldn't shake off a lingering concern. George. Despite his partner being severely beaten and still unconscious, George continued to train her, offering valuable advice. She reflected that if their roles were reversed, she would have despised him. Yet George remained supportive, never showing open hostility toward Li Zhongyuan. Li Zhongyuan, with his keen intuition, sensed that George understood he never intended to destroy Hercules. As their conversation continued, the plane finally descended toward Korea. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a swarm of cameras and reporters, all eager to catch a glimpse of the hunter who had defeated Hercules Li Zhongyuan, the underdog. The cheers erupted around him, catching him completely off guard. Xianggu leaned in and explained that the news of his victory had already spread like wildfire. They had just heard that Hercules had issued a challenge, only to be swiftly defeated. Turning to Li Zhongyan, he instructed him to greet the crowd. Still in shock, Li Zhongyan asked why no one had warned him about the impending showdown. Xianggu shrugged, saying it was meant to be a surprise, and questioned whether fame wasn't what Li Zhongyuan truly desired. Li Zhongyan flashed a confident smile, playing to the crowd as he waved at the cameras while reporters eagerly captured the moment. Just like that, a new hero emerged in the public eye. News of his victory over Hercules spread like wildfire. As the age of heroes dawned, the spotlight shone brightest on the underdog himself, the hunter who had defied the odds. Later that night, Li Zhongyuan and Xianggu made their way to their usual haunt, the abandoned factory. As they settled in, she turned to him, curiosity piqued. "What's your plan from here?" He sighed, the weight of his tasks evident. "It's a long list. First, I need to repair my weapons. Then, I have to remove the black marble that's blocking my mana, wake my sleeping avatar, Yunmu, and finally, handle some business in the Nile." But first, he wanted to leave the association dorm. Owning a house had been a dream of his since childhood. Shang found this a bit surprising, but agreed nonetheless. Then, she revealed that she had something important to share as well. She would no longer be working with him. Instead, she planned to embark on her own journey. Li Zhongyuan was taken aback, but she quickly explained that after hearing George's words, she felt compelled to pursue something on her own. As she left the factory, he watched her go, a sense of relief washing over him as he realized she had finally found her own path. With a smile, he thought to himself that Xiang would soon grow much stronger. However, that moment of joy was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. The call had come from the association. President Zhang Xiaojin, known as Odin, wanted to see him, and an escort would arrive the following morning. As the call ended, his smile faded, and he muttered to himself, realizing he had almost overlooked the most important matter, Odin. Meanwhile, back at Olympus, George raced through headquarters in a state of panic. Upon his arrival, George was taken aback to find Hercules awake and seemingly unscathed. He had dreaded how Hercules would react to his first defeat, but to his surprise, the warrior appeared unusually calm. George sensed a shift within him. Gone was the restless aggression that had always defined Hercules. Instead, he bore an almost serene expression. Curiosity piqued, George decided to ask what had transpired. Hercules reassured George that Li Zhongyuan had never intended to be their enemy. However, George noticed a familiar shift in Hercules' eyes, reminiscent of his earlier madness, and panic began to rise within him. Sensing George's distress, Hercules urged him to relax, insisting there was nothing to fear. He revealed that he had gained complete control over that madness and could harness its power. To him, it felt as though Li Zhongyuan had bestowed upon him a remarkable gift. Upon hearing that, George recalled Li Zhongyuan's final words. Hercules would rise again, stronger than ever. Sometime later, at an Obra gate, Chang was engaged in a solo raid. Despite the many Obra corpses strewn around her, she found herself being relentlessly pushed back by a formidable enemy. Despite her exhaustion, she steadied herself and regained her stance. The ogre mage had to be nearing its limit as well. This was the turning point. Suddenly, the ogre unleashed a powerful swing, and Chang narrowly dodged it, retaliating with a quick, shallow cut. But she wasn't finished yet. With a fierce battle cry about saving the princess, she leaps into the air, driving her blade down with all her might. The sword pierces the ogre mage, but not completely. Even with a fatal wound, the creature manages to deliver one last punch as it collapses, sending In Chang flying. Both fighters lie near death, unable to move or finish the battle. Sprawled on the ground, they are helpless and teetering on the brink of oblivion. In that moment, In Chang realizes she has run out of potions. Even if she had one, she lacks the strength to use it. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Is this how her story ends? Just then, a fully formed Yun Mu appears before her, extending a potion with a glimmer of hope. Upon seeing Yun Mu, In Chang is momentarily stunned, but this unexpected encounter ultimately saves her. With Yun Mu down, the battle concludes with In Chang as the victor, the only one able to rise again. Messages begin to flood in, and her sponsor, exhilarated by her performance, bestows upon her the alias Siegfried. After a brief rest, In Chang awakens to find even Li Zhongyang by her side. She asks where they are, still feeling confused, and Lun Yang simply replies that they are still inside the gate. She notes that her body feels strangely better than before. What exactly did you do, you sketchy guy? She wonders. Meanwhile, as Li Zhongyang returns Yunmu to his bracelet, he congratulates her on acquiring an alias, something she hadn't even realized had happened. Meanwhile, her greater concern is that her sword is missing. Li Zhongyang, sensing her frustration, admits it didn't feel right to steal her kill and reveals he left the ogre mage alive. Grateful for the chance to earn her alias herself, she sets off to retrieve her sword. As she pulls the blade free, a flurry of messages appears before her. To her surprise, the ogre prince Siegfried, In Chang's sponsor, transforms the ogre mage into a compact, portable version of itself. In Chang stands there, speechless, while Lun Yongyang steps in to explain that the ogre has now become her avatar, much like Yun Mu. He congratulates her once more for becoming a true hero. In response, her new avatar cheers joyfully. Watching this, In Chang can't help but think about how adorable it is, especially considering it nearly killed her moments ago. She attempts to come up with a fitting name but struggles to find one. Just then, the ogre declares its own name, Gongs, which translates to princess. As the prince on the white horse smiles in satisfaction, the ominous sky above seems to chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyang is overjoyed that his partner has finally defeated an ogre mage all on her own. However, In Chang raises a crucial question. How did he even arrive here? Li Zhongyang explains that she typically clears a gate within a day or two, so when she hadn't returned after 3 days, he couldn't help but worry. Upon hearing this, In Chang feels a warm blush spread across her cheeks, suddenly aware of just how much she cares for him. However, Li Zhongyang interrupts her thoughts, insisting he has something important to share. But first, they must confront the gate boss looming behind them, poised to strike. Since In Chang has already cleared this gate on her own, he encourages her to take down the boss as well. With determination in her eyes, she nods in agreement and begins to harness the heroic power that accompanies her alias. Mana surges through her body as she readies herself to confront the twin-headed ogre boss, a perfect target to test her newfound power. With a confident grin, she charges forward for the first strike. Leaping high into the air, she prepares for a powerful downward slash. But just as she's about to unleash her attack, her new avatar, Gooms, suddenly decides he wants to join the fray as well. In a sudden burst of power, he charges at the twin-headed ogre and tears off both heads with his bare hands. Yes, he's absurdly strong. With that, the gate boss falls, a bit anticlimactically, and the gate is cleared. Witnessing Goom's incredible strength, Li Zhongyang exclaims that this princess doesn't need a prince, while In Chang can only chuckle awkwardly at the remark. The sponsors react once more, while In Chang remains in awe of Goom's incredible strength. Gathering her thoughts, she asks why Li Zhongyang is searching for her. He reveals that he's heading to China and wants her to join him. At this news, In Chang visibly falters, her expression shifting with uncertainty. It soon becomes clear that after their return to Korea, Li Zhongyang was summoned by Odin. There was little trouble as Li Zhongyang successfully passed Odin's test, and everything seemed to conclude on a positive note. Odin did question him about why his mental restriction hadn't activated, but Li Zhongyang cleverly deceived him using the necklace Merlin had given him. Just like that, he officially became a member of Asgard, the shadowy organization pulling the strings behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Yunmu grew stronger, fully restoring his body in the process. Though he still lags far behind the Demon King's undead army, he has now gained the ability to summon 7 additional skeletons. To his surprise, another skull has appeared on his bracelet. Meanwhile, Muspel's spear has been rebuilt and enhanced by Park Jae-yoon, now possessing a demonic trait that drains the user's life force. With these matters settled, Li Zhongyang must now venture to China, the most perilous place in the world. He explains that China was unable to prevent the sudden opening of the gates, transforming the entire country into a realm overrun by monsters. Yet, amidst this chaos, there resides someone crucial, someone capable of purifying the black marble within Lunyang and restoring his mana flow. However, there's another pressing reason for their journey. China stands at the epicenter of the impending cataclysm threatening the world. We find ourselves at Korea's northern front line, where a horde of snow orcs is relentlessly charging at a group of hunters. Despite 3 grueling hours of battle, the humans stand resolute, weapons raised, ready to face yet another wave. Little do they know, reinforcements have arrived. Suddenly, a towering wall of flame erupts before them, shielding the hunters and incinerating the snow orcs to ash. Witnessing the chaos, the hunters scramble to uncover the culprit behind the disturbance. They soon discover that Lin Yongyang and Yin Chang have arrived to lend their support, accompanied by Gu. The trio approaches, and their leader expresses gratitude to Lin Yongyang, though he can't shake his concern about the plan to enter China. Li Zhongyang, however, insists that the thanks should go to them for their relentless battle against monsters to safeguard Korea. Despite the warnings, he insists that this is a journey he must undertake, so he sets his sights on China. The Hercules cautions him about a mysterious barrier that envelops the country, preventing humans from crossing. However, Li Zhongyang confidently reveals that he has devised a way in through Gu. Bald or not, Gu proves to be invaluable. Together, the 3 of them approach the barrier's edge, where Gu finally grasps Lu Zhongyang's clever plan to traverse without the Bifrost. As In Chang gazes at the phenomenon, he asks, "What is this thing?" Li Zhongyang responds, "All of China has transformed into one massive gate." In Chang's confusion deepens, prompting Li Zhongyang to assure him, "You'll understand once you see it for yourself." Before they can ponder further, Gu approaches the barrier and warns them to keep their distance. Placing his hand against the surface, he adds, "If anything goes wrong in there, I won't be able to help you." To ensure they aren't left stranded, he promises to return in a month. If they still can't escape by then, he'll keep coming back each month until they do. However, Li Zhongyang reassures him not to worry. If everything goes well inside, he should be able to find his way out on his own. Gu can only hope that's the case. With that, he channels his power and opens the barrier, unveiling the gate portal within. In that moment, In Chang and Lu Zhongyang step through. On the other side, Gu watches Lu Zhongyang's back, reflecting on the immense effort his friend is putting into saving others. Just as Li Zhongyang vowed, Gu resolves to do everything he can to lighten that burden. With determination in his heart, he turns and heads back. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyang and Yin Chang successfully stepped through Gate China, only to find the chill more biting than they anticipated. For Li Zhongyang, this signals that events are unfolding more rapidly than in his original timeline. However, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by the sound of approaching snow orcs. Yin Chang smirks, her eyes glinting with determination. "Let me take care of them first," she says, cracking her knuckles. "I could use a little warmth." She rushes in, swiftly cutting them down, but Lu Zhongyang quickly realizes they aren't attacking intentionally. They're fleeing from something. That something is a horde of ice trolls, each as formidable as a B-rank hunter. Spotting the approaching threat, Li Zhongyang warns In Chang to be cautious and draws his weapon, preparing to confront the beasts. The two leap into action, swiftly cutting through the ice trolls with ease. In mere seconds, they eliminate the threat. But In Chang is left bewildered. She hadn't anticipated such intensity in this place. "There are far too many powerful monsters here," she remarks, her brow furrowing. To make matters worse, both of them are struggling to manage their mana, and the monsters seem to fight with a surprising level of intelligence, almost like humans. Li Zhongyang nods in agreement, realizing that the gatification process is advancing more rapidly than he had anticipated. However, his immediate priority is to find a safer location. With that in mind, the two hunters press on through the icy wasteland. Soon, In Chang, shivering from the cold, turns to him and asks how much farther they have to go. Li Zhongyang replies, "On foot. This journey will take us about a month." In Chang's heart races at the thought of such a long trek, but he quickly reassures himself that they won't be walking that distance. Time is of the essence, and they need to find a means of transportation. Their first destination is Heaven Lake, nestled on the majestic Baekdu Mountain. As they press onward, they cut down every monster that dares to cross their path. Eventually, they set up camp for the night, gathering around a small fire to rest and regroup. As In Chong and Gong rest by the flickering flames, Li Zhongyang ventures out to scout the surroundings. Remarkably, he returns shortly after, leading 2 massive elks that he has somehow tamed in that brief time. With these majestic creatures, the hunters traverse the wasteland at an accelerated pace, reaching the base of Baekdu Mountain without a hitch. As they begin their ascent, In Chang observes that although they are climbing higher, the air feels unexpectedly warmer instead of colder. They haven't encountered any monsters on their journey, which raises her suspicions. Li Zhongyang reassures her, saying there's no need to worry. The master of the mountain is watching over them. This only deepens her confusion. She inquires if this master is a person, but Lu Nyang shakes his head. She speculates that it could be a monster or an animal, and he concedes that he isn't quite sure what to call it either. Soon, they will encounter the master and his disciples. He instructs In Chang to leave the elks behind, as they must now break through a barrier. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Odin stands atop a towering structure, gazing down at the city below. Lost in thought, he reflects on his past, how he once believed he could surpass all others, and sought out Asgard in the hope of protecting humanity. After using his power to save others, he came to a harsh realization. In a world as cruel as this, those who lack magic are left behind. This revelation twisted his perspective. He began to believe that only the hunters who survived were truly worth protecting. His thoughts then drifted to Li Yongyang's journey to China, a place that ultimately let him down. The biting cold and relentless onslaught of monsters were not enough to deter him, but Li Zhongyang was different. He had defeated Hercules, the mightiest hero, without even possessing a hero's power. Odin, intrigued by this anomaly, believed that Li Zhongyang might uncover what he himself could not. A grin spread across Odin's face at the thought, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He called it interesting, licking his lips in anticipation before quickly regaining his composure. He admits he can't devour Li Zhongyang too quickly. He wants to savor him slowly. To Odin, Li Zhongyang is the perfect meal. Meanwhile, in frozen China, the hunters ascend Baekdu Mountain. The summit feels worlds apart from the base. The sky stretches wide above them and the weather is surprisingly pleasant. As they take in the breathtaking view, In Chang asks if they finally arrived, to which Li Zhongyang replies with a confident yes. This is Heaven Lake. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted when a group of humans suddenly appears. In Chang, taken aback by the sight of people here, asks Li Zhongyang if he knew anyone was living on the mountain. Li Zhongyang confirms that he did, revealing that these individuals are survivors from old North Korea. The revelation leaves the others in stunned silence, and they exchange bewildered glances, questioning how he came to know about them. Li Zhongyang announces that he has come to meet the master of the mountain. This declaration only intensifies the hostility around him. The 2 hunters are perceived as dangerous intruders, and tensions rise as everyone prepares for a confrontation. Li Zhongyang expresses a desire to avoid bloodshed, but the situation seems increasingly dire. Just as both sides brace for battle, a small girl unexpectedly appears, cutting through the tension. The child intervenes, halting the men from attacking. She declares that the Mountain King has ordered her to escort the guests. It becomes clear that North Korea has long since vanished. Following its disastrous nuclear experiments, the nation was reduced to a wasteland, with eerie gates emerging from the desolation. As a result, many survivors sought refuge in China or South Korea. Meanwhile, the tension of the standoff remains palpable, as the Mountain King's command fails to soothe the anxious North Korean survivors. One of the men questions Li Zhongyang about how he knows of them and their leader, a query that proves difficult to answer. However, the little girl interjects, scolding the man for his rudeness. This is no way to treat the guests of Mountain King Sanggun, she asserts. If Li Zhongyang knows Sanggun, then of course he knows about us too. Despite her defense, the men remain skeptical. They worry that Li Zhongyang and In Chong might be allies of their enemies, and their concern for Sanggun grows. As the men bicker over their next move, the girl turns to Li Zhongyang, her expression earnest. Please don't take it personally, she implores. Long ago, outsiders came here with the intent to kill Sanggun. The survivors fought them off, but ever since that day, fear of strangers has lingered in our hearts. Li Zhongyong remains unfazed, fixing the girl with a piercing gaze that clearly intimidates her. Nevertheless, Sanggun's command grants them entry into the survivors' town. The townsfolk observe from a distance, murmuring about how long it has been since outsiders arrived, speculating that these visitors, based on their attire, hail from the world beyond the mountain. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyong and Inchang remain vigilant, ever watchful. Inchang is home to about 200 people, the majority of whom are hunters resilient enough to endure this harsh land. However, as they approach Sanggun, a figure suddenly steps into their path, with a spear aimed directly at them. The man declares that they cannot proceed any further. Li Zhongyong, unfazed by the confrontation, regards the man with a steely gaze. He questions whether this is how they treat guests, especially when the Mountain King himself commanded their arrival. The man remains resolute, taking a fighting stance. Just then, the little girl rushes forward, attempting to intervene, but her efforts are in vain. He insists that they cannot meet Sanggun, reminding her that she is already aware of Sanggun's condition. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongyong senses that something has happened to Sanggun, igniting a surge of power within him. He prepares for battle, declaring that this man's opinion holds no weight. Undeterred, the man challenges Li Zhongyong to come at him. Just as the clash is about to begin, a girl cries out, her voice cutting through the tension. She proclaims that the mayor of Qianjichuan has ordered them to stand down. A formidable aura envelops her as she commands an end to the conflict. The man bows, finally yielding to her request. At last, she guides Li Zhongyong and Inchang to Sanggun, leading them into a concealed cave. As they walk, Li Zhongyong turns to Inchang and asks if she's familiar with the Dangan myth. She shakes her head, completely unaware. With a hint of enthusiasm, he explains that it's an ancient national legend about a deity named Huaning, who descended from the heavens to establish Korea. Still puzzled, Inchang wonders why he's bringing it up. He mentions that the locals might know the tale. Finally, they arrive at the Mountain King's chamber, where a magnificent white tiger lies resting. Li Zhongyong steps forward and inquires, "Are you Sanggun?" The tiger responds, affirming his identity as Sanggun, the guardian of Baekdu Mountain, and questions the reason for the outsider's visit. Inchang trembles under the weight of the white tiger's presence, but Li Zhongyong remains unfazed. With a dismissive tone, he declares the situation a disaster and warns Sanggun that his ability to protect Baekdu Mountain is fading fast. He reveals that the beast is dying, its magic waning as Baekdu Mountain itself is slowly being destroyed. Taken aback, Sanggun can't help but question, who is this man? Li Zhongyong confidently declares that he is someone who can help. He emphasizes that he didn't journey all this way merely to see the white tiger. He came to meet the true master of this mountain. His words ignite Sanggun's fury, prompting a fierce roar in response. Undeterred, Li Zhongyong presses on, asserting that even if Sanggun has captured the intruder, a dying cat cannot claim to be this mountain's true ruler. He boldly requests Sanggun to lead him to the invader, promising that in exchange, he will save both Sanggun and Jichan. Upon hearing this, Sanggun shoots a fierce glare at Li Zhongyong. Despite the disrespect, he allows them to leave. Once outside, Inchang turns to her partner, questioning what Sanggun truly is. Her partner explains that Sanggun isn't a monster. He's more akin to the elk they encountered earlier. In essence, the animals have transformed after absorbing mana from the land due to the presence of the gates. Their minds and bodies had evolved, yet that alone shouldn't have granted one the ability to speak like a human or wield such immense power. Li Zhongyong asserts that Sanggun is far more than an ordinary animal. Even before absorbing mana, he stood apart in alpha, larger, stronger, and more intelligent than his peers. But there's even more to him than that. Additionally, Sanggun is a sponsored hunter. Much like Li Zhongyong and Inchang, he sustained injuries while battling the intruder at Baekdu Mountain. Inchang is left in shock, but Li Zhongyong quickly clarifies that Sanggun isn't their target. The real threat is the intruder who harmed him. Afterward, he and Inchang trail the unassuming mayor to a secluded spot in the mountains. With a flicker of her power, she opens a shimmering gate, sending a brilliant beam of light soaring into the sky. The Korean hunters leap into the portal, with Li Zhongyong making an awkward entrance behind them. As soon as they step inside, the chief shuts the gate behind them, plunging the area into darkness. The lowly offer a silent prayer for their safe return. Meanwhile, a message informs Li Zhongyong and Inchang that they have entered an instant gate known as the Sealed Grounds. Curiously, Inchang asks what an instant gate is, to which Li Zhongyong replies, "It's a gate within another gate." He explains that, with North Korea and China effectively serving as gateways, every entrance within them functions as an instant portal. In Chang notes the stark contrast between the freezing temperatures outside and the sweltering heat inside. Lee Jong-yong encourages her to view it as training a passive means to grow stronger. Suddenly, her sponsor grants her heat tolerance, but she remains dissatisfied, grumbling that cold tolerance would have been far more useful. Once inside, they stumble upon a gruesome battlefield strewn with the remains of fallen monsters. Suddenly, Lee Jong-yong receives a notification. His fire control has improved, and he's leveled up, just as he suspected. A flame-heavy instant gate is an ideal way to gain experience. However, In Chang still has lingering doubts. She turns to him and asks, "Who exactly is that lowly figure, and did she create the sealed ground?" Lee Jong-yong clarifies, "Not exactly. She didn't create it, but she did trap the invader who harmed Sanggun here. This place is the heart of Baekdu Mountain, where its power converges, and it's also the source of Sanggun's strength." He continues, "The lowly mayor, An Mi-yo, has the ability to harness the mountain's energy. With that power, she can channel its strength to Sanggun." In Chang's confusion deepens. Just as she begins to process her thoughts, Lee Jong-yong interrupts, revealing that the invader is deeper within the sealed grounds. He warns that their target is likely stronger than any boss they've faced before, yet In Chang remains fixated on the name, remarking that An Mi-yo sounds quite strange. Lee Jong-yong clarifies, "It's not a real name, it's a pseudonym." He reveals that the seemingly lowly chief is, in fact, a hero. This revelation leaves In Chang skeptical, as such titles are supposed to be rare. Yet they keep encountering them. Nevertheless, they press on, determined to clear the gate. Lee Jong-yong recalls reading that Shinji-chan was the ideal place for growth, and he realizes the book was right. Locations like this are hard to come by, so he resolves to hone his skills as much as possible before the future shifts once more. With that in mind, he embarks on another rampage, slicing through every monster in his path. As a result, he levels up once more and sharpens his flame control. Observing his rapid progress, In Chang remarks that Lee Jong-yong's sponsor must be extraordinary to enhance his strength so quickly. However, Lee Jong-yong counters, claiming that In Chang's sponsor is even better, as his own growth stems from the player trait. This seems to annoy him even more, leading to a brief yet oddly wholesome exchange between the two sponsors. Meanwhile, back in Sanggun's cave, the lowly chief attempts to comfort the White Tiger, asking how he's been lately. Sanggun replies that he's holding up, but the truth is far grimmer. He's slowly dying from using his power to protect Baekdu Mountain and Shinji-chan, all while sealing away the invader. As a result, his life force continues to wane. Upon hearing this, the lowly chief laments that this crisis should have been hers to face, yet it was Sanggun who suffered. She questions whether she should reclaim the power, but Sanggun urges her not to entertain such thoughts. He acknowledges the strength of the Korean hunters, but emphasizes that the invader is far more formidable. This prompts the lowly chief to ask why he sent them into the sealed ground in the first place. Sanggun reveals that what he sensed from Lee Jong-yong wasn't merely his power, it was the force that lay behind him. Strikingly, this force felt eerily similar to what he had detected from the invader. Meanwhile, as the hunters arrive at their destination through the instant gate, In Chang is taken aback to find that the invader resembles a young, innocent boy. She expresses her concern, but Lee Jong-yong warns her not to be deceived. "That's no human," he asserts, "and looks mean nothing." As his words resonate, a wolf spirit materializes behind the child, its imposing presence sending a shiver down In Chang's spine. Doubt creeps in as she questions whether they can truly defeat it. Yet the child stands ready for battle, radiating hostility toward anyone who dares to intrude upon his territory. Without hesitation, the demonic child lunges at Lee Jong-yong and In Chang, eager to strike first. Before they can react, Gunjas leaps into the fray, determined to join the fight. With his immense strength, he intercepts the incoming attack, but the force is too great. He is slammed to the ground, pinned beneath the weight of the assault. Witnessing her avatar being crushed, In Chang leaps into action. She channels her mana into her weapon, preparing for a powerful strike. However, the demonic child effortlessly dodges her attack and swats it aside, sending In Chang hurtling through the air with a surge of raw power. Even she struggles to comprehend the sheer strength behind this foe. Without hesitation, Lee Jong-yong launches an attack from a blind spot. Wielding his weapon and commanding the power of fire, he swings down at his enemy, but the child deftly dodges the blow. In an instant, the young opponent counters, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Lee Jong-yong steels himself, expertly parrying each blow with precision and focus. As the battle rages on, the ominous sky of the apocalypse looms over the sponsored hunter, observing in silence. Their fierce clash ignites massive explosions that reverberate throughout Baekdu Mountain, causing the hidden village to tremble. In response, the lowly chief swiftly orders the evacuation of children and the vulnerable to safety. Without hesitation, the soldiers spring into action to execute her command. Gao, the man who nearly clashed with Li Zhongyong earlier, steps forward, concern etched on his face. "Chief, are you sure everything will be all right?" he asks, his voice laced with anxiety. She reassures him, "Don't worry. Even if Li Zhongyong falls, Sanbun and I will take care of it." With a firm nod, she then commands Gao to assist with the evacuation. Without hesitation, he springs into action, rushing off to fulfill her orders. But what she said isn't true. Deep down, she knows that if the Korean hunters fail, she and Sanbun alone won't be able to stop the demon child. The fate of their village now hangs in the balance, resting on the shoulders of someone they've only just met a few hours ago. So she prays once more for the hunters to return alive, not for their sake, but for her own. On the other side of the instant gate, Wang lies incapacitated. In Chong is clearly reaching her limit, and Li Zhongyong is being choked. In a moment of desperation, In Chong screams to distract the child, but her efforts fall flat, having no effect at all. The child is fixated on killing Li Zhongyong, relentlessly seeking an advantage in this deadly game. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyong fights to survive, but his strength is waning. The walls of fate close in around him, and he finds himself barely able to move. Just when all seems lost, a thought sparks in his mind a memory from his training before the battle. Despite the ongoing challenges, Zhongyong's magical growth continued. Even after the mana's stream had reached its limit, his authority was still a double-edged sword, but he pressed on. With determination, he pushed himself and finally broke free from his constraints. Suddenly, system messages flooded his mind, revealing that he had gained this skill without any assistance from his sponsor. As a result, his stats surged once more. Meanwhile, Chong could only stare in disbelief, utterly shocked by the transformation unfolding before him. Li Zhongyong compresses his mana with such intensity that the very fabric of space begins to warp around him. Once he's prepared, he hurls his spear at the charging child, who bravely meets the attack head-on. Their most powerful strikes collide, resulting in a massive explosion. As the dust settles, the demon child emerges, severely battered and torn. This elevates Li Zhongyong's authority to level 10, earning him the title of Fire Monarch. But before the dust can settle, the child's wolf spirit materializes within the sea of flames, glaring menacingly at Li Zhongyong. In Chong watches with bated breath. Undeterred, Li Zhongyong strides toward his wounded foe. The child growls in defiance, but it's powerless to act. From the pages of the Demon King's book, Li Zhongyong understands that the beast cannot defy him due to its origins. As the wolf continues to gaze at him, its eyes gradually shift from fury and anguish to a deep sadness. After what feels like an eternity of silent connection, the wolf finally submits to Li Zhongyong. It approaches him, allowing him to stroke its fur. Just then, a message appears. The sky of an apocalypse has sponsored a bond. Li Zhongyan reflects on the beast before him. Though it appears calm now, it was once a demon that plunged the world into chaos alongside the Demon King. This creature had once served the mightiest hunter, who had raised it as if it were his own child. In time, it would earn many titles: the Snowy King, the Monarch of Beasts, and God Jaws. With a sense of purpose, Li Zhongyan decides to name his new companion Fenrir. The bond shifts into submission as the Sky of Apocalypse inquires if he wishes to activate it. With that, the ordeal comes to a close. Back on the surface, the lowly chief notices the trembling has ceased and wonders if it's finally over. Suddenly, she hears footsteps approaching. The Korean hunters have returned safely. She freezes in shock as she sees Li Zhongyan carrying the demon child back into the village. Panic sets in, and she urgently calls for Sanbun, who arrives without delay. Demanding an explanation, she turns to Li Zhongyuan, but he simply replies that he has kept his promise. Sanbun, however, remains skeptical. He accuses Li Zhongyuan of deceit, insisting that he had promised to eliminate the intruder. Li Zhongyuan shakes his head, insisting that's not the case. He had only promised to save Sanbun and Qian Jichon. This child is no longer a threat, he asserts. Just then, the child stirs awake, slipping from Li Zhongyuan's embrace. With a fierce glare directed at Sanbun and the chief, he unleashes his power, filling the air with tension. Both leaders are filled with fear, but after receiving his owner's permission, the child unexpectedly bows to them in apology. The chief is left even more bewildered. Yet this gesture signals the end of the child's hostility, and, with it, the conclusion of this chaotic arc. Once things settle down, Li Zhongyan attempts to teach his new pet how to say his name. However, Fenrir keeps responding with Jugyo, which translates to kill. Strangely enough, it suits the little creature a bit too well. This also confirms that the child still struggles with speech. Just then, Enchang approaches, calling out to her partner. Fenrir, clearly displeased by the interruption, displays a hint of hostility, protective of her avatar. However, to Li Zhongyuan, it all seems like just kids being kids. Enchang, on the other hand, would likely see things differently. Meanwhile, the sponsors observe the unfolding scene, sharing a warm moment as they take in the playful chaos. Later, Li Zhongyuan beckons the chief to the edge of the barrier. She looks at him, puzzled, and asks why he called her. He explains that he made a promise to Sanboon. If he dealt with the intruder and helped Sanboon recover, then Sanboon would allow him to take the chief with him. Still confused, she turns to Li Zhongyuan for clarification, but he insists that now isn't the time to elaborate. He still has business in China, but once it's finished, he promises to return for her. He urges her to be ready when that day arrives. With a swift motion, he summons a sword and hurls it into the lake. As it disappears beneath the surface, he turns to the chief and asks him to guard it until his return. He also requests that she use her power to perform a ritual on the sword, similar to the one used to seal Fenrir. Her confusion deepens at this unexpected request. Li Zhongyuan explains the significance of the weapon, emphasizing that he must entrust it to someone later. The following day, the Korean hunters prepare for their departure. As they set out, the villagers of Chenjichun gather around them, expressing their apologies for the way they had treated the hunters. They explain that their harshness stemmed from past encounters with outsiders who attempted to rob the village. Li Zhongyuan nods, acknowledging their concerns and understanding why they had been so wary. The lowly chief approaches, asking if Li Zhongyuan is already leaving. He replies affirmatively, stating he has no time to waste, but assures her he will return. The chief, puzzled, doesn't quite grasp his meaning. In that moment, Li Zhongyuan realizes she has forgotten their conversation from the previous day and wonders if her side effects have worsened. He advises her to consult Sangun about it. Finally, the Korean hunters bid farewell to the villagers and Sangun before continuing their journey. Meanwhile, deep within his cave, Sangun urges Li Zhongyuan to hurry. With their new companion in tow, the Korean hunters begin their descent down Baekdu Mountain. As they walk, Enchang suddenly halts, her expression clouded with concern. Li Zhongyuan glances back, noticing her distress. It feels heavy leaving Chenjichon behind like this, she admits, her voice tinged with sadness. Li Zhongyuan reassures her, I plan to return. Once we finish our business in China, we'll visit Chenjichon again. A flicker of hope crosses Enchang's face, and she lightens the mood with a playful remark. Well, once you sort out that whole gate problem, we can come back easily by plane, portal, or whatever. Li Zhongyuan feels a twinge of unease. He never claimed he could handle that. Yet, Enchang has unwavering faith in him. To her, he has already achieved the impossible time and again. With a smile, she boasts about his feats, how he brought down Hercules, and even tamed the demon child Fenrir. Surely a man like him can manage the gates in China as well, right? Li Zhongyuan shakes his head, saying, I can't. His unexpected answer catches her off guard. He elaborates, revealing that he alone cannot halt the impending disaster. In truth, no one in the world can stop what's approaching China. The atmosphere shifts dramatically, and even Enchang's spirits plummet. In an attempt to lift the mood, she quips, Are we really going to keep walking? I've grown quite fond of the warmth of Baekdu Mountain. Li Zhongyuan firmly declines. The entire purpose of his journey to Chenjichon was to discover something that would make travel easier. However, Enchang reminds him that the elk they rode before are long gone. Li Zhongyuan retorts that no one mentioned elk, then turns to Fenrir, instructing him to give them a ride. With a swift nod, Fenrir transforms into his wolf form, and the two hunters eagerly climb onto his back. Fenrir bolts forward, racing across the terrain until he reaches a small battlefield. There, the hunters witness a fierce clash between snow orcs and ice trolls. Li Zhongyuan quickly grasps the reason for Fenrir's sudden halt. With a commanding tone, he urges, Fenrir, feast on them! Without hesitation, Fenrir plunges into the fray, swiftly dispatching and devouring the monstrous foes. Enchang can only stare in shock as Li Zhongyuan reveals that Fenrir must have been starving for quite some time. Then, with a glint of intrigue in his eyes, he mentions that he has something to teach Enchang. But first, he wants to show her something important. This instantly ignites Enchang's excitement. Could it be that he's finally going to unveil the secret behind his astonishing growth and mysterious powers? For a long time, she had yearned to know, holding back her questions in the belief that he would reveal the truth when the moment was right. Now, that moment has arrived. Li Zhongyuan offers to teach her about the mana stream, a skill that could empower her to thrive independently as a hunter. Enchong is left bewildered. A hunter who can flourish without a sponsor. Could such a thing truly? It certainly can, and it's the key to Li Zhongyuan's strength. Her excitement ignites at this revelation. Li Zhongyuan then reveals that she has already tapped into a portion of the mana stream. To demonstrate, he gathers mana in his hand and asks her if she can see it. Enchong concentrates, channeling her own power, and to her delight, she clearly perceives the mana swirling in his palm. Li Zhongyuan beams with pride, declaring that he always believed in her talent. She claims that she can see mana when she concentrates and wonders if that's the reason he meditates so often. He corrects her, explaining that it's not just about seeing mana, it's about sensing its flow, much like feeling it within the body. Enchong struggles to grasp this concept immediately, but that's not what truly matters. Li Zhongyuan reassures her that she doesn't need to fully understand it. This knowledge isn't acquired through thought alone. With practice, one learns to adapt. Determined, he plans to force the mana flow into her, though he cautions that it will hurt like hell. Enchong stands firm, accepting the challenge without hesitation. That's fine, she declares, her resolve unwavering. She yearns to grow stronger, refusing to be a burden and eager to keep pace with Li Zhongyuan. As night falls, the hunters finally pause to rest, and Enchong succumbs to exhaustion, completely passed out. In a flashback, Li Zhongyuan recalls her incredible resilience. She endured the grueling process of mana imprinting without uttering a single cry, though the experience left her utterly drained. As she reflects on her strength, her attention shifts to Fenrir and Tedley, who are both fixated on something in the distance. Intrigued, he approaches the edge to get a better look and spots a massive lizard monster lurking behind the cliff. It's a drake, a formidable predator that typically serves as the boss of A-ranked gates. Fenrir's eyes widen, drool pooling as he licks his lips, clearly eager for dinner. Li Zhongyuan turns to his pets, asking if they're ready to hunt the drake. Fenrir responds with an enthusiastic yes. The Demon King's autobiography claims that drakes are Fenrir's favorite food, but Li Zhongyuan is aware that Fenrir still isn't at full strength. He wasn't even at his peak on Baekdu Mountain, and after submitting, he's become even weaker. This leaves Li Zhongyuan questioning whether Fenrir can truly defeat such a formidable enemy. Yet, to ensure everything goes smoothly in the future, he must uncover the true potential of his new pet. Determined, he sets out to hunt a drake. The moment has arrived. Fenrir leaps off the cliff, aiming straight for the beast, but just before impact, he transforms into his wolf form. However, the drake is no fool. It senses Fenrir's approach and strikes first, launching an attack before he can close the distance. But it doesn't matter. The drake unleashes a powerful blast, but Fenrir counters with an attack of his own, obliterating it effortlessly. In a stunning display of strength, Fenrir takes down the drake with a single strike. With the battle over, the ravenous wolf eagerly sinks his teeth into the drake's flesh. Li Zhongyuan stands in stunned silence, having anticipated a longer, more evenly matched fight. Instead, he realizes that Fenrir is far more formidable than he ever imagined. He begins to question whether Fenrir has truly weakened, as defeating a drake so effortlessly seems unnatural. However, after witnessing the extent of Fenrir's power, Li Zhongyuan feels ready to press forward. The following day, the hunters continue their journey, only to stumble upon a chilling scene. They discover several human corpses frozen solid in an instant. Overwhelmed by the sight, Yin Chong breaks down in tears, asking if the calamity Li Zhongyuan warned about will leave the entire world in such a state. He agrees, though not in those exact words. He suggests that the calamity might actually be less merciless than their current situation. With their newfound strength and allies, they have the power to save even more lives. There are other hunters, heroes, and groups like Asgard out there, all ready to battle against the impending disaster. Li Zhongyuan assures her that he will join the fight as well, urging her not to worry too much. Yin Chong takes a deep breath, feeling a wave of calm wash over her. I'll do my best to save as many people as I can, she promises, determination shining in her eyes. As they continue their journey, they soon arrive at a frozen river. Li Zhongyuan glances at the solid surface and suggests, "We should cross here. Our destination lies just beyond it." Yin Chong furrows her brow, a hint of confusion creeping in. "But where exactly are we going?" With a reassuring nod, he replies, "We're searching for someone in Guangdong province." Despite her doubts, Yin Chong remains uncertain. She questions whether anyone could survive in such a harsh environment, but Li Zhongyuan insists that he believes someone is still alive. Deep down, however, he feels a growing sense of desperation. Even after using his mammoth stream skill to suppress the black marble within him, he senses the foreign object gaining strength. A nagging thought creeps into his mind. Is he nearing his limit? Determined to find the person quickly, he decides they need to cross swiftly. With Fenrir's help, they traverse the frozen river in no time. Once on the other side, they dismount. Li Zhongyuan suggests that from this point on, they should refrain from riding Fenrir to remain hidden and avoid drawing attention. Ahead, the landscape appears less icy, and Yin Chong notes that the air feels warmer. She notices there are no monsters in sight. Li Zhongyuan smiles, declaring it a good sign they're on the right path. As they continue forward, Fenrir suddenly points ahead. Li Zhongyuan follows the wolf's gaze and spots a humanoid figure in the distance. Yin Chong's eyes brighten at the possibility of finding a person, but Li Zhongyuan remains cautious, urging her to ready her weapon. He warns them that in a place like this, appearances can be deceiving. As they draw closer, they discover that the figure is, in fact, a giant. The battle begins swiftly, and Yin Chong proves to be more than a match for the colossal foe. However, after her victory, a sense of unease washes over her. She remarks that the giant seemed more like a starving animal than a sentient being. Li Zhongyuan offers an explanation, suggesting that it may have been cast out by its group for being sick or weak. Giants who are cast out often descend into madness, becoming violent and unpredictable. He notes that this one is likely weaker than the others. However, there's little time for respite. Before they can catch their breath, more giants emerge on the horizon, gliding in on streaks of ice. The sight sends a chill through Chong, filling him with dread. The giant leader bellows, demanding to know who these intruders are and what they are doing in his territory. As the leader peers closer, a look of surprise washes over his face. Meanwhile, Fenrir's eyes light up at the sight of the shimmering ice streaks, drool pooling in anticipation of a tasty treat. However, his hopes are dashed when the giant leader suddenly hurls a net in their direction. Zhong instinctively prepares to fight back, but Li Zhongyuan intervenes, holding her back. He notes that he doesn't sense any killing intent from the giants, and believes it's wiser to allow themselves to be captured for the time being. The giants then ensnare the hunters in a cage and transport them back to their base. During the journey, the giant who captured them inquires if they hail from this land. Li Zhongyuan replies that they have traveled from far away. The giant reassures Li Zhongyuan, telling him not to worry. They were captured alongside someone significant. From what Li Zhongyuan has observed, these giants are not the mindless beasts of old tales. They possess intelligence, resembling humans more than monsters. Curiosity piqued, Li Zhongyuan asks if they are heading to Utgard. The giant nods, surprised that an outsider is familiar with their city. He reassures them that, for now, they have no intention of harming the humans. Then, with a confident stance, he introduces himself as Saki, a warrior of the Great Frost Giant tribe. Li Zhongyang follows suit, introducing himself as well, and the group continues on their journey. Along the way, they encounter attacks from other tribes, but Saki dispatches them effortlessly. Despite his formidable strength, there's an undeniable kindness in Saki's demeanor. After the battle, he turns to Li Zhongyang with a few pressing questions. He even suggests that the humans can leave whenever they wish, a gesture that feels a bit too generous. Li Zhongyang suspects the giants are concealing something. He believes there are survivors within the giant city, yet Saki swears on his honor that the humans can choose to depart freely and safely. For Li Zhongyang, this twist couldn't be more fortuitous. It simplifies their path to their goal, and the man he seeks should be here as well. Before long, they arrive at the city border. Zhang is taken aback, while Saki beams with pride as she welcomes them to Utgard. Soon, they reach the gate, where Saki is swiftly recognized and warmly welcomed back. Inside the cage, the humans glance around, remarking that the surroundings resemble the Middle Ages. Shane quips that perhaps they've traveled through time. However, her joke is interrupted as townspeople begin to gather around Saki, their eyes widening at the sight of the caged humans. Whispers ripple through the crowd, filled with curiosity and confusion about why these humans are imprisoned and what crimes they might have committed. Fenrir begins to stir restlessly, prompting the giants to identify the one among them Vanargan. Despite the tension, Saki remains unfazed, insisting that nothing is amiss. He commands everyone to clear the path so he can approach the city chief. Meanwhile, trapped within the cage, Fenrir perceives the giants as foes, his instincts urging him to attack. They finally arrive at the chief's manor, and Saki is granted entry. As soon as they step inside, Fenrir begins to grow restless once more. This prompts Li Zhongyang to suspect that this might be the enemy Fenrir sensed earlier, perhaps even the one Fenrir had injured before their escape to Baekdu Mountain. Saki then reports that he has captured a Banargand along with its companions. He explains that the Banargand was discovered separately from the others. The chief's expression shifts to one of confusion and anger. He orders Saki to abandon the intruders and return. However, Saki stands firm, reminding him of his promise to grant the humans safe passage. On his honor, he insists they will not be harmed and will be allowed to return home. He asks the chief to honor his word as a warrior before quietly departing. The humans find themselves confined in an oddly comfortable prison cell. Inchong tests the bars and realizes they are indeed trapped. She could easily slice through them with her sword, but Li Nyang advises against it. They are deep within giant territory, and attempting to escape would mean facing the entire horde. Inchong hesitantly asks if they're truly in danger. The chief's demeanor raises suspicion, especially when he catches sight of Fenrir. There's a palpable tension in the air, prompting her to question their next move. Li Zhongyang reassures her, urging her to relax. "We can leave whenever we want," he says. "For now, let's treat this as a rare opportunity to rest." It seems they'll be here for a while. In their temporary room, Li Zhongyang recalls the Demon King's autobiography, which labeled the giant war as the worst of all conflicts. Yet, what he has witnessed so far doesn't align with that description. Something feels off. Despite the giant king's unimaginable strength, the other giants appear to possess less attack power than an average human. If that's the case, how did they manage to corner mankind? As Li Zhongyang lost himself in thought, a gentle knock echoed through the cell door. To his surprise, a little girl entered, carrying a tray with steaming cups of tea. As she poured the fragrant brew, he seized the moment to ask a few questions. "Are all captured humans treated this well?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. The girl shook her head, her expression shifting. "No," she replied softly. Noticing her hesitation, Li Zhongyang leaned in slightly, reassuring her with a warm smile. "You don't have to worry. It's okay to tell me." No one seems to be listening, which surprises her. Turning back, she spots the magic tool cleverly concealed in the room. Li Zhongyang explains that it's used to spy on them, and without Merlin's necklace, he would never have noticed it. He steps closer to the girl, now revealed as Xian, and assures her that she can speak freely. Xian reveals that she has been here for about a year, while most others have been around for roughly a year and a half. Li Zhongyang speculates that Utgard was constructed around the same time the giants began capturing humans. Curiously, he inquires why his group receives special treatment. Xian responds that it's due to their strength and the fact that they are accompanied by someone exceptional. She goes on to explain that during the giants' battle with Fenrir, he transformed into his wolf form and slaughtered many of them. In response to the threat, the king and a band of mighty warrior giants rallied together, driving Fenrir into retreat. This forced the fearsome wolf back to the heights of Baekdu Mountain. Upon hearing this tale, Li Zhongyang devised a plan. He approached Xian with a request, attempting to sweeten the deal with candy and chocolate, but she remained unimpressed. Instead, she asked for iron, hoping to sell it and purchase medicine for her ailing mother. Li Zhongyang nods in agreement. In exchange, he asks her to locate someone named Wan Hua. Xian is taken aback and interrupts him, asking if he means Huada. He confirms that he does. Days pass after the hunters arrive at the castle. They do little more than enjoy regular meals and occasionally stroll around. However, Sheng is growing increasingly frustrated with the situation. She suggests that if they have nothing to occupy their time, they should simply be set free. Li Zhongyang, ever the optimist, counters that at least they've had the opportunity to train. Sheng, still feeling restless, suddenly lights up with an idea. He decides to showcase their strength within the castle, summoning his weapon with a flourish. Seeing this, Sheng prepares himself as well, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "Are we finally going to tear this place apart?" he asks, anticipation bubbling in his voice. Li Zhongyang is taken aback by her words. Why would someone so righteous want to destroy everything? He asks, genuinely puzzled. Sheng's response is candid. She confesses her deep-seated hatred for this place. But it's more than just that. There's something unsettling about the king that gnaws at her. To explore this unsettling feeling further, Li Zhongyang proposes they stage a display of power. Chang feels a twinge of worry, but he playfully provokes her until she takes the bait. They both dive into a serious fight, agreeing that the loser will owe the winner a favor. Just like that, their fierce match unfolds, leaving the castle garden in complete disarray. Later, when Saki hears about the chaos, she can't help but burst into laughter. it is revealed that after uniting with another tribe, the chief began to change. He insisted on being called king and started amassing iron and soldiers, though no one knows who he intends to confront. For Saki, an honorable warrior, his leader's actions are perplexing. Suddenly, another giant rushes in, breathless, and announces that the Naras are attacking. The giants swiftly prepare to confront the situation at hand. Meanwhile, deep within the castle, Ancheng encounters an administrative giant who sternly reminds her that damaging the castle garden is a grave offense. Yet, with her persuasive charm, she manages to convince him that they too bear some responsibility for failing to teach the humans their rules. Enchang offers a heartfelt apology for the destruction she and Li Yang have caused. She explains that her people are accustomed to training by running through forests. As the giant processes her words, she expresses her genuine regret and her desire to make amends. She then asks him what he would like as compensation. After a moment of contemplation, the giant responds that he wishes to learn more about humans, as their understanding of them is still so limited. Enchang reluctantly agrees to share her thoughts. Meanwhile, during her fierce battle with Lu Zhongyang, she finds herself on the defensive. Despite unleashing her full power, she struggles to find an opening. Determined, she resolves to go all out. Li Zhongyang responds with even greater force, and as the intensity of their clash reaches its peak, Enchang believes she has finally spotted an opportunity. But to her dismay, it turns out to be a cunning trap. Li Zhongyang had intentionally baited her, then swiftly maneuvered behind her to claim victory. As the winner, he instructed Enchang to befriend the giants and gather vital information. However, he had other plans brewing beneath the surface. Moments later, the giant guards stormed in, only to find Enchang standing over Li Zhongyang, who appeared to be gravely injured. They call for a medic and carry him away. In the treatment room, a human doctor examines him while he lies on the bed. However, it quickly becomes clear to the doctor that the injuries are not serious. There's blood, but nothing life-threatening. Li Zhongyang is taken aback. The giants may have fallen for the ruse, but a real doctor sees right through it. Despite the pain, Li Zhongyang requests treatment, and the doctor begins to work on his wounds. As the doctor's hands glide over the injuries, they miraculously close up, and soon Li Zhongyang is completely healed. Grateful, he expresses his thanks, and adds that it's an honor to meet Quada. At this, the doctor freezes, his expression turning icy as he asks Li Zhongyang if he truly knows him. But he denies it. Wada wonders if someone named Seeing has informed him yet again. Our hero insists otherwise. Instead, Li Zhongyang suggests they should get to know one another. Wada merely remarks that he's an odd man before walking away, instructing Seeing to follow. Just as he turns to leave, Li Zhongyang calls out once more. He reminds Wada that the treatment isn't finished, and questions whether a doctor would abandon a patient still in pain. To Wada, Li Zhongyang appears perfectly fine. When Lu Zhongyang insists that the problem isn't external, Wada wonders how he can make a judgment without a thorough examination. With that thought in mind, he reaches out and checks Li Zhongyang's pulse. However, even after this assessment, he finds nothing amiss and decides to leave. The attempt proves fruitless, leaving Li Zhongyang in a state of confusion. He could clearly sense the magic emanating from Wada, confirming his suspicions that the man was indeed a hunter. However, the absence of the black marble left him uneasy. What if Wada hadn't yet gained his powers? The thought sent a wave of panic through him. It couldn't possibly be true. In the Demon King's autobiography, Wada was celebrated as one of the few Chinese hunters to survive, a healer who had saved countless heroes, including the Demon King himself. In Giant Land, the Demon King discovered the mana stream. At the onset of this powerful skill, he was overwhelmed by a surge of mana, reminiscent of the dragon's bloodstone. It was only with Wada's assistance that he managed to survive the ordeal, a man who would eventually be revered like a god. Now, in the present, Li Zhongyang finds himself pondering whether he has arrived too soon. Perhaps Wada hasn't yet reached his full potential, as not enough time has passed. Insheng suddenly appears behind him, inquiring about how things went. Anticipating trouble after the incident in the garden, he feels relieved by her swift return, signaling that it wasn't as dire as he feared. "It went well," she replies. "They want me to become a warrior." She continues explaining that the frost giants, known as the Nars, are constructing a city nearby and are biding their time for an opportunity to strike Ukard. To defend their city from the Nars and other monsters, the giants find themselves in desperate need of Korean hunters, as their own numbers are insufficient. Li Zhongyang is taken aback by this revelation. There are far fewer giants than he had anticipated. The presence of the Nars contributes to their dwindling ranks, and with such low numbers, the giants may not pose a significant threat to humanity after all. In Chang notes that, aside from their concerns about the Nars, the giants seem primarily interested in learning about the outside world. Li Zhongyang praises her knowledge of the population, culture, traits, and even military strength. When she inquires about what he has learned, he admits he hasn't uncovered much yet and needs to delve deeper. They had initially planned to leave after identifying the right individuals, but now that she has been offered a warrior role, he questions her decision to stay. In Chang responds, revealing that the giants aren't actually imprisoning anyone. The issue lies in the fact that if humans leave Ukard, they are likely to perish outside its borders. This is why she feels compelled to help them. Upon hearing this, Li Yongyang is taken aback. His original plan was simply to locate Wara, gather the capable individuals, and flee Ukard. Meanwhile, In-chan reflects on the situation, acknowledging her selflessness. He admits that she is a better person than he is, revealing that he nearly became the very kind of person he despises. After signing on as mercenary warriors, the Korean hunters are granted permission to stay among the other humans. However, the residents maintain their distance, eyeing the owner of Femur with suspicion and labeling him as dangerous. Meanwhile, the hunters observe that the locals are closed off, offering little warmth to outsiders. Just then, Jin rushes over, her face beaming with gratitude. She thanks Li Zhongyang, explaining that his gift played a crucial role in healing her mother. Wara approaches and inquires about Li Zhongyang's well-being. He replies that he feels much better, all thanks to her, and extends his hand. Wara shakes it firmly, reminding him to visit if he ever feels unwell again. As Scene and Wara take their leave, Li Zhongyang finds himself in an even more challenging situation. Despite intentionally altering the flow of his magic this time, Wara remains completely unfazed. Li Zhongyang suspects that Wara has picked up on something, prompting him to reconsider his initial impressions of the old doctor. Noticing his somber mood, In-chung inquires if he's all right. He admits he's not, but her cheerful demeanor lifts his spirits. With renewed determination, Li Zhongyang begins to gather information. They start asking the townsfolk about the number of giants residing in the area, but the answers remain frustratingly vague. He discovers that they were once 3 or 4 times as many giants. However, they fought among themselves, leading one chief to leave Utgard with his followers, forming what would become the Nars. Additionally, a mysterious disease had previously diminished their population. This information is entirely new to Li Zhongyang, who continues to probe, asking if any other outsiders have visited this place before. The residents nod in agreement. Li Zhongyang ponders whether they are referring to the Demon King. According to the tale, he journeyed into China and arrived at the City of Giants. Since Li Zhongyang finds himself in the past, he might uncover clues about this enigmatic figure. However, the outsiders departed long before the Korean hunters made their entrance. The residents have never laid eyes on them. They only know of their existence through the giants' accounts. As Li Zhongyang makes his way back, he reflects on the valuable information he's gathered. He discovers that a mysterious figure has managed to halt the devastating plague, and this same individual is frequently summoned to the castle. He must be the Hwada I need, he muses, determination setting in as he decides to seek out more answers from the giants. With Fenrir by his side, Li Zhongyang approaches Sachi, who greets him with a mix of surprise and amusement, clearly remembering the human who once set fire to the castle garden. He expresses his gratitude to Li Zhongyang for assisting his tribe, despite their differences in species. He mentions that other races, like the dwarves and the banners, harbor animosity towards them. With Nara attacks becoming increasingly frequent, he knows he must leave. He asks Li Zhongyang to join him in the fight, and together they set out to confront the looming threat. However, they soon encounter an unexpected challenge along the way. Their path is abruptly blocked by the Naris and their imposing leader, Shrim. As Sachi confronts Shrim, Li Zhongyang senses the tension in the air. This could take a turn for the worse. He can feel Shrim's power radiating, a strength that surpasses Sachi's, likely rivaling that of the giant king he encountered at the castle. Yet, despite the looming danger, Li Zhongyang is left in the dark, unable to grasp the words being exchanged. Though he struggles to grasp their language, fortune smiles upon him when his sponsor, Sky of Apocalypse, bestows upon him the giant tongue, Shoten. With this newfound ability, he finally comprehends the words of Sachi and Shrim. Amidst the mounting tension, Shrim pleads with Sakai to reconsider his stance. However, the giant warrior stands firm, declaring that he will not heed the words of an apostate. Shrim maintains his composure and questions whether Saki truly intends to follow a foolish king. He points out that Sachi's tribe has fallen from grace, tarnishing the honor of warriors everywhere. Firmly, he asserts that he is not an apostate. They simply do not hold dominion over Utgard. Saki, having heard enough, lets out a fierce roar, channeling his energy as he prepares to charge. In response, Shrim shifts his demeanor, readying himself for the impending clash. This is how giants resolve their conflicts through sheer brute force. Suddenly, Shrim's gaze falls upon two unusual figures accompanying Sachi. As he examines them more closely, he realizes that one of them is extraordinary. Even more astonishing is the fact that this special individual appears to be under the control of a human. Fenrir and Lee Jong-young capture Shrim's attention, and he declares that he will handle them next time. Saki interrupts with a fierce swing, but Shrim effortlessly dodges and counters with a powerful punch. Just before it connects, he halts, preventing himself from delivering a fatal blow to his old comrade. The impact still sends a shockwave rippling through the air. With that, Shrim turns to leave alongside his group, casually informing Sachi, Fenrir, and Lee Jong-young that they will meet again soon. As the Nars retreat, Utgard's soldiers turn to Sachi, questioning why they are allowing the enemy to escape. Saki calmly explains that Shrim is among them, and engaging in battle now would cost Utgard warriors they simply cannot spare. He adds that the chief has specifically ordered him not to confront Shrim. With defeat etched on their faces, the Utgard fighters make their way back to the city. As they journeyed on, Lee Jong-young conceded that Sachi had made the right decision. The giants may revel in battle, but the disparity between their generals was unmistakable. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Sachi and Shrim had once shared a bond, whether as friends or family. But then, something caught his eye. A solitary figure standing amidst the desolate wasteland. He couldn't help but wonder why none of the giants had reacted to him, despite clearly seeing his presence. He turns to Saki, who explains that the man is merely a mercenary aiding Utgard. As they draw nearer, Lee Jong-young's heart races its quada, the doctor he had been desperately seeking. After returning to Utgard, Lee Jong-young heads to his lodging, where he finds In Chang looking quite pleased. She informs him that a group of attacking Nars was repelled, all thanks to her presence. Lee Jong-young shares his experiences, but In Chang interrupts with urgent news. One of the Nars, she reveals, was a Chinese man who skillfully deflected her attacks using a long, peculiar spear. A spark of realization lights up Lee Jong-young's eyes as he declares that he has finally found the man he had been searching for. Eager to speak with him, he hands Merlin's necklace to In Chang before departing. Later, he arrives at Quada's clinic and is taken aback by the sheer number of patients waiting. Lee Jong-young steps in, presenting the doctors with a bucket full of potions, instructing them to use them as needed. Once the patients are taken care of, he finally turns his attention to Quada, Wenhua. The first thing Wenhua does is check Lee Jong-young's pulse. He mentions that he felt something unusual when they shook hands earlier and wants to confirm his suspicions. This only deepens Lee Jong-young's belief that Wenhua is the person he has been searching for. With a focused intensity, Wenhua takes Lee Jong-young's hand and begins to examine it closely. His verdict is clear. He needs to conduct a few tests, even if they might be painful. Lee Jong-young readily agrees, and Wenhua begins channeling his mana into Lee Jong-young's body to examine his pulse and overall condition. Lee Jong-young realizes this explains In Chang's struggles during mana stream training. Typically, having another person's mana flow through you is an immense burden. Yet this time, Lee Jong-young feels nothing at all. Realizing the doctor also harnesses mana stream, he instinctively pushes back. Wenhua immediately notices and, taken aback, asks if Lee Jong-young has also mastered internal cultivation, the Chinese variant of mana stream. They then settle down to discuss this intriguing revelation. Wenhua mentions that others possess this skill as well, but they are aligned with the Nars. Lee Jong-young speculates that one of the fighters in Chang might be involved, but for now, the black marble takes precedence. He inquires about his condition. Wenhua replies that he sensed something unusual, but nothing alarming enough to cause concern. Lee Jong-young reveals that his mana has fused with demonic energy, resulting in a marble embedded within him. Intrigued, Wenhua resolves to conduct a thorough examination this time. Despite the inherent risks, Lee Jong-young consents. Once the procedure concludes, Wenhua commends him for enduring the excruciating pain as if his very organs were being ripped apart. Li Zhongyong is solely focused on the outcome. Wenhua takes a moment to explain that the marbles within him are anything but ordinary. While most marbles siphon a person's life force until their demise, these black ones are actually enhancing his energy flow. Confused, Li Zhongyong listens intently as Wenhua clarifies that they aren't harming him internally. Rather, the pain he feels stems from the forced stimulation they cause. Still, it's a perilous situation. He warns that as Li Zhongyong grows stronger, so too do the marbles, and if they ever surpass him, he could become consumed by a thirst for bloodshed. Fortunately, Li Zhongyong has been managing to keep this darkness at bay with sheer mental fortitude. Yet, his curiosity persists. He inquires whether the psychopaths Wenhua mentioned are the abandoned Nars, to which Wenhua affirms. For the moment, though, the black marble remains safe. As Li Zhongyong gets dressed, he continues his conversation with Wenhua. He questions why so many human patients seem passive, unwilling to fight back. Wenhua explains that it's due to the surrounding energy. Hunters can harness its power, but ordinary people simply can't withstand it. This is why some regions have become uninhabitable since the gates opened. Wenhua then asks Li Zhongyong why he came here and if a rescue team is on the way. Li Zhongyong shakes his head, explaining that there has never been any record of such a team and likely never will be. At this revelation, Wenhua's expression crumbles, the weight of despair settling heavily upon him. Li Zhongyong insists that the rescue party is crucial, but Wenhua dismisses his words as a joke. Two people can't save everyone, he argues. But there are more than just two of us. With Wenri and Yunmu on their side, they have a total of 4. Yet even that number feels insufficient. Li Zhongyong expresses the need to gather more information about the people they're trying to save, relying on their maps for guidance. But Wenhua scoffs at the idea, deeming it nonsense. Li Zhongyong knows little about the Nars, yet he presses on, questioning why so many hunters have let their guard down, just as he had when he faced the wild people. Despite the pain of his past, he understands that they need those hunters if they hope to save lives and ensure their survival. With determination, Li Zhongyong makes a request. He wishes to learn the art of internal cultivation. This revelation stirs something within Wenhua, prompting Li Zhongyong to add that mastering this skill would bring him one step closer to the Demon King's power. This leads us to the outskirts of Utgard, where Li Zhongyong, Fenrir, and Wenhua commence their training to ensure their efforts remain undetected. Wenhua erects a barrier to contain their energy. Li Zhongyong, curious, inquires about the necessity of such precautions. Wenhua explains that internal cultivation involves absorbing the energy that surrounds you. The changes can be so profound that even the giants might take notice. However, Li Zhongyong reveals that he has always absorbed ambient energy naturally, leaving Wenhua in shock. He can't fathom that Li Zhongyong can gather energy without any formal training. To Wenhua, this revelation signifies that Li Zhongyong possesses remarkable talent for internal cultivation. Far more than he anticipated. This revelation reassures Wenhua, who now sees a genuine path to solving their problem after listening to Li Zhongyong. Meanwhile, at the Nar Hunters' camp, 3 humans discuss their recent battle. Their leader learns that the hunter he encountered earlier in Chang is exceptionally skilled. This leaves them questioning whether a rescue team has truly arrived, though the others remain skeptical. If help had come, the Nars would have sensed it. Uncertainty lingers in the air. The leader admits he had previously held back, but now he finds himself uncertain about the outcome. He shifts the conversation, inquiring about the status of their troops, and learns that they are rapidly gaining strength and securing funds. He urges them to keep growing stronger for their cause, igniting a fire within the other 2 as they shout in agreement. Meanwhile, back at Wenhua's barrier, the training continues. As Wenhua channels mana into Li Zhongyong's body, he is taken aback by the warmth of someone else's mana. When he first created the mana stream, it felt as though something was stabbing through him. Wenhua urged him to match his pace, reassuring him that they were almost there. It might hurt, but he needed to stay quiet. Finally, Wenhua reached the marble and began to extract it from Li Zhongyong's body. But this was no simple task. The black marble feels unlike anything Li Zhongyong has ever encountered. He quickly realizes its power far exceeds his expectations. The demonic energy within is not only consuming his mana, but also gnawing at his very flesh. Suddenly, the pain intensifies. Veins bulge ominously across both Li Zhongyong's and Wenhua's body. Yet, Wenhua insists it's too late to turn back. He initiated this, and now he must see it through to the end. Despite their relentless efforts, the barrier struggles to contain the surging energy, which begins to escape in a brilliant beam of light. Even Fenrir, who usually devours ice drakes without a second thought, is momentarily awestruck by the sheer magnitude of that power. The shockwave ripples through Utgard, drawing Sachi's attention. The energy resonates with a sense of familiarity, yet he knows that neither Wenhua nor Li Zhongyong could unleash something of this magnitude. That leaves only Shrim as the likely source. The memory of his previous humiliation at Shrim's hands ignites a fire within him, and Sachi grits his teeth in determination. Ultimately, his pride as a warrior prevails, and he commands every fighter in Utgard to prepare for battle. The soldiers hesitate, insisting that their clan leader would never permit such a move. But Sachi stands firm, challenging them. How long will you remain paralyzed, cowering under the chief's orders and the threat of enemy attacks? He demands. He appeals to their pride, declaring, I will take full responsibility for our actions. At last, the soldiers rally behind him, arming themselves as they set off toward the icy expanse from which the energy emanated. Shrim, feeling the surge as well, ponders its source. To him, it can only be the work of Utgard's king. He can't fathom why the king would abandon his responsibilities for a desolate, frozen island. Shrim senses a trap lurking in the shadows, yet he also recognizes an opportunity. Rallying his troops, he boldly declares that today they will seize Utgard. Soon, both the forces of Utgard and the Nars converge at the barrier, with Fenrir standing guard. Tension fills the air as both sides prepare for battle. When Sachi spots Shrim, a surge of certainty washes over him. He's convinced that Shrim is the mastermind behind this chaos. In turn, Shrim shares the same suspicion about Sachi and inquires, is the king inside? Before they can exchange more words, a palpable wave of bloodlust washes over them. It emanates from Fenrir, who growls menacingly at both commanders. In Chang, witnessing Fenrir standing guard at the barrier, quickly deduces that Li Zhongyong must be inside. Meanwhile, Shrim begins to power up, his resolve hardening. I can't trust Sachi anymore, he declares. I'm done trying to make peace. Today, we finish this. Sachi stands resolute as both commanders unleash their armies. The battlefield erupts into chaos, with Shrim and Sachi diving into the fray themselves. Meanwhile, within the barrier, the cacophony stirs Li Zhongyong from his meditation. He opens his eyes to find dark demonic energy swirling ominously in the air around him. Then he notices Wenhua, who has aged prematurely, his strength visibly drained as if life itself has slipped away from him. Despite his condition, Wenhua pushes on, insisting that it's not over yet. He still needs to contain the raging energy and technique swirling around them. But before he can finish his thought, Wenhua suddenly collapses, losing consciousness. Li Zhongyang rushes to his side, checking for signs of life, and breathes a sigh of relief when he realizes Wenhua is still alive. He recalls the Demon King's autobiography, where Wenhua sacrificed his youth to save the Demon King. In that moment, the Demon King had saved him with an elixir, but now, Li Zhongyang finds himself without one. Determined not to let Wenhua perish here, he reaches into his inventory and pulls out a golden apple. This is Asgard's elixir, he declares. He had received it from Odin as a precaution, and now, at last, it serves a purpose. He urges Wenhua to take it, while he channels his technique to absorb all the energy within the barrier. As he activates Monostream, the energy begins to shift gradually. Meanwhile, the battle rages on outside. The giants are locked in a fierce struggle, and even In Chang joins the fray, but they find themselves overwhelmed by her power. Suddenly, a spear hurtles toward her from the shadows. The impact of the blow is powerful, but she manages to block it and takes a step back, recognizing the same hunter she encountered earlier. Understanding that this human possesses far greater strength than the giants, she calls out to Gongs, instructing him to deal with the other giant. Her focus is solely on capturing this hunter for herself. Gongs, eager to oblige, nods enthusiastically and dashes off to fulfill her request. The two hunters stand poised, locked in a tense standoff as In Chang powers up and declares, "Then let's fight." Her confidence draws a chuckle from her opponent, who finds amusement in her bravado. Meanwhile, Shrim and Sachi are fully engaged in their own fierce battle, exchanging blows with relentless intensity. Shrim observes that Sachi has grown stronger, but Sachi retorts that Shrim hasn't changed at all. Their heavy blows kick up a massive cloud of dust. As it settles, Sachi stumbles out, badly injured. His shoulder is torn open, yet he manages to rise to his feet. In that moment, he understands that despite his newfound strength since their last battle, the gap between him and Shrim remains immense. Shrim truly is the strongest giant warrior. As the weight of Shrim's betrayal settles in, Sachi demands to know why such an honorable warrior would turn against his own people. Enraged, he lunges forward again, questioning why Shrim abandoned Utgard, but Shrim swiftly counters, knocking him back. With a fierce intensity, Shrim reveals that he could no longer bear to watch the king squander his responsibilities as ruler. While Sachi may be unaware of the full truth, Shrim insists that the king has ruined everything. Yet, Sachi remains unfazed. As Shrim speaks, he suddenly launches an attack, but the blow barely phases Sachi. In rage, Shrim discards his weapon and delivers a punch that sends Sachi hurtling through the air. With a fierce glare, Shrim reveals the shocking truth. He was the one who killed my friend and your father, Ovaldi. Stunned into silence, Sachi struggles to process the revelation. Shrim continues, his voice dripping with disdain, declaring that it was Loki, the self-proclaimed king, who orchestrated Ovaldi's murder. Sachi's thoughts are shattered in an instant. The barrier created by Wanhua suddenly crumbles, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that fills the air. The sheer pressure halts everyone in their tracks, their eyes drawn to the unfolding chaos. As the energy begins to dissipate, Li Zhongyong emerges from the swirling remnants. He glances at Wanhua, relieved to see her improved, yet aware that she still has a long way to go. Even with Eden's apple, a treasure rumored to surpass even the finest elixir, it barely kept the doctor alive. Li Zhongyong observes that Wanhua's mana hasn't increased and suspects he might be the cause. He realizes he may have absorbed the apple's effects, along with the energy from the barrier, which explains the surge of mana coursing through his body. In this moment, he feels confident enough to believe he could take on Hercules himself. He glances around, only to find himself encircled by thousands of enemies. Panic grips him for a moment, but then Inshan rushes over, relief flooding her face as she sees her partner is safe. Above them, the sky of apocalypse seems to frown upon its hunter, a dark cloud of contempt hanging overhead. Yet, the messages flashing before him tell a different tale, one filled with hope and resilience. Thanks to Wanhua, the mana stream, harmony, purification, and resistance to demonic energy all level up. Yanmu grows stronger as well, and Fenrir's seal loosens by 1 level. Meanwhile, the Nars, realizing that only a human was trapped inside the barrier, become even more energized and intensify their assault. Li Zhongyong summons his avatar, Yanmu, who now radiates newfound strength. "Leave everything to me," Yanmu declares, his confidence unwavering. "Should I wipe out the giants?" But Li Zhongyong has a different strategy in mind. "No," he replies firmly. "Take Wanhua somewhere safe." Yanmu's expression falters, disappointment flickering across his face, yet he nods in obedience, ready to follow his master's command. Once Wanhua is secure, Li Zhongyong leaps into the battlefield, charging directly toward the clash between Sachi and Shrimp. With a powerful punch, he sends Shrimp flying through the air. Saki watches in stunned disbelief. The man before him is far stronger than the Li Zhongyong he encountered before. Now free from the barrier, Li Zhongyong urges Fenrir to unleash his true power. In an instant, Fenrir transforms into his formidable wolf form and leaps into the fray. Turning to the men behind him, Li Zhongyong asks, "Shall we talk?" Standing before him are the 3 hunters from the Nars, their leader stepping forward to demand, "Who are you, Li Zhongyong?" Li Zhongyong reminds himself not to underestimate his opponents. All 3 are hero-class fighters, and the 2 flanking their leader possess strength comparable to Chang. Curious, he decides to ask for their identities first. The leader introduces himself as Yubi, a name that means nothing to Li Zhongyong. Someone of such power should have been mentioned in the autobiography, yet he finds no record of this formidable figure. Li Zhongyong questions Yubi, asking why he betrayed humanity. Was it because they weren't hunters? This accusation ignites Yubi's fury. "I didn't betray them," he snaps. "That was the path meant for them, for a greater cause." In an instant, he lunges forward to attack, but Li Zhongyong is prepared and swiftly blocks the strike. He knocks Yubi back, dismissing his words as nonsense. "What greater cause could possibly lead you to abandon your own people?" he demands. Yubi responds, "Shrim promised to rebuild China once Utgard falls." But Li Zhongyuan is unimpressed, retorting that he could have made the same deal with Utgard's king. With that, he lunges forward to attack. Yubi swiftly dodges and signals for the hunter that Chang had been battling. The backup puts Li Zhongyuan in a tight spot, but he holds his ground. Instead of taking a deadly hit, he targets the other hunter's gear, sending him hurtling away. Meanwhile, Yubi continues to argue, insisting that the king of Utgard is beyond reason. He reveals that the king has secretly taken countless lives due to a spreading disease, making any alliance with him out of the question. Li Zhongyuan recalls the words of the Utgard humans, piecing together the puzzle before him. Yet, he finds a flaw in Yubi's reasoning. If Yubi truly aims to rebuild China, why would he abandon his own people? This thought ignites Yubi's fury, and he shouts that he has never betrayed them. Meanwhile, Yubi's subordinates have regained their footing and are ready to fight. Uncertain of the complete story, Li Zhongyuan resolves to subdue them first and uncover the truth later. He challenges them to come at him, and the clash is imminent. Meanwhile, Sachi and Shrim continue their conversation. Shrim reveals that Ovaldi, Saki's father, discovered the king's intention to transform their land into Jotunheim, a realm exclusively for giants. Loki's plan was to eradicate every other race, and Ovaldi met his end while trying to thwart him. Saki struggles to process the revelation. He demands to know why Shrim waited until now to speak up, then lunges forward to attack. Shrim braces himself, and the two engage in a fierce exchange of bare-knuckle blows. Amidst the chaos, Sachi presses for answers, questioning Shrim's silence. With a heavy heart, Shrim reveals that he couldn't bear the thought of losing Sachi as well. He is a true giant warrior, one who cannot turn against the king, even knowing that same king was responsible for his father's death. Even now, after learning the truth, Sachi remains steadfast. He's simply not the type to betray. With that, Shrim delivers a powerful blow to Sachi's stomach, knocking him out cold and instructing him to sleep until it's all over. Just then, a voice interrupts, urging him to wait. Turning around, Shrim discovers that the Nar hunters have already been defeated. Li Zhongyuan stands before the Nar leader, his presence radiating strength and confidence. Shrim, intrigued and amused by the sight of such a formidable human, can hardly contain his excitement. As he prepares for battle, he takes a moment to assess Li. This human is unlike any other, dangerous, akin to Sachi, perhaps even rivaling Loki himself. After sizing him up, Shrim decides to unleash a special move known as Gorda. He intended to save it for the king, but now he finds himself with no choice. Instead of gearing up for a fight, Li Zhongyuan raises both hands and declares, "I forfeit." His unexpected surrender leaves Shrim, Inchung, and the giants in shock. Calmly, he distributes healing potions, urging everyone to drink. Yubi, bewildered, asks, "Why?" Li Zhongyuan declares that he has no reason to continue the fight. With the Utgard commander defeated, he finally comprehends why the hunters allied with the Nar. This revelation drains him of his will to battle, and he announces that he will no longer participate in the conflict. In response, Shrim lowers his technique and acknowledges the surrender. The Nar erupted in celebration, reveling in their hard-won victory while the Utgard side lay in ruins. Yet Shrim raised a hand, commanding his men to halt the slaughter. "No more frost giant blood needs to be spilled in this civil war," he declared, a somber weight in his voice. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyuan turned to Yubi, expressing his intent to observe the unfolding events closely, eager to see the outcome of Yubi's cause. It was then that the other two hunters stepped forward, introducing themselves as Wanwu and Jambi, ready to join the fray. Shrim boldly declares that they will march on Utgard and take down the king. This declaration ignites the Nar's spirits even further as they set off toward their destination. Meanwhile, ominous messages reveal the sky of apocalypse, observing the unfolding events with a mix of discomfort and disdain. Li Zhongyuan, puzzled by his sponsor's reaction, speculates that the unease began the moment the king's name was mentioned. Shrim interrupts his thoughts, curious about why he suddenly hesitated. "What's the real reason?" he asks. Li Zhongyuan simply replies, "They're mercenaries. If the Nar pays well, I'll help them too." Shrim nods in agreement and moves on to the next fight. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyuan rejoins his group, where Inchang questions him, "Are you really okay with this choice?" He reassures them that there's nothing to worry about. They had maintained neutrality from the beginning, and their goal of reaching China has already been accomplished. This was the optimal move. Yubi and the other hunters will ensure the humans remain safe in Utgard. Upon hearing this, Inchang nods in agreement, recognizing it as the best possible outcome. The march with the Nar warriors unfolds without a hitch, as most people have lost their will to fight after their recent defeats. The force quickly breaches the defenses, and soon Wanhua awakens to find himself face-to-face with Li Zhongyuan. However, as he takes in the chaos of Utgard, overrun with Nar warriors, a wave of anger washes over him. He turns to Li Zhongyuan, his voice filled with betrayal, and demands to know if he was a traitor all along. Li Zhongyuan reassures him that the rescue team has arrived, just as he promised. Moments later, Yubi and the other hunters appear behind him. Li Zhongyuan instructs them to gather the people of Utgard and prepare to evacuate at the first opportunity. He then turns to Wanhua, urging him to keep an eye on the humans, confident that everything will go smoothly with him around. Still feeling a bit confused, Wanhua nods in agreement as Li Zhongyuan prepares to leave for his mercenary work. Before he departs, she inquires about his well-being. With a confident smile, he replies that he's better than ever, all thanks to the doctor. Just then, a message flashes on the screen. A new mission has been issued. The objective: eliminate the impersonator. Not only that, but they have just 15 minutes to escape as the hunters and Wanhua guide the human civilians out of the burning city. Wanhua can't shake his concern for his new ally. He hopes he remains cautious. After all, the king is incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, in the throne room, the giant king Loki faces off against the Nara troops. With a sneer, he demands to know how a filthy apostate dared to enter his castle. But Shrimp remains unfazed. He declares that it's finally Loki's turn to pay. Rising to his feet, Loki retorts that he should have eliminated Shrimp when he had the opportunity. Meanwhile, In Chong and Li Zhongyuan observe the tense standoff. Li Zhongyan comments on the king's remarkable composure, even in the midst of hundreds of giants. He senses the weighty aura radiating from him and begins to wonder if Loki possesses a hidden ace up his sleeve. Despite the tension, Shrimp remains confident, taunting Loki by asking if he regrets not finishing him off like he did with Olvaldi. A smirk spreads across Loki's face. He had already suspected that Olvaldi was the mastermind behind Shrimp's rebellion. Witnessing the smugness of his friend's killer ignites a fury within Shrimp, and he begins to power up. With a surge of energy, he unleashes a technique so formidable that even Loki can't help but commend its strength. Loki responds with a mere hand signal, and in an instant, hundreds of mutated giants flood into the throne room. Their immense power radiates a menacing red glow, reminiscent of the madness that once overtook Li Zhongyuan and Hercules. As the giants surge forward, Loki's laughter echoes through the chamber, prompting Shrimp to demand an explanation for this chaos. Li Zhongyuan stands in stunned silence. He has never encountered a giant devoid of its own mind. Doubts creep in. Could the tales of giants succumbing to disease be mere fabrications? Unlike his own descent into madness, these giants are not rampaging. They obediently follow the king's commands. Suddenly, it all makes sense. The king has sacrificed countless lives to forge an army for himself. Meanwhile, Loki continues to laugh as he explains his twisted vision. He wanted an army that would obey only him, and now the giants have become just that. He even dares to call it honorable, but Shrimp can't bear it any longer. Sickened by the fate of his fallen comrades, he lunges at the king with all his might, desperate to end this nightmare quickly and allow the dead to finally rest. But it isn't that simple. Loki rises from his throne, energy crackling around him, and charges at Shrimp, delivering a devastating blow that sends him hurtling through the air. The impact creates a massive hole in the castle roof, making it appear as though Shrimp has been crushed in a single strike. Yet, Loki shows no signs of stopping. He commands his soldiers to tear the rebels' corpse apart, and the mutated giants surge toward the narrow warriors. The troops tremble, shaken by the sight of their commander being so easily overwhelmed. Just then, Shrimp emerges from the chaos, seemingly unscathed. He rallies his troops, declaring that the king has lost all honor and orders them to attack. With their commander still standing, the Nara troops find their resolve and charge forward. Amid the chaos, In Chong feels a wave of confusion wash over her. She can't comprehend the giant's language. Sensing her distress, Li Zhongyuan steps in to explain that the king, in his quest for power, sacrificed and altered the giants to create his own private army. This revelation leaves In Chong shaken, and she can't help but label Loki a mad king, one who treats people as mere tools in his ruthless game. Despite the chaos, the battle rages on. Loki's army attacks relentlessly, driven by a primal fury that renders them impervious to pain as they tear into their enemies with hands and teeth. Even Li Zhongyuan realizes that the Nara stand no chance against these berserk giants. There is only one path left to take. Loki, ever the provocateur, taunts them mercilessly, boasting that he will wipe them all out. However, Li Zhongyuan has other intentions. Channeling all his power into Muspel's spear, he prepares to strike down the king himself. With a fierce leap, he descends from above, aiming for a decisive blow. But Loki is no easy target. He senses Li Zhongyuan's approach instantly and reacts swiftly. Yet, despite the force of the attack, it proves futile. Loki raises a barrier, effortlessly deflecting the strike. With a powerful blast, he sends Li Zhongyuan sprawling, declaring that he has been keeping a close watch on him. To Loki, Li Zhongyuan possesses the most mana in the room, marking him as the greatest threat. Determined to finish this quickly, Loki unleashes another lethal attack aimed directly at Li Zhongyuan. The strike is so swift that dodging it seems impossible. Just as panic begins to grip him, something unexpectedly catches his eye. It's another shield. This changes everything. Loki stares in shock, trying to comprehend who could have accomplished such a feat. It's Sachi. Even at his breaking point, he manages to save Li Zhongyuan from certain death. But that seems to be all he has left. After shielding him and entrusting the giants to his care, Sachi collapses. Even Shrim is visibly shaken by the scene, while Loki's fury is palpable. He berates Sachi, calling him pathetic for depending on a human. With a menacing tone, he declares that once he eliminates the others, Sachi will be the first to be transformed into one of his soldiers. But Li Zhongyuan stands firm, refusing to let that fate befall Sachi. In a moment of desperation, he calls for Fenrir, who promptly appears and transforms into his wolf form. However, Fenrir is significantly weaker than before, and with a single strike, Loki brings him down. To make matters worse, Li Zhongyuan has only 5 minutes left, and the ominous sky of apocalypse commands him to eliminate the disgraceful one. Even In Chang stands in stunned silence at the sheer power Loki wields. She turns to Li Zhongyuan, asking what their next move should be. He calmly instructs her to hold Loki off for just 1 minute. In Chang knows this is a tall order after all. They're up against someone who defeated Fenrir with such ease. Even with Shrim engaging head-on, it won't be enough. But then Li Zhongyuan looks her in the eye and says, "I need you." In Chang blushes at his words and agrees without hesitation. Smooth move indeed. She charges into the fray as Li Zhongyuan begins channeling mana into his spear once more. The weapon soon reaches its limit, but he knows that this level of power won't be enough to take down Loki. Determined, he pushes beyond the boundaries, forcing even more mana into the spear, refusing to relent. Meanwhile, Shrim and In Chang join forces to battle Loki, but even together they find themselves struggling against a formidable foe. Suddenly a message flashes before them. Muspel's spear has leveled up, enhanced by the intense heat Li Zhongyuan infused into it, yet even this newfound power falls short. They need just a little more strength to finish the fight in one decisive blow. But there's a catch. As the spear nears its flame limit, cracks begin to form in the heat of battle. Yet, in a final surge of determination, Li Zhongyuan channels all his energy into the weapon and hurls it at Loki with all his might. The shockwave reverberates through Utgard, shaking the very ground beneath them. Then, a new message flashes across the screen. Mission accomplished. The sky of apocalypse beams down, leaving Loki with a gaping hole through his body. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the humans are stunned by an unexpected miracle. Sunlight breaks through in China, a land that had been ensnared in perpetual cold. Li Zhongyuan stands triumphant, earning the title of the one who raises the sun, and as a result, his stats surge dramatically. With Loki's death, the war comes to an end. The king and his castle are reduced to ash, disappearing into the void. The narrow warriors swiftly finish off the mutated giants, and the 4 chiefs convene at the site where the castle once stood. Yet the conflict is far from over. Barak Shrim turns to Yubi, reaffirming his promise, and commands Sachi to execute him. In Barrett's eyes, Yubi's betrayal of his own kind, regardless of the circumstances, warrants punishment. However, he requests that the Nara followers who stood by him be spared. Sachi agrees, and later, he and Li Zhongyuan find themselves atop the crumbling castle. It is there that Li Zhongyuan poses a question. Does Sachi hate him? Sachi shakes his head. No, he replies. Thanks to you, I made the right choice, and for that, I'm grateful. Gradually, Utgard begins to rebuild, and the process unfolds smoothly. Yubi expresses his gratitude to Li Zhongyuan for making everything possible. Then, with a hint of urgency, he requests one more favor. He explains that normal humans can't survive in this place indefinitely and wishes to venture beyond the wall, seeking Li Zhongyuan's assistance. However, Li Zhongyuan shakes his head, cautioning that such a decision would be unwise. He warns that the world is on the brink of transformation, and crossing the wall could lead to peril. Instead, he suggests they remain where they are, as the entire world is about to turn into a gateway. Despite their struggles, the people of Utgard continue to face the biting cold and dwindling food supplies. In response, Li Zhongyuan gifts Yubi a creature known as Porimora. While these monsters may not be the most palatable, they grow rapidly in any environment, ensuring the villagers won't go hungry. Additionally, Li Zhongyuan hints at a potential solution for combating the relentless cold. Grateful for his generosity, Yubi vows to repay him when their paths cross again. Afterward, Li Zhongyuan encounters Shrimp, who surprisingly reveals that he is alive. It turns out Sachi never killed him. Li Zhongyuan urges Shrimp to become the next chief, but Shrimp declines, stating that someone with blood on their hands cannot lead the Nars. Instead, he chooses to walk away, explaining that frost giants thrive on battle and only grow stronger through combat with their enemies. To giants, monsters are merely prey, which leaves humans as their true adversaries. In light of this, Shrimp resolves to establish a new clan, honoring the species that once saved the giants from destruction. For him, this act is a profound sign of respect. However, Li Zhongyuan has his own request. He wishes to learn Level Out, the technique once wielded by Loki. Shrimp is taken aback but ultimately agrees to teach it, despite his skepticism about a human's ability to wield such power. Level Out awakens a hidden potential, yet it demands an immense amount of mana. Without the physique of a giant, this feat seems impossible. However, Li Zhongyuan steps forward, showcasing his extraordinary mana reserves. A powerful aura captures Shrimp's attention, and Sachi and Enchang notice it as well. Demonstrating his strength, Li Zhongyuan confidently declares, "I'm certain I possess more mana than you." Intrigued, Shrimp agrees to teach him. Later, Li Zhongyuan gazes out over Utgard from a distance, reflecting on the events that have unfolded. He recalls Loki, the foolish king who transformed his own people into test subjects and turned giant warriors into mindless weapons for his own gain. But one question lingers. How did Loki manage to command their obedience? Despite his strength, such control seemed beyond his capabilities. Li Zhongyuan begins to suspect that someone must have aided him from the shadows. Then, a memory surfaces what the human residents of Utgard had mentioned earlier. Some individuals had entered the giant fortress and left without taking any action. He wonders if it could have been the Demon King, but then again, could it have been the Black Hood? His clues lead him to a dead end. Who is this mysterious figure, and what are their intentions? Just then, a voice calls his name from behind. Turning around, he sees Inchang. With a bright smile, she tells him that a festival is about to begin and invites him to join her. Before he can respond, Inchang seizes his arm and pulls him toward Utgard, urging him to hurry because everyone is waiting. As they arrive in the city, they are greeted by a vibrant scene. The streets are adorned with decorations, and the air is filled with laughter and conversation. People are enjoying the brighter days they've longed for. Life may still be challenging, but gratitude for their survival shines through in every smile. Witnessing the joy around them, Inchang and Li Zhongyuan feel a renewed sense of hope for the future, even in a world transformed by the gates. Li Zhongyuan confidently declares that he will take charge of the festival's finale. As he steps onto the stage, the crowd recognizes him by the imposing title that proclaims him as the one who defeated Loki. While they may not know his true name, they are certain that he is about to unveil something extraordinary. The crowd erupts in cheers as he begins to power up. He channels his mana, increasing both its flow and quantity within his body. Then, with a surge of energy, he unleashes Level Out, the very same skill used by the Giant King. The spectacle stuns everyone in attendance. Yubai's group, Inchang, and even Shrimp, who feels the overwhelming power from a distance, are left in awe. But Li Zhongyuan isn't finished yet. He begins to gather mana, shaping it into a core that resembles a tiny sun, leaving the onlookers in awe. The system messages reveal that the Dragon Bloodstone is aiding the formation of a weak dragon heart from that core. As the festival draws to a close, Li Zhongyuan finds a moment to speak with Yubi in private. She looks at him and asks, "Are you leaving now?" He nods in agreement, revealing that he infused heat into the metal structures using a technique he learned from Park Jae-yoon. Additionally, he employed Merlin's necklace to create a barrier, preventing any heat from escaping. Yubi, concerned, asks if Li Zhongyuan is truly leaving, expressing his desire to repay the debts he owes. With a calm smile, Li Zhongyuan simply replies that they will meet again. Afterward, he reunites with his team in Wenhua, where Inchang playfully teases him about his new type. She then poses the same question Yubi had asked earlier, prompting Li Zhongyuan to explain his reasons for not embracing it yet. With a determined nod, he instructs Fenrir to transform and bids farewell to Yubi. Just like that, the team sets off on their journey back. That night, they pause to rest, and In Cheng engages Li Zhongyuan in conversation about their journey. During their chat, he inquires about her progress with mana stream training. She reveals that she's improving, albeit slowly. In Cheng, however, insists that gradual progress won't suffice. They need to accelerate their efforts. Time is running out. In his mind, he reminds himself that the black marble within him is still charging, enhancing his mana and growth. But it's not just him. The monsters are growing stronger as well, and the entire world is on the brink of chaos. The crisis in China is just the beginning. Suddenly, In Cheng catches sight of something, and his heart races with panic. Clearly shaken, she points ahead, and Li Zhongyuan turns to see Baekdu Mountain engulfed in flames. On the mountainside, Shi Yuanji-chan is besieged by a massive horde of orcs. After setting the city ablaze, they charge forward, mercilessly slaughtering everything in their path. The terrified townspeople flee in desperation, desperately trying to survive the chaos. Gao swiftly assists the civilians, guiding them to safety while the hunters prepare to fight back. Together, he and the other hunters cut down the oncoming orcs, ensuring everyone is evacuated. Once the last civilian is safe, another hunter suggests they should also escape by descending the mountain. But fortune is not on their side. Suddenly, a mutated giant emerges from the shadows. The hunters freeze for a moment, but they know they must fight. Even if it costs them their lives, they have no other choice. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashes across the battlefield. The giant turns, only to see Fenrir charging at it with fierce determination. In a single powerful strike, Fenrir decapitates the beast. As he witnesses this incredible display, Gao can't help but wonder if this wolf is truly who he thinks it is. Just then, Li Zhongyun, Yin Chang, and Wenhua arrive on the scene. Concerned, Li Zhongyun asks if the hunters are all right, and they express their gratitude for his timely rescue. However, a more pressing issue looms. Li Zhongyun inquires about Sangun and the chief, noting that he can't sense their presence. To his dismay, he learns that the chief has gone to Keimunji to seal Sangun. Upon hearing the news, Li Zhongyun's heart raced with panic. He quickly instructed Yin Zhang and Wenhua to manage the situation and dashed off to find the chief. Meanwhile, in another location, Sangun and the chief were already locked in battle. Sangun was a whirlwind of chaos, roaring and striking wildly, completely out of control. In stark contrast, the chief confronted him with a heavy heart, her expression revealing the weight of her years. She looked older now, burdened by the turmoil unfolding before her. Despite her pleas, Sangun launches another attack. The chief desperately blocks him, urging him to stop. "I can't keep doing this," she cries, tears welling in her eyes. Summoning her courage, she charges at the tiger, ready to strike, but at the last moment she falters, unable to harm the guardian of her city. Seizing the opportunity, Sangun counters and sends her hurtling through the air. Despite coughing up blood, she rises once more. With determination, she declares that Sangun was like a father to her, an irreplaceable figure in her life. How could she ever bring herself to harm someone so precious? Yet, Sangun remains unyielding, charging at her without a trace of reason. In that moment, the chief surrenders. She would rather sacrifice her own life than take Sangun's, and with that resolve, she embraces her fate. Despite hearing her heartfelt confession, the deranged Sangun presses on, intent on delivering a final blow. Just as it seems all hope is lost, Li Zhongyun appears, intervening at the last moment to save her. The chief stands frozen, speechless at the unexpected arrival. Yet, Sangun remains relentless. Li Zhongyun, taking in the chief's weary appearance, asks with concern, "What happened to you?" She reveals that a man in black arrived in Sangun and triggered this disaster. Hearing this, Li Zhongyun is visibly shaken. He quickly inquires about the man's fate, but the chief informs him that he vanished a few days ago. She believes that Sangun has changed because of him. But first, they must focus on stopping the immediate threat. Li Zhongyun powers up, turning to confront the white tiger. The chief halts him, stating that they have exhausted every possible measure sealing him, even extracting his demonic energy. Yet nothing has succeeded. Sangun's power is simply too formidable. As this sinks in, Li Zhongyun understands that their only remaining option is to eliminate Sangun. The chief nods in agreement. With determination, he summons his weapon and charges forward. He urges Yun Miao to rest, hinting that he might have a plan. As the fight begins, both Sangun and Li Zhongyun unleash their full power, exchanging blow after devastating blow. Their fierce collisions create shockwaves that rip through the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yun Miao watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Li Zhongyun has grown so strong in such a short time. In just a few days, Lee Jong-yun has transformed so dramatically that it feels as if years have gone by. In the heat of battle, he channels his energy into his spear and charges forward for a decisive strike, piercing Sang-gun through the chest. The chief gasps in horror at the sight, but Lee Jong-yun quickly reassures her, "Don't worry, I have no intention of killing Sang-gun." It turns out that the dragon heart, formed from the dragon bloodstone, is at its strongest within him. This allows him to sense both Sang-gun's power and the energy emanating from the Baekdu Mountains. Lee Jong-yun intends to absorb only the madness that is driving Sang-gun to the brink of insanity. However, things take a turn for the worse. His spear, having recently acquired a demonic trait, is transforming into a demonic weapon, draining not only Sang-gun's power but also his very life force. Lee Jong-yun remains calm, his demeanor shifting to one of determination. "I need to restore Sang-gun's life force and energy," he declares. With that, his purification skill activates, ready to bring an end to this ordeal. The crimson glow in Sang-gun's eyes gradually diminishes, and moments later, he regains his senses, blinking as reality comes back into focus. Seeing this, Lee Jong-yun feels a wave of relief wash over him, but there's no time for celebration. The moment the second Sang-gun regains consciousness, he collapses to the ground. The chief rushes to his side, immediately beginning to treat him, pleading with Sang-gun to hold on. She desperately attempts to heal him, but her efforts seem futile. Yet, Yoon Myo refuses to give up, determined to keep trying. Tears streamed down her face as she fought desperately against the tide of despair, but nothing seemed to change. Slowly, she began to surrender to her fate. Just when hope seemed lost, a miracle unfolded before her eyes. She turned to see Femur and the miraculous Dr. Manhwa standing there. "I'm glad I made it in time," Manhwa said, a reassuring smile on his face. With that, the treatment began immediately, and soon after, Sang-gun began to recover. As Sang-gun opens his eyes, he finds Lee Jong-yun watching him intently. "Are you back to normal?" Lee Jong-yun asks, a hint of concern in his voice. "Yes," Sang-gun replies, but Lee Jong-yun can see through the facade. Despite the madness being lifted, Sang-gun's condition remains dire, and the shadow of death looms ever closer. With a furrowed brow, Lee Jong-yun presses on. "Who is the man in black? The one who did this to you? Why did you even meet him?" Lee Jong-yun is perplexed by Sang-gun's trust in someone so suspicious. Sang-gun assures him that he will explain everything in due time. But first, he inquires about Yoon Myo's safety. Lee Jong-yun replies that she is safe, though she has exhausted herself with worry over him. In a flashback, Manhwa is seen explaining Sang-gun's condition to the chief. While he has treated Sang-gun's external injuries, the internal damage is far more severe. The internal wounds are grave, and further treatment will be necessary. This news strikes Yoon Myo like a thunderbolt. Back in the present, she asks Lee Jong-yun if their promise to take her away from this place still holds true. He reassures her once more that it does. Finally, the White Tiger begins to explain. He describes how the man in black exuded an unsettling aura, yet his power felt oddly familiar. He mentions that the man never approached him. Instead, Sang-gun took it upon himself to seek him out at Chi-en-ji. Upon arrival, he found the man gazing out over the city, lost in thought. Sang-gun slowly made his way toward him. As the tension builds, Lee Jong-yun eagerly awaits the next part of the story. However, Sang-gun admits that he can't recall anything that happened after that moment. This leaves Lee pondering, while Sang-gun reiterates that everything after encountering the man in black remains a blank. Because of this crucial lapse in memory, the man's identity remains a mystery. Nevertheless, this revelation brings the entire ordeal to a close. Later, back in the village, In-cheng presents everyone with two choices. The people of Chi-en-ji face a pivotal choice. They can either stay and rebuild their home despite the challenges ahead, or they can join her and Lee Jong-yun on a journey to Korea. She assures them that she will help secure shelter for them once the government grants permission. With a sense of urgency, she announces that their group will depart in 3 days and urges everyone to make their decision by then. After delivering her message, Yoon Myo approaches Lee Jong-yun. Yoon Myo expresses her deep concern for Sang-gun and urges Lee Jong-yun to accompany her. Together, they enter the room, only to be met with a shocking sight. Sang-gun lies motionless on the ground, barely clinging to life. Panic surges through Yoon Myo as she rushes to his side, desperately attempting to heal him. But when her efforts yield no results, the harsh reality sinks in. She must confront the unbearable truth. Sang-gun, the one who felt like family to her, is truly gone. tears streaming down her face. She confesses that he was not just a friend, but like a father to her. Suddenly, Sangon's body begins to glow a brilliant blue before disintegrating into the air. Outside the cave, the villagers bow in gratitude to their saviors. 3 days pass swiftly, and the residents decide to leave. Yet, they hold on to the hope that one day they will return and rebuild their beloved home. And Chang readies a group of monster elk to speed up their journey, urging everyone to bundle up against the biting cold. Just then, she spots Li Zhongyun descending from the sky, cradling Yun Miao in his arms. To her surprise, Yun Miao holds a small white tiger. Curiosity piqued, and Chang asks, "What is that?" The chief beams with excitement, declaring, "It's San Gun." Li Zhongyun confirms the situation. Much like Gong's case, a sponsor known as Big Male transformed the deceased Sang-gun into Yun Miao's avatar. However, he wasn't fully revived. He lost many of his memories and powers, leaving the man in black shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the moment has come to return to Korea. In Chong, clearly excited, eagerly asks what Li Zhongyun plans to do once they arrive back home. He claims he has too much to handle, then draws a sword from his inventory, and Chang is taken aback by the immense mana it contains, leading Li Zhongyun to believe that Yun Miao has truly outdone herself. It's revealed that this is the very sword he once tossed into the river at Baekdu Mountain. Li Zhongyun presents it as a gift, but her anger only intensifies. She finally understands. Once they return, he intends to distribute secret gifts to all his hidden admirers. Li Zhongyun is taken aback at first, but then concedes that she's not entirely wrong. After all, he does need to present the sword to Merlin, and Chang is infuriated by this response and storms off in frustration. After that brief upheaval, the group continues on their journey and eventually arrives at the barrier. Li Zhongyun recalls Sin Honghu mentioning that he would open it every month until his return. However, over a month has passed, and the wait has grown unbearable. Determined to take matters into his own hands, Li Zhongyun resolves to open it himself. He confidently declares that he's much stronger now and instructs everyone to step back. As he begins to power up, he even taps into the giant's technique, level out. But despite his efforts, it still proves insufficient. He attempts to add another skill, but it fails once again. This leaves him with one final option, the dragon heart that absorbs Sang-gun's power. Meanwhile, on the northern battlefront, 2 soldiers stand guard, scanning the horizon for any signs of monsters. As they keep watch, they discuss how attacks have become increasingly rare since Li Zhongyun entered the gate. Monster activity has significantly decreased. One soldier dismisses it as mere coincidence, but his partner believes there might be some truth to it. Perhaps Li Zhongyun truly eradicated the monsters in North Korea. Yet, he's quickly reminded that such a feat is impossible. Many hunters and heroes have crossed the barrier before him, and none have succeeded. Then, everything changes. The barrier shifts color, glowing a fierce red. As the crimson light spreads, the soldiers stare in shock. The Korean hunters have returned. Later, Li Zhongyun, En Chang, and the others are escorted by the northern soldiers. Over coffee, Li Zhongyun explains that the people accompanying him are North Korean citizens, all of whom are hunters. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, Eunmyo and Gao address the crowd. The chief urges everyone to remain calm, assuring them that life will soon improve. Amidst the gathering, Li Zhongyun catches sight of Eunmyo and feels a wave of relief wash over him as he realizes her curse has finally been lifted. The curse that granted her power while trapping her in a child's body has finally been lifted. After delivering her speech, Li Zhongyun approaches her, requesting a moment of her time. She blushes instantly as he gently pulls her away, the crowd erupting in cheers around them. However, this leaves Gao feeling perplexed, questioning why everyone seems so delighted to see their chief whisked away by a man. It appears Chang isn't the only one feeling a twinge of jealousy. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyun inquires about her curse and learns that it has vanished. However, he still feels the need to examine her with mana. He takes her hand and channels his energy into her. Startled, Eunmyo quickly pulls away and demands to know what he's doing. Li Zhongyun simply replies, "You've got..." The revelation surprises even her, prompting her to verify it herself, only to arrive at the same conclusion. Li Zhongyun realizes that her strength peaked near Baekdu Mountain, where she could harness its energy. This is also why she remained in a child's form during that time. Eunmyo's heart sinks at the thought. Sensing her sadness, Li Zhongyun offers her reassurance, promising to help her grow stronger. Her cheeks flush once more, but she quickly inquires if that's all he wanted. Naturally, it is. Li Zhongyun cautions her that government officials and association members will arrive soon to question them about Shinji-chan. He adds that the North Koreans are proving to be more formidable than anticipated, and if they align with the association, it could elevate the group to an entirely new level. However, that hinges on whether the organization can be trusted. They could find themselves expelled from Korea or trapped in a disadvantageous contract. And in the worst-case scenario, Jang Hyo-jin Odin, the leader of Asgard and president of the association, might target Eun-myo and the others for their abilities. To prevent that, Lee Jong-yoon has crafted a more appealing offer for the survivors of Shinji-chan, should they choose to accept it. Intrigued, Eun-myo inquires about the situation. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-yoon encounters Bae Song-soo, his former tutorial instructor. They exchange warm greetings, and Bae Song-soo commends him for not only surviving a perilous mission, but also for rescuing fellow hunters. However, he adds that the president has a proposal in mind. Given that the association is aware that all the North Korean survivors are hunters, they want each of them to sign a contract. More specifically, it's a contract one that can effectively bind individuals like slaves through magical penalties. This would place the North Koreans at a significant disadvantage. However, Lee Jong-yoon confidently assures everyone that he has already taken care of it. He reveals that they cannot proceed with their plans because the survivors have already entered into contracts with him. Having personally returned them, he explains that he did so to prevent any future complications. He also reminds Bae Song-soo that each individual is allowed only one contract. This revelation leaves Bae Song-soo deep in thought. He resolves to speak directly with Jang Hyo-jin, while Lee Jong-yoon remains on the sidelines, curious to see how Odin will respond. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, the survivors are provided with clothes and beds, a small comfort amidst the chaos. They are treated to delicious food, which brings them joy. As they eat, they reminisce about their days in Shinji-chang, where their meals consisted mainly of potatoes. This feast feels like a taste of heaven. Lee Yong-jong and Lee Jong-yoon join them at the table. Amidst the meal, they engage in light conversation, and Yoon-jong remarks that while relaxing is enjoyable, she already feels the urge to get moving again. Upon hearing that, Lee Jong-yoon commends her determination, remarking that they'll likely return to their grueling training regimen soon, much like before their battle with Hercules. Instantly, Yun Chang feels a pang of regret for her words. Be careful what you wish for, indeed. Later, Lee Jong-yoon steps outside alone to gather his thoughts. He understands that the world is on the brink of chaos, so he decides to savor the calm while it lasts. Suddenly, he feels a presence behind him. The chief stands there, no longer in her child form, and Lee Jong-yoon is completely taken aback. Finally, she introduces herself as Choi Yeon-seo, but to him her name holds no significance. Instead, he inquires how she managed to conceal her presence so effectively. Despite his keen senses, he never detected her. If she had been an enemy, the outcome could have been fatal. Yeon-seo simply replies that it's one of her skills. Then, she shifts to the pressing matter at hand. She asks what his next steps will be, as everyone is on edge about the contracts. Lee Jang-hoon reassures her, promising that he won't resort to any extreme measures. The hunters simply need to fulfill their duties. Since they are contracted to him, someone connected to Asgard, the security forces can't interfere too much. With that, Yeon-seo feels satisfied and departs. Just then, a message appears, announcing that the weak dragon heart has stabilized. Lee Jong-won begins to ponder the true extent of his newfound power. He confidently concludes that he could defeat Hercules, even in his berserker mode. Acknowledging his growth, he admits to himself that he has indeed become stronger. Just then, a soldier from the north approaches him, delivering news that someone from the organization has arrived. Lee Jang-hoon catches up with his bald friend, Seong-gu, whose head seems to shine even brighter than before. After exchanging greetings, Lee Jang-hoon inquires about the association's perspective on the situation. Seong-gu shakes his head, exclaiming, "It's chaos. Nearly all of Asgard has returned to Korea due to the sudden appearance of special gates. Those gates unleash monsters far more powerful than the usual threats, and their emergence typically signals major trouble. Now, they're appearing all over the globe. This is why hunters are returning to their home countries, and Odin has summoned the members of Asgard as well." Seong-gu mentions that they held a meeting just a few days ago to discuss the escalating situation. They discussed Lee Yang-won, but no one anticipated his return with such a remarkable prize. Even Lee Jang-hoon understands that North Korean hunters are a gold mine. Their sheer numbers make them a formidable force. However, owning such a treasure comes with its own dangers, and he'll quickly find himself with enemies. Jean-Guo cautions that contracts are designed to enforce loyalty, not to foster genuine guild relationships. Li Jianghuan simply replies that everything is fine. As a member of Asgard, he knows that no one would dare move against him. With that, the conversation wraps up, and Xionggu embraces him, relieved and overjoyed that he has returned safely. They then head to the auditorium, where Li Jianghun addresses the gathered crowd, announcing that they are about to embark on their final journey. The North Koreans are relieved to have had a moment of rest, but Li Jianghorn warns them that their busy schedule will resume soon. Just then, Yan Seo catches Xiang Gui's attention. He inquires about her, jokingly suggesting that she might be the reason Li Jiangwan traveled to China. Li Jiangwan smirks and replies, "That's not entirely incorrect," leaving Xiang Gu even more puzzled. Inchan interjects, dismissing the idea. "That can't be the reason," she insists. Li Jiangwan already has plenty of women around him. The moment those words leave her lips, a wave of despair washes over her as she contemplates the growing number of rivals in her life. Just when she thought things couldn't get worse, they do. As the trip begins, everyone boards the bus, each lost in their own thoughts. Soon they arrive at the association headquarters in Seoul. The North Koreans stand in awe of the bustling city around them. The vibrant crowds and cutting-edge technology leave them utterly speechless. Observing their astonishment, Li Jiangwan turns to Yan Seo, urging her to keep an eye on her people. Yet she too is captivated by the sights, equally mesmerized by the wonders of the modern world. After all, having lived on a mountain, this is their first genuine glimpse of a city alive with energy and innovation. He assigns Inchan to lead the Shinji Cheon group, instructing her to follow the association staff. She nods in agreement. He also tells Fenrir to stay by her side, but the wolf is clearly displeased. With a low growl, he gazes upward, as if longing for a different place. Li Jianghorn gently petted Fenrir, noticing the wolf's sudden tension. It seemed Fenrir sensed an immense power radiating from the association president, Jang Hyujin. This revelation sparked a tense standoff between Odin and Li Jianghun. "Fenrir, stop growling," Li Jiangwan commanded softly. "If you want to show your fangs when it truly matters, you must also learn when to keep them hidden." Fenrir obeys. Once the North Koreans are settled, Li Jianghun and Seon Gu make their way to Hyojin's office, where President Odin awaits them. A satisfied smile crosses Odin's face as he reviews the spoils Li Jianghun has brought back. Over 100 hunters, 2 hero-ranks fighters, and 3 peculiar specimens. Yon Seo and Wanhwa are the hero-rank fighters, while Fenrir and Seon Gu step forward to explain the 2 unusual specimens. "What about the third?" Odin inquires. "The last one is Li Jianghun himself." Naturally, the man with a god complex refers to people as specimens. However, before they delve into the details of the trip to China, Odin insists there's something else to address first. He opens a golden gate and steps through it. Seon Gu then explains that today, Li Jianghun will be formally introduced to Asgard at a gathering. All the organization's heroes have gathered, intrigued by the so-called underdog. Inside the opulent Golden Mansion, numerous hunters are engaged in conversation. However, not everyone is pleased about Li Jianghun's joining Asgard, and their discontent is palpable as they openly voice their opinions. One by one, they begin to sense the newcomers approaching, along with Sang-gu and Handel. However, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. As soon as they detect Li Jianghun's power, tension fills the air. Even Korea's so-called strongest hunters tremble at his mere presence. Finally, the underdog steps forward and introduces himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Li Jianghun, the underdog." Upon arriving in Seoul, the North Koreans are immediately put to work. Under Kim's command, they are tasked with clearing a gate, and they enter without a moment's hesitation. They return swiftly, reporting no losses. As they emerge, the gate disappears, and Kim praises everyone in the White Tiger group for their success. Gal expresses his gratitude for Kim's patience, relieved that the citizens can finally feel safer. Kim observes the impressive politeness and skill of the White Tiger group. However, Yong Seo is eager to press on and requests to head to the next gate without delay. Kim, understanding but cautious, suggests they take a moment to rest, noting that there's no rush to complete everything today. Yet, Yong Seo remains determined, insisting they are ready and urging him to lead them to the next gate. Caught off guard by her charm, Kim blushes and quickly agrees. Meanwhile, within a special gate, Inchan, Wanhwa, and Li Jianhuan are busy leveling up. Even Gongzi and Yanmu join the fray, and together, they effortlessly crush the special gate. Yet, the Sky of Apocalypse doesn't seem pleased with its sponsor. Regardless, they clear the gate and step outside. In Chang remarks that their sponsors are clearly paying more attention now, perhaps because they battled in a special gate filled with stronger monsters. However, Li Jianghun doesn't share his enthusiasm. To him, the stronger they become, the more special gates will emerge, flooding the world with mana. Soon, he announces that the cataclysm is about to begin. The grim expression and ominous warning send a chill down Wanhua and in Chang's spines. Li Jianghun then commends their efforts thus far, urging them to train even harder. As he turns to leave, In Chang interjects, sensing that he's about to embark on a journey. Li Jianghun confirms, revealing his intention to take a short trip around the world. In Chang feels a nagging sense of unease, but she ultimately decides that rest is important and accepts the situation. Meanwhile, Li Jianghun wrestles with his own thoughts, convinced that revealing the full truth to In Chang would only deepen her worries, especially regarding his interactions with other women. Instead, he suggests that Wanhua and In Zhang join the White Tiger group, leaving Fenrir behind. Though he claims to be merely traveling, he views this journey as a solemn duty, one that comes with the weight of knowledge from the future. He understands what lies ahead, and it falls upon him to alter the course of history. "I must meet with Odin," he declares. A few days later, Li Jianghun approaches Xianggu to request permission to use the Bifrost. Xiang hands it over, albeit with a puzzled expression, for Odin typically forbids anyone from wielding such power. Li Jianghun revealed that Odin had little choice in the matter due to a deal they had struck. Upon returning from China, he confided in Odin about something he had kept from the others' information regarding a mysterious man in black. Just days earlier, Li Jianghun had warned Odin that this man was responsible for devastating actions, the very same individual who had turned China into a wasteland and obliterated Baekdu Mountain. This revelation was enough to pique Odin's interest. He instructed Li Jianghun to uncover the man's identity, promising full support from Asgard. It was a masterful act of manipulation. As a result, everyone in Asgard rallied to assist the underdog in any way possible. Utilizing the Bifrost, Li Jianghun made his way to the Round Table Council headquarters. There, he was greeted by a man clad in shining armor. Li Jianghun is taken aback to find him there. The man before him is Lancelot, one of the legendary Knights of the Round Table. This secretive British council operates with a mindset that sets it apart from other world powers. While most nations manipulate humanity under the guise of protection, the Round Table prefers to remain in the shadows. They wield significant influence, yet choose neither to assist nor to obstruct. Their leader is Merlin, but even without her, the group remains formidable. This strength stems from the Order of Knights, whose members are hunters far more powerful than ordinary heroes. They play a crucial role whenever England faces a crisis. Lancelot mentions that Merlin has developed an interest in Li Jianghun. Naturally, the others are curious as well, especially him. Li Jianghun can see the hostility in Lancelot's eyes. He suspects it's rooted in unrequited feelings for Merlin, feelings that have soured their relationship. It's not that Lancelot is a traitor. He simply allowed his emotions to spiral out of control. His obsession with Merlin had spiraled into something unsettling. One might even call it yandere behavior. Most of the issues plaguing the Round Table were said to stem from Lancelot. Li Jianghun quickly realized that this situation could become quite complicated. Yet all he wanted was a chance to meet Merlin. Unfortunately, Lancelot seemed determined to thwart him at every turn. Frustrated, Li Jianghun finally confronted him, demanding to know what his problem was. Though he's only here for official business with Merlin, Lancelot can't help but be rude. When he questions how he's being disrespectful, Li Jianghun retorts that a knight too oblivious to recognize his own disrespect hardly deserves the title. It's a deliberate provocation, knowing Merlin is watching. The proud knight takes the insult to heart. His pride stung. Lancelot leaps to his feet, fury igniting within him as he prepares to confront the underdog. Just as tensions rise and a fight seems imminent, Merlin makes his entrance. Yushi swiftly reprimands Lancelot for his disrespect toward her guest. Fueled by emotion, Lancelot boldly challenges Li Jianghun to a duel. Despite Merlin's objections, Li Jianghun readily accepts the challenge, urging Lancelot to take the lead. They make their way to the wildfire, where all the knights have gathered to witness the spectacle. Even Gawain and Galahad, the esteemed leaders of the Order of Knights, have come to watch, earning the respect of their fellow knights. As the duel commences, Gawain observes that both Lancelot and Li Jianghun wield spears, setting the stage for a dramatic clash between East and West. Just before the duel begins, Lancelot revs up the crowd, his enthusiasm palpable. However, Li Jiangyun can't resist mocking him once more, sneering that Lancelot is more of an entertainer than a true knight. To him, Lancelot doesn't even deserve the title of Sir. Curiously, he inquires whether killing is permitted in a round-table duel, only to find out that it is indeed allowed. Lancelot, initially intending to show mercy, declares he planned to spare Li Jiangyun. But the taunts continue, with Li Jiangyun derisively labeling him the fake knight. That moment pushes Lancelot over the edge, and he charges in for the kill. Li Jiangyun remembers Lancelot's reputation as the one-shot knight, capable of piercing anything with a single strike. Yet, he remains calm and counters, halting Lancelot's deadly blow with just the tip of his spear. The other knights stand in stunned silence, and even Lancelot finds himself ensnared. Li Jiangyun found himself unable to move, completely at the mercy of his opponent. Just then, Gawain stepped in, his voice firm and commanding. "That's enough," he declared. "One day's worth of humiliation is more than enough." As Gawain introduced himself, Li Jiangyun's eyes widened in recognition. The Green Knight. Memories flooded back of Gawain's early days as a hunter, when he had cleared gates with relentless ferocity, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. He was perpetually drenched in the blood of his enemies, a grim testament to his prowess that earned him his fearsome reputation. As Gawain intervened to halt the duel, Li Jiangyun eased the pressure on Lancelot's spear, believing there was no need to engage him further. Lancelot fell to the ground, defeated. Gawain's voice cut through the silence, urging him to recognize the vast chasm between his own strength and that of his foes. He also instructs Galahad and Lancelot to clean up the arena, and they comply without hesitation. As Li Jiangyun observes this, he comes to the realization that Gawain is a formidable opponent to be wary of. Gawain, in turn, is clearly impressed by Li Jiangyun's prowess. "So the rumors were true," he remarks, acknowledging that Li Jiangyun indeed defeated Hercules. It seems the revelation has cost a commander-level knight his pride. After the chaos subsides, Li Jiangyun encounters Merlin once more. He firmly states that this was a one-time affair. He fought because he chose to, and there won't be a second chance. He emphasizes that Merlin wields control over the entire Round Table Council, including the leaders of the Order of Knights. Everyone follows her commands without question. If she had wished, she could have halted the duel before it even began. However, Merlin was eager for a confrontation. In response, Li Jiangyun agreed to the clash, seeking to repay his debt to her. Merlin teased him, calling him blunt, and questioned whether that was truly his only motivation. Li Jiangyun, with a hint of pride, admitted that he was simply prideful. Deep down, he wanted to gauge how much stronger he had become during his time in China, and he finally received his answer. Meanwhile, Merlin's objectives were also fulfilled. She knew Lancelot would lose, yet she allowed it to happen. Merlin explained that while Lancelot possessed immense potential, his arrogance held him back. His unhealthy obsession with her only complicated matters. He needed a crushing defeat to spur his growth. With Li Jiangyun delivering that blow, she concluded that their debt was settled. Yet another debt lingers, a promise he made to her. In that moment, Merlin transforms into Kid Arthur, who immediately demands Excalibur. Li Jiangyun calls forth the sword he had Yansu protect at Baekdu Mountain and hands it over. This only fuels Arthur's fury. Is this some kind of joke? He snaps, but Li Jiangyun remains resolute, his seriousness unmistakable. Li Jiangyun urges Arthur to take the sword first and voice his complaints later, but Arthur's anger simmers beneath the surface. This flashy sword, brimming with magical energy, is meant to be Excalibur. He can tell at a glance that it's a fake. Believing that Li Jiangyun has betrayed him, Arthur lunges forward, only to be halted by Merlin, who suddenly appears behind him. Arthur is left speechless at the sight of Merlin, his mind racing with the possibility that this sword might truly be Excalibur. Both Arthur and Merlin share a moment of joy, believing their curse has been lifted as they stand in separate bodies once more. However, Li Jiangyun shatters their hopes, revealing that this is merely a ruse designed to deceive their sponsor, the Lady of the Lake. Merlin comes to a startling realization. Since Li Jiangyun knows the true nature of Excalibur, he has the ability to forge a replica. The genuine sword, however, rests in a lake brimming with magical energy where it has remained for centuries. Over this long period, the real Excalibur has absorbed an immense amount of magic, and Li Jiangyun has managed to replicate a fraction of that power. Yet, Merlin cautions that once their sponsor discovers the sword is a mere imitation, the curse will inevitably return. Arthur's anger flares once more, but Merlin steps in to soothe him. The illusion should hold for a while, he assures. Li Jiangyang nods in agreement, adding, "The curse won't return unless you and Merlin leave the Round Table estate. The sponsors, in their arrogance, only see what they wish to see. Even if she does uncover the truth, it's unlikely she'll act immediately." With that, Li Jiangyang's task comes to an end, yet Arthur remains unsatisfied. He has endured far more than Merlin, trapped in the body of a child. To ease his turmoil, Li Jiangyang offers one final piece of information: the location of the true Excalibur. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, the air is shattered by explosions. Hercules is unleashing his fury. Hercules finds himself locked in battle with a white-haired man who effortlessly dodges every strike, even as Hercules, consumed by madness, unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. The man taunts him, calling him slow, before swinging his sword with precision. Hercules narrowly avoids the blow, but the dust cloud created by their clash provides the perfect cover for his opponent. In a swift maneuver, the white-haired man slips behind him and delivers a sharp strike to his back. The blow may not have seemed powerful, yet Hercules lets out a piercing scream of pain. The red glow in his eye fades, restoring his senses. Confused, Hercules asks about the sword. The man casually replies that he acquired it not long ago. It dawns on Hercules that the instant the blade made contact, he lost control of his magical power and fell to the ground. The man expresses his satisfaction with Hercules' progress and forgives him for breaking their pact and acting independently. However, he warns that not everyone will share his leniency. Athena, who has been observing the entire battle, demands punishment. Hercules turns, startled to realize he never sensed her presence. He briefly hopes he might escape any disciplinary action, but deep down, he knows that won't be the case. Only one person has forgiven Hercules, but the others still seek to punish him, especially Athena, who has been silently observing the battle. When Hercules turns to face her, he is startled to realize he couldn't even sense her presence. Athena calmly informs him that she has come to report on the underdog. The mere mention of Li Zhongyu ignites a fire within Hercules, and Athena continues her explanation, sensing the tension in the air. After returning from China, Li Zhongyuan made his way to the UK, where he now finds himself at the Round Table Council. Though his true intentions remain shrouded in mystery, he instructs Athena to keep a close watch on him and orders Hercules not to let up in his training. Both comply without hesitation. At last, the white-haired man is unveiled, confirming his return to the Round Table. Li Zhongyan informs Merlin that Zeus still hasn't fled. He then questions why Li Zhongyuan is leaking, to which Li Zhongyuan responds by pointing out that Arthur is, well, Arthur. He then asks what comes next. Li Zhongyuan reveals that he has already fulfilled his promise. He found Excalibur, the one that can break the curse and reveal the true evil within. Now, it's their turn to repay him. Arthur understands that Zeus won't simply relinquish Excalibur through mere conversation. However, Li Zhongyan assures him that Merlin will soon devise a solution. For once, Arthur finds himself in agreement, but he quickly inquires what Li Zhongyan desires in return. To Arthur's surprise, Li Zhongyuan expresses his own shock at trusting him. He ominously states that he will call their death. Meanwhile, Merlin reports that the magical energy throughout the UK is rapidly increasing. Li Zhongyuan expresses his concerns about the special gates, warning that their numbers will only continue to grow. Merlin, curious, asks if this is the significant event he's referring to, but he shakes his head. The real issue, he explains, will arise when those special gates vanish. That's when they truly need to be ready. His serious tone leaves no room for doubt. He is not joking. Later that day, Li Zhongyuan arrives at Arthur's private training ground. With many at the Round Table still unaware of his existence, Arthur decides to keep their meeting discreet. He suggests a spar, noting that the underdog has grown stronger since their last encounter. Li Zhongyuan agrees, confidently stating that he is no longer the same as before. However, just before they begin, he poses a question. Have you ever fought Zeus? Arthur chuckles softly, cautioning him not to ask such questions if he values his life. Yet he concedes that he has indeed wondered. This only ignites Li Zhongyuan's determination further, and the battle is finally underway. Arthur springs into action without hesitation. He summons his weapon and charges forward with a fierce slash, but Arthur effortlessly anticipates the move. With a mocking grin, he deflects the attack, sending Li Zhongyuan stumbling back a few steps. In that moment, Li Zhongyuan understands. This is no ordinary sparring match. If he hopes to stand a chance, he must unleash everything he has. Harnessing his authority over fire, Li Zhongyuan unleashes the full might of his flame monarch power, causing his strength to surge dramatically. Even Arthur can't help but be impressed as they engage in a relentless exchange of blows. Arthur, moving with incredible speed, clashes with Li Zhongyuan once more, landing a powerful ranged attack that sends him soaring into the air. With a smirk, Arthur taunts him, asking if that's truly all he's capable of. Cornered, Li Zhongyun stands resolute, refusing to back down. He vows to land at least one hit on Arthur and begins to draw in the surrounding mana with his dragon heart. Arthur watches in surprise as Li Zhongyun channels this powerful technique, and with a fierce determination, he unleashes his strongest attack. A thick cloud of steam envelops the area, and as it dissipates, Arthur emerges, a small cut marring his cheek. Intrigued, he inquires about the name of the attack, to which Li Zhongyuan responds, "It's called Sunflare." Arthur nods in appreciation, admiring the technique. However, the toll from his own attack quickly begins to manifest, reminding him of the fierce battle they're engaged in. A blue aura suddenly envelops Li Zhongyuan, causing him to cough up blood before collapsing to the ground. Arthur, filled with regret, apologizes, admitting that he couldn't manage his strength after so long. He reassures Li Zhongyuan, saying that while he isn't ready to face Zeus just yet, perhaps one day he will be strong enough to defeat him. Next, we shift to Li Zhongyuan's room at the Round Table Manor, where he is already awake thanks to Merlin's healing. Despite his defeat, a smile spreads across his face as he reflects on the fact that he managed to land a hit on Arthur. "I've really gotten stronger," he grins, pride shining in his eyes. Just then, a knock interrupts his thoughts, and Gawain steps inside. "We need to talk," he says, gesturing for them to move to a more private space. Gawain reveals that Merlin informed him of Li Zhongyuan's warning regarding an impending crisis in England. He offers an apology for Lancelot's rude behavior and expresses gratitude for Li Zhongyuan's honesty. Li Zhongyuan acknowledges this but presses for the real reason behind Gawain's visit. With a heavy sigh, Gawain finally confesses that he is aware of the duel that took place yesterday with Arthur. He expresses his desire to challenge Arthur one day, but since that opportunity hasn't arisen, he turns to Li Zhongyuan and requests a duel instead. As he speaks, Gawain emanates a powerful aura and summons his weapon. Anticipating this, Li Zhongyuan readily agrees, admitting his curiosity about Gawain's strength. The duel begins, but the details remain shrouded in mystery, leaving the outcome to the imagination. The fight unfolds off-screen, leaving us in suspense as Li Zhongyuan remains at the round table. Meanwhile, Gawain, Galahad, and even Lancelot engage him in battle once more. By the end of their relentless duels, he is utterly exhausted. He had only intended to deliver a counterfeit Excalibur, yet all he received in return were endless challenges. Now, weary and defeated, he prepares to leave the manor behind. As he prepares to leave, Merlin hands him another necklace, explaining that it will enhance his stats. Li Zhongyuan accepts it with gratitude. However, Merlin has one more request. She asks him to visit the Nile if the opportunity arises, revealing that Iniv, the man who aided Li Zhongyuan during Athena's attack, specifically asked her to convey this message. Upon hearing that name, Li Zhongyuan recalls Iniv as the one who saved him and visited him late at night. Iniv had intervened during the Great War, which led to his punishment, one that has only recently come to an end. With this knowledge, Li Zhongyuan realizes that the Round Table will likely alert the other factions about the impending cataclysm as well. With that matter settled, he knows there's still one more task awaiting him in England. He tells Merlin that he'll think it over before leaving the manor. As he departs, Arthur sees him off with a nod. Li Zhongyuan then makes his way to Park Eugene's shop, only to find it empty. Instead, a blonde woman stands behind the register. Curious, he asks if Park Eugene is around. The woman, with a playful glint in her eye, begins to speculate. "You don't look like a loan shark or an angry customer," she quips. "So you must be here to buy something." Li Zhongyuan's focus is solely on finding Eugene. He inquires about her whereabouts, but the blonde informs him that she isn't around. Eugene had asked her to watch the shop. Li Zhongyuan explains that he's there because of Eugene's brother, Jae-yun, and asks when Eugene will return. At the mention of his name, the blonde's eyes light up with recognition. Eugene had indeed spoken of him and left a message for her. Eugene has officially joined Olympus, leaving Li Zhongyuan in a state of shock. "The past has changed again," he murmurs, grappling with the realization that this event was not meant to unfold just yet. Curiosity gnaws at him, as he wonders what could have driven her to this decision so soon. Nevertheless, he steels himself and sets his sights on Egypt next. Upon arriving, he calls Incheon, who has been enjoying a leisurely day at the beach. He invites her to join the group heading to Egypt, excluding the White Tiger team. Without hesitation, she agrees, eager for some excitement. Next, he reaches out to Xianggu, informing him of his presence in Egypt. Xianggu, puzzled, responds that he had assumed Li Zhongyuan would return directly. He cautions that Egypt is already in a precarious state, and Li Zhongyuan's arrival could exacerbate the situation. He advises him to remain silent until he can manage things on his end. However, as fate would have it, the underdog finds himself in trouble first. Back in Egypt, an unarmed Li Zhongyuan is quickly surrounded by a band of Egyptian warriors. Before long, he finds himself confined to a room. The warriors exchange puzzled glances, questioning why the underdog has ventured into their midst. But before they can delve deeper, they realize they need a translator. Just then, two men with peculiar markings around their eyes step forward, declaring their intent to take Li Zhongyuan with them. The warriors, undeterred, reveal their allegiance to the executive branch. The Nile is finally preparing to make its move. The two men acknowledge that Li Zhongyuan is indeed the underdog before escorting him away. There, he encounters Yu Gaontae from the Egyptian branch of the Korean Association. Gaontae informs him that headquarters has reached out, indicating that more people will be arriving shortly. Realizing it must be Incheon and the others, Li Zhongyuan is impressed by their swift response. Curiosity piqued, he then inquires about the situation in Egypt. Gaontae explains that Egypt is entirely governed by the Nile, which divides into three branches. Memphis oversees politics, Hermopolis manages business, and Heliopolis commands the hunters and the association. These three factions are constantly vying for power, leaving the entire country in chaos. Once the strongest branch, Heliopolis has been rattled by the recent Horus incident, shifting the balance of power. Li Zhongyuan recalls that Inif was also part of Heliopolis, prompting him to ask about Horus. Surprisingly, even Gaontae is in the dark. The information is so tightly guarded that none of his sources could uncover the truth. All they know for certain is that the trouble began during a gate attack. This revelation leads Li Zhongyuan to ponder the red ore Inif had mentioned, the very substance capable of transforming an ordinary ogre into an ogre mage. Determined to meet Inif, the legendary hero hunter, Gaontae begins making arrangements. Meanwhile, at the airport, Incheon touches down with Fenrir, Gongs, and Wanhua. Awaiting their arrival is Li Zhongyuan's group, but they have an unexpected guest in tow. To everyone's surprise, Balder, one of Asgard's mightiest heroes and Odin's trusted right-hand man, steps forward. Upon seeing him, Li Zhongyuan immediately demands to know why he's here, his displeasure evident. Balder responds with a thinly veiled threat, warning him not to provoke his anger. At that moment, Fenrir, Incheon, and Wanhua instinctively prepare for a fight. However, Balder swiftly shifts his tone, explaining that Odin has sent him to assist with this mission. He reassures them that Korea's special gates have already been taken care of, so there's no need for concern on that front. He then announces that he will collaborate with them until Li Zhongyuan returns to Korea, turning his attention to Gaontae. Li Zhongyuan can already sense that this trip is bound to be awkward, and he's absolutely right. The following day, Gaontae reveals that their request to meet Yennev has been accepted. He also cautions that something significant is unfolding within the Nile. Like other nations, Egypt is summoning all its hunters back from abroad. Among them is Set, the second-in-command of Heliopolis, who has also returned. If Horus fails to recover from the recent incident, Set will step into his role. Currently, Set stands as the strongest hunter along the Nile. This revelation leaves Lung Yang pondering whether he could ever defeat Set. Arthur gave it his all, yet he barely made a dent. Is Set just as strong, or perhaps even stronger? Lost in thought, Li Zhongyang rises and instructs Gaontae to continue pressing for the meeting with Yennev. When Gaontae inquires about his own plans, Li Zhongyang simply replies that he will carve his own path. Meanwhile, atop the association building, Odin reflects on his lack of inquiries about the underdog, Xianggu. Now, however, he finds himself in need of answers. Li Zhongyang has piqued his interest repeatedly, yet he remains frustratingly elusive. What puzzles Odin the most is Xianggu's unwavering trust in him. Xianggu had never been one to place his trust in others easily, so witnessing his faith in the underdog felt oddly unsettling. Curiosity piqued, Odin inquired about Li Zhongyang's true intentions. Xianggu responded that Li Zhongyang's ambitions aligned closely with Odin's own. This echoed what Bei Sangsu had once shared with Zhang Hyojin, that Li Zhongyang could potentially aid him in achieving his goals once he grew stronger. Xianggu is well aware that Li Zhongyang always has backup plans in place. In fact, he had anticipated this very question and prepared Xianggu with a perfect response. With confidence, Xianggu delivers the answer Li Zhongyang had left him. Their shared objective is to eliminate his sponsors. Odin is taken aback, but Xianggu presses on. He explains that the hunters sponsored by the one who rules the riverside have already lost their power. Nothing like this has ever happened before, which can only mean one thing. Odin considers it great news. Meanwhile, in Egypt, Li Zhongyang summons Balder and inquires about which hero from the Nile is connected to Asgard. Balder attempts to sidestep the question, but Li Yongyang insists, pressing him on just how far Odin has instructed him to assist. Balder confesses that he was instructed to cooperate as much as possible. Li Zhongyang presses on, inquiring once more about which Nile hero is affiliated with Asgard. Balder replies that he'll reveal the answer later, as it's a secret for now. Li Zhongyang reluctantly accepts this and departs, reflecting on Jiang Tai's words. If a hero-class hunter is indeed present, it might just be enough. Later, he ventures into the city with his team. As they stroll through the bustling streets, Inchan grumbles about the sweltering heat. Wanhua quickly counters, remarking that it's still preferable to the biting cold of China. Curiosity piqued, Wanhua turns to Li Yongyang and asks about his ultimate goal. Inchan chimes in, admitting she's unsure of her own aspirations as well. Wanhua observes that Li Zhongyang always seems to be in pursuit of something elusive. His short-term goals are clear, but his long-term plan remains a mystery. With a playful grin, he quips that perhaps it involves world domination. Suddenly, Li Zhongyang halts and spins around, responding with a tone that suggests he might just be serious. Wanhua and Inchan exchange uncertain glances, caught off guard by the ambiguity in his words. Just then, Femmer detects a powerful dark aura approaching them, sending a chill down their spines. As they draw nearer, members of the Nile approach. Li Zhongyang instructs his team to hold back. From the group, Set, the soon-to-be leader of Heliopolis, steps forward. Li Zhongyang immediately senses that Set is on par with Arthur. The two exchange greetings, and Set expresses his desire for a brief private conversation with the underdog. They make their way to a secluded rooftop, where Set begins to discuss Egypt's history, claiming it achieved independence from the kingdom. However, he reveals the truth. Egypt remains under the control of the Nile dynasty. Li Zhongyang, intrigued, asks if Set intends to take over that dynasty. Set nods, commending him for his insight. Then, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, he challenges Li Zhongyang to guess the reason behind his ambition. Why does he want to replace Osiris as the head of the Nile? And why is it necessary for him to do so after becoming ruler? Li Zhongyang initially believed that Set orchestrated the Horus incident solely to seize the throne. But if it wasn't just about power, what could be motivating him? Li Zhongyang ponders whether Set has ambitions to become king for a different reason altogether. Just as he begins to unravel this mystery, their conversation comes to an abrupt end. Rejoining the group, Inchan inquires about Li Zhongyang's encounter. Li Zhongyang replies that Set had challenged him to guess his true goal, but he found himself at a loss. Initially, he believed Set was simply after power, but it became clear that wasn't the case. Set is a complex figure, dangerous, yet not entirely evil. He exists in the gray area between right and wrong. Realizing this would only confuse Inchan, Li Zhongyang decides to keep it simple and tells him he couldn't provide an answer. Suddenly, they hear footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they find Balder, who inquires about Li Zhongyang's whereabouts. Inchan, irritated by Balder interrupting her time with Li Zhongyang, snaps at him to find something else to occupy his attention. However, Balder has his own pressing concern. He finds it peculiar that Li Zhongyang's team, composed entirely of hero-level hunters, has yet to join Asgard. The knowledge of Asgard's secrets poses a grave danger to outsiders, and that only fuels Inchan's determination. She channels her energy, preparing for a fight, but Lunyang intervenes, urging Balder to stop playing games. He presses Balder once more about the earlier question. With a sigh, Balder reiterates that he was instructed to assist as much as possible, and at last, he begins to unveil which Nile hunter is connected to Asgard. Both he and Li Zhongyang suddenly sense an ominous presence. Without warning, a blue light materializes in the heart of the city, a special gate shimmering ominously in the city center. As it opens, its magic begins to radiate, filling the air with an unsettling energy. Inchan's heart races with panic. If this continues, countless lives could be at stake. She turns to Li Zhongyang, urgency in her voice, insisting they must act quickly to prevent catastrophe before it spirals out of control. Li Zhongyang remains calm, urging Inshan to settle down, but she can't accept his composure. "How can you stay so calm when so many lives are at stake?" she demands. He simply replies, "It's fine. This isn't Korea," and Inshan shakes her head, undeterred. "Helping the weak is still my duty," she declares, drawing her weapon. Determined, she prepares to charge in alone if necessary. But her panic proves unnecessary. She looks up to see the Nile hunters charging toward the gate, set at the forefront. Li Zhongyang gently reminds her once more that this isn't Korea. The Nile has its own way of doing things. This time, she finally takes his words to heart. Yet, Li Zhongyang can't help but remark on how unusual it is for Set to have entered the gate himself. Not long after, the hunters successfully clear the special gate. It's understandable that the second-in-command took matters into his own hands. Despite being a special gate, it caused no significant damage. With that behind them, Li Zhongyang turns to Inshan, playfully urging him to stop teasing her, as she's already feeling embarrassed. Li Zhongyang reassures her, saying there's nothing to be ashamed of. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a loud commotion. Inshan rushes over to investigate and discovers a group of hunters mercilessly beating an innocent man. Anger surges within her as she demands to know what they think they're doing. The language barrier complicates matters, but just then, Li Zhongyang arrives on the scene. With the help of Merlin's necklace, he speaks in Arabic, asking the hunters why they are attacking the man. He insists he can't overlook something like this and demands an answer. In a moment of frustration, he threatens to call the association, but it's clear that this isn't Korea. One hunter chimes in, explaining that in Egypt, hunters have the authority to punish ordinary people at will. The group bursts into laughter, but their amusement is abruptly cut short. In a shocking instant, their leader's arm is severed and falls to the ground. As his screams of agony echo through the air, Set suddenly appears. He proclaims that while the Nile hunters may inflict suffering on civilians, only the Nile itself has the power to exact vengeance on its hunters. Moments later, Li Zhongyang and Inshan stand in stunned silence, witnessing the brutal aftermath. The once smug hunters now lie lifeless, their bodies strewn across the blood-soaked ground. Inshan turns to Li Zhongyang, uncertainty in his voice as he asks, "Is Set really a good person?" He did save the civilian, but things had escalated far beyond what was necessary. Li Zhongyang acknowledges that he intended to rescue the man himself, regardless of what the Nile believed. However, Set had taken lives that were never required. When Inshan presses him again, asking if Set is truly good, Li Zhongyang can only respond with uncertainty. With that, they head back to their lodging, the weight of their thoughts heavy in the air. The following day, Li Zhongyang is finally granted the opportunity to meet Iniv, though both parties arrive with their respective escorts. Iniv is accompanied by Lamia, Ili, and Bastet, while both the Nile and Asgard observe the encounter with keen interest. After exchanging pleasantries, Iniv inquires about the purpose of Li Zhongyang's request for this meeting. With a calm demeanor, Li Zhongyang replies that he simply wishes to talk. In truth, he has devised another plan. Using magic, he establishes a mental link with Iniv, allowing them to communicate telepathically. Li Zhongyang instructs him to respond with a positive thought for yes and a negative one for no. Startled by the sudden voice in his mind, Iniv quickly recognizes Li Zhongyang's impressive skills and reluctantly agrees to the arrangement. As they maintain a light-hearted conversation, Li Zhongyang discreetly inquires whether the incident is linked to the Red Corps. He also wonders if the Horus incident is connected in any way. With a serious tone, he questions whether Horus was affected by the Red in the same manner as Hercules. Iniv confirms his suspicions. Finally, Li Zhongyang poses a crucial question. Is Set the true culprit behind it all? Iniv hesitates, offering an uncertain response that leaves Lunyang questioning even his own understanding of the true culprit. Later, Balder expresses his frustration, chastising Li Zhongyang for wasting time and resources. He warns that this approach could tarnish Odin's reputation. Li Zhongyang reassures him, insisting that in the end, Odin will be pleased with the outcome. Balder delivers a chilling warning, insisting that Li Zhongyang better ensure his plans come to fruition. Unfazed, Li Zhongyang simply replies that he needs to prepare. He intends to depart in 3 days, claiming he still has some sightseeing left to enjoy. This only serves to further irritate Balder, though he finds himself powerless to intervene. Curiously, Li Zhongyang inquires about who infiltrated Nile. Balder sidesteps the question, cryptically stating, "You've already met them." Li Zhongyang's curiosity is piqued, but he decides to let it go for now. Later that night, he stands by the shore, gazing out at the vast ocean. Iniv approaches him, her expression earnest as she apologizes for mentioning that too many eyes have been on them both. He suggests relocating, but Li Zhongyang confidently replies that he has already set up a barrier to shield them from prying eyes. Inav is even more impressed by his magical prowess, yet he insists that it might not be sufficient. There's nowhere truly safe from scrutiny, leaving Lu Zhongyang puzzled. He wonders if even Merlin's necklace can withstand it. So he cuts to the chase and asks Inav why he summoned him to Nile. Inav reveals that Horus is now unconscious due to the red ore, explaining that it all started when Set brought the ore back. Li Zhongyang is taken aback. They've already found the red ore, a clear sign that the past has indeed shifted.